What up, YouTube? It's your girl DeeDee. Welcome back to another live stream. I hope you guys are doing well. Thank y'all so much for being here once again. Listen, put a 1 in the chat if y'all can hear me perfectly fine. Put a 1 in the chat if the audio is good. I want to make sure that the audio is good. So put a 1 in the chat if you guys can hear me. Also, as you come into the building, make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you are liking the stream. Like the stream, y'all. That definitely helps the channel out. So as you come into the building, hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button. I'm going to be watching the likes. So make sure y'all hit the like button as you come into the building. All right. Also, if you are new to the channel and you like the content, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. It is free to subscribe, share, and like the stream as well. And hit that notification bell to be notified when I upload new content. That is super, super important, you guys. Also, listen, if you want to support the channel, you like the content, go ahead and give at least a $5 super chat, you guys. Or if you want to cash app, that's fine. But support the channel in that way. That helps to build the channel, help the channel to grow. And I really appreciate you guys. If you can do that, if you can, I would appreciate if you guys would support in any way possible. But thank y'all so much for being here. Hit the like button. That is one of the biggest ways you can contribute to the channel, by hitting the like button. It is free to do that. All right. So hit the like button, y'all. We back. I'm tired as hell. I always be tired, but I'm here, y'all. I am here. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to everybody watching. Everybody who supports the channel, y'all. Y'all know the drill. Thank y'all for being here. I appreciate y'all so much. All right. We're gonna get into this topic. Y'all see the topic, right? Topic says Black women are upset because Black men are finding peace away from them. So we talk about this in one way or another, y'all. We all know we always address this, but once again, I always have the question of why do so many Black women seem confused about why men are moving in their own direction, why men are not approaching them, why men are not taking them seriously for marriage and solid, stable, serious relationships. Why are men moving this way? And there are a lot of women, especially our women, but I mean just women in general, are asking that question. And it seems to me that they don't understand. Well, they seem to not understand why men have chosen to move in a different direction, not chase behind them, not become obsessed with them, not just not even bother them in many cases. But once again, y'all know I always say, hey, you got to look at yourself. You always got to look inward. You got to look at yourself to see if you had any contribution to the fact, to the realization, I would say, of how men are thinking now and how men are moving. You know what I mean? You have to look at yourself. That's like with any situation, any relationship that you may be in, whether it's, just a friendship relationship or, a intimate relationship, whatever type of relationship, you always have to evaluate yourself when it comes to the other party. When there's an issue, you have to take a minute or even ask the question, hey, did I do anything? Hey, I want to be, open and honest about my part in this. And in some cases, women know, or everybody should be aware of themselves to know when they may have contributed to a situation in a negative way. You hear what I'm trying to say? I hope y'all hear what I'm trying to say. Like, this is why we talk about accountability, because accountability is important on so many levels, because it keeps you accountable. It helps you to realize your part, exactly what I'm saying. And that way you can be aware of you and the things that you do, and you can apologize. You can make the difference. You can change your behavior if you want a relationship to work. And once again, this goes for any type of relationship that you're trying to establish. That's the whole point of being accountable, not for, to think you're always wrong about the situation, but it's to make you understand that, hey, it takes two to build any type of relationship. So if you are not aware of your actions and the things that you do to contribute to that relationship, whether it's negative or positive, then that could be a problem. And that'll make the other person, the other person will start to isolate themselves and start to move away from you. And this is why in some ways, some relationships don't work, because it's a selfish thing to not acknowledge your part in it. You know what I mean? It's a selfish entitlement that a lot of people have when they don't want to acknowledge their fault in something. You're always right. Or it comes off as if you think you're always right. You know it all. You never do any wrong. But the very things in many cases that you're complaining about the other person are some of the same things that you tend to do yourself. So I just think it's important to understand the cause and effect of things, right? You got to understand that there's a cause and there's an effect. And there's certain actions you take and there's consequences associated. So if you do certain things, there's going to be a consequence that follows. And I think for a lot of women out here who are struggling to find good men and good men who want to accept them is a part of the effect. The way men are moving and choosing to live their lives in this day and age is part of an effect based on the causes of what women put out there and their actions. They put a certain thing out there, and now men are responding, and now they're doing this oblivious thing, like they don't know, they don't have a clue why men are doing what they're doing. So we're gonna talk about it. I want to play this clip. I have a clip that I want to share with you guys, and listen to this woman who is basically asking this question as well. Pappy Trap, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. And thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. Yeah, make sure you guys are hitting the like button, y'all. We got about 113 people in here and we got 62 likes. Now, come on now. Hit the like button, y'all. You know, it ain't gonna hurt your fingers or break your arm or hand, or hit the like button. Hit the like button for you, girl. I appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you, Pappy Trap. So I'm gonna go ahead into this clip, and I want y'all to let me know what y'all think in the comments below.
Me on the porch. At this point, I need everybody to meet me on the porch. I need the black women, I need the white women, and I need the black men. This is some seriously real shit that I am utterly disturbed by, and I am just tired because I don't understand why there's this major attack on black women. So this video, if it goes into a part 2, not a problem. I'm about to ram it up. I was in the barbershop today. And it was a young black male come in there. He might have been between that 22 to 24 age group. Very handsome. Very, very handsome. So I believe he's might have just been coming back from college or graduating or whatever the case may be, because they were happy to see him when he came in. So he sits down, and so they're just talking, you know, what's going on? And he's giving an update. He's graduated, he's got an engineering degree. Oh my God, I'm over there on the proudness. I'm in the background. I don't know him. I'm just kind of sitting down, listening to what he's saying. So the barber begins to get filled in on him. What's been going on? This and that. And he says, I'm coming back. I'm getting married. So everybody, like, great. And I'm so on the side being so nosy and over there like a proud auntie. I don't even know this young man, right? So they start to kind of converse amongst each other, and they're talking. And so the young man says, yeah, I'm having a little problem. It's a lot going on because I'm marrying a white woman. And my family, they're not too happy about it. So the barber and everybody was like, oh, well, to each his own, and this, that, and the other. So the barber was just kind of speaking to him, and he said, hey, where'd you meet her? And he said, oh, I met her in college. And he was like, oh, okay, because, back in the day, you had all the girls. What made you decide that she was the one? Like, what made you want to marry the white girl or the white woman? No, with no disrespect. So what this young man said after that is what just literally took me out the game as a black woman, as a black mom, in general. So he says that You know, he come from, of course, the hood and had a hard knock life, you know, just with one mom and no dad and that same shit. Like, don't nobody keep, I hate the fact that that is such a stereotype, you know.
Well, that's part of the problem, because if it's not a stereotype, it's a factual thing for so many people. You can't say you hate that if that's the reality of that's the reality of where a lot of people come from. See, that's the problem. People that a lot of black women, and specifically, don't want to get to the root of the issue. Y'all want to gloss over it, and you want to have your feelings and your opinions about stuff, but you don't want to get to the root of the cause, because it's going to lead back to you. So it's not a stereotype if it's a actual factual situation that a lot of people come from. So in order to get to a solution, you have to get to the root of the problem. You can't fix the solution if you don't get to the root of the cause of the problem. And that he's saying that, and she's listening, but you so tired of that, so you want to block that out, and you want men to just, you want them to ignore that and just what, do what you want them to do. That's the problem. A lot of our women, unfortunately, don't want to listen. You don't want to get to the root of the problem. You want to hear that. You just want them to just take on black women, the worst of us, and just open their arms to the chaos and the issues that have been there for a long time. You want them to gloss over that and just accept you for who you are, and take and handle you and deal with you. And these men don't. That's a lot of trauma. People are tired. Listen, people are tired. People are tired. I don't look. You got one life to live, baby. Now, why would you want to set yourself up for failure? Who purposely sets themselves up for failure? Listen, I don't think anybody, as the older I get, the more I understand it. I don't have time for the foolishness and the drama and you got to live your best life till you don't have any more of life left. It is not the time. We're in 2024. What are we in? 2020. What is this? 2020. What are we? 2025. It ain't, you know what I mean? This is not the time to be putting yourself in positions to have to deal with a woman and handle a woman and deal with her bullshit and her animosity and her childhood trauma. Like, nobody wants to do that. And women seem to understand that when they, when they come across a man who hasn't dealt with his trauma and his issues. Oh, you understand? We want him whole. We want him coming to the table with it all. But y'all don't look at yourselves and look at the trauma and the bitterness and the anger and all this stuff that you have locked deep down inside of you that you have not dealt with. You don't care if he's supposed to just handle you and all the chaos that comes with you, but you don't want him to have any of that. Oh, y'all both can't have trauma. It's like, come on. It doesn't make any sense. And when men choose to find women who's going to be peaceful and not bring all of the issues, the unnecessary issues, that they wonder, why are you going to a white woman, not understanding? It's not necessarily, in my opinion, y'all let me know what y'all think. It's not necessarily the color of the person, but the culture, I guess you would say, or the upbringing of that person, how they were raised. They were raised in a different environment that presents different experiences, if that makes sense. If they're raised to be wives and they've been taught to be wives their whole lives and they're raised to cater to a man and do things for him, that would be a different experience for a lot of men who didn't have that growing up. If you grew up in a household with a single mother and all the women in your family told you, Ninja, get up. You got to do this. You got to do that. A woman don't need you. And you need to pull yourself up by your bootstraps and you need to take care of yourself. And they threw you out at 18 and you had to go survive however you could. There was no father to teach you or tell you anything about life and how to navigate it as a man. And your mother just calling you all kind of names and telling you need to provide and do this. She never had a stable man in her life. And you just given the work. These women didn't think about catering to. Get up, get your own food, fix the food, do this. It's a different way of living. And when these men are exposed to a different experience with women, oh my God, he's gonna be like shocked, like, damn, this is great. I've never experienced this. This is so different from what I'm used to. I don't think anything's wrong with it. They just realize they like that more. They like that experience more. And if Black women would understand that and be willing to change their mentality, learn how to be better, figure out what men want and need, just like you want them to know what you need and be there for you, and y'all support each other, it's never going to change. If you're so stuck in an environment of I'm a boss chick and I get what I want, I don't need no man, and I'm not doing none of that, and I'm not trying to be a slave for a man and all of this kind of stuff. Well, baby, that's why. Why do you think the men are going so well? Because look at the difference in the way y'all act versus other people and the values that you have or the lack thereof. Like, come on. I don't know why they're so surprised, but let's continue.
We hate it too. But so he goes off to say that when he went to college, it was a college that was mixed, but more so of a white college. And he start, meeting up with white friends, and, they introduced him to another whole world that he didn't know existed, and the young girl, she became a friend and then introduced him to their family. And when he goes over there, they're all married. The parent is married and they have a really good home, and they do things together and they communicate. It's just a good energy, a good vibe. And this man said, I never knew this side of life. My life was always loud and chaotic and always disruptive with my family. So the young man said, he would go over there and they would go on vacations. They would have Sunday dinners. When they had cookouts, there was no fussing, no fight, no arguing. It was just all love and vacations. I was thrown at what this young man was saying in regards to what he seen and what he witnessed being with this young lady and this new side of life. And so he said that, when he seen it, he started thinking about all of the chaos that his life was. It was always baby mama drama and fussing and fighting, and they'll get together as a family and it'll be a fight, and the drunk uncles, the drunk mamas, he was like, my aunt.
We was just talking about that on the panel the other day. How when our families get together, Black, and they always fighting and reminiscing on the past and get mad and somebody fight. We just talked about that. That's prevalent in our communities. Now, I don't think that is every Black person's experience. I don't think that's but it's a lot of us who've experienced that growing up. So that is a part of our experience. And I would like to think that if you went outside of that and you seen something different, it would be like, wow, I'm not used to this. This is a different, this is different, And if you start seeing more things that are different from what the toxic childhood you had, of course you might gravitate towards that because you're like, oh my God, it's peaceful. They act differently. They don't do this and they do that, and everybody's together or working together or whatever it is. When it's opposite of what you've experienced, of course you're gonna have a response to that. That's a natural thing to do. And if it's something that you like, you're gonna gravitate to it. You know what I'm saying? If it's peaceful, you want peace. I don't know who don't want peace, because there are some people who just like toxic situations. There are some people who like toxicity. They like to argue. They like the drama. There are some people who like drama. And if that ain't what you like, you got to move completely away from those people, in my opinion. Let's continue, y'all.
And uncles, they all on welfare and always scheming and always fussing and fighting, cussing, trying to hook up with this dude and that dude. And it's just all these Black women, just all that seemed like that's all I was raised up under. That's all I seen. That's all I know. And then I get to the white woman and it's different. And what he said after this is what really broke me. He said, it's like when I came home the last time. He said, and I was in my family's event. It was nothing but chaos. Mm-hmm. He said the women, they in house shoes and bonnets, they ghetto acting. He said, and I love them, but I don't love it.
Right. The behavior.
And he said, being with my white girlfriend, fiance, and her family, he said, you know what it's like? And this is what got me, ladies. He said, it's like if you're in a crowded room and you're surrounded by chaos and just everything is just chaotic and noisy and loud and disruptive, and you take some headphones and you put the headphones on and you can drown everything out, because when you put the headphones on, it's quiet and it's peace. He said, that's what my fiance is to me.
Wow.
And her white family, that whiteness, he said, they're my headphones and they are my peace. He said, and then black women and my black side of the family, they are the noise.
Mm-hmm.
They are the chaos.
Mm-hmm.
They are the noise.
Okay.
My bad, my video cut off. But, you know, he said, black women, they are the noise.
Mm-hmm.
They are the chaos that was in his life.
Right.
And now he has put on the headphones and received that peace from his white fiance and her family, with all due respect. But my question is, why the hell are we always so targeted? We as black women are consistently here to protect everybody,
crazy.
but there's not a damn person out here protecting us.
No.
And the first person that will attack us is our men. I don't care what you say. Our men. This young man was not attacking us, but for him to compile and say that all black women are noise and every other race is their peace is heart-wrenching.
Now, I don't think she said, from what she said she was listening to, I don't think he was saying all, don't sound like he said all black women. He said the women in his family. She said that she did that entire story, but didn't get the message. She missed the message. You missed what he's saying. You didn't turn around, and they always equated to us being targeted. And the black man is always he specifically, from her own story. She said he talked about the women in his family versus his girlfriend's family. I didn't hear him say all black. She didn't. I didn't hear that in the story. Did y'all? I heard her say he talked about the women in his family, and they're the chaos, they're the noise, and his wife and their family, they're the peace. When he put his headphones on, he basically tunes out the foolishness is not there. So I just think, once again, all of that to miss the message is crazy to me. She missed it. Why are they all men or black men always targeting? Y'all got to understand, it's not a target situation. It's a factual situation. You listen to a story of a man telling the truth about his family. He loves them, but he don't like what they do and how they behave, is all he's saying. And I can relate to it too. And I'm pretty sure a lot of you can. It's a lot of the activities and the things that your family members do that you don't agree with, you don't like, because it's ghetto, ratchet, whatever you want to call it, but you love them, but you don't like their behavior. What's wrong with saying that? That's not a target. That's a fact. And if you can find a relationship with a woman or man, whoever, if anybody can find a relationship with a person who doesn't give you that familiar toxic behavior, it's most individuals would run towards that, unless you are that person who loves toxicity. If you love trauma, you're going to bask in the trauma. But if you in the drama, but if you are a person who really looking for peace, you don't want all the arguing, you don't want all the craziness, that's going to be where these men go. And once again, it's not just about them going to white women. It's about going to any woman, in my opinion, who's going to give you that peace. But unfortunately, for a lot of black women, there is a stereotype that points to black women being the most aggressive, loud attitude, because that's what we see, and we've seen it growing up in our households, in our families. We know that is true, but for some reason they don't want to address it. Oh, this is just how we are. You don't want to do anything to change that. You just want people to accept it. And like I said, life is too short for you to sit around here and just accept that type of behavior. That is very draining, to have to deal with somebody on a daily basis and all of their craziness and all of the stuff that comes with that. That is not something you have to do. And I think for black women in particular, women need to start looking at the real issue. And a lot of times it is you, if we're going to be honest. And, I preface this by saying it's not all. And of course, I know y'all know that. But for the sake of this platform, I got to say it, because I'm not trying to put every black woman in that category. There are some good black women who don't act that way, and most of them are already married. and they have their husbands and they have their families. They living their lives. They're not on social media. But for the ones who are loud and ghetto and ignorant and entitled and all bitter and angry and mad all the time, those are the ones that we see on here. And those are some of the ones that we've seen in our families. And yes, it's toxic. And what happens? You end up not even having a relationship with a lot of your family members. Because why? You don't want to deal with their toxic nature. You don't want to deal with that. You're more peaceful without them. There are lots of people that don't even speak to their family members, don't even engage with them. Why? Because of that same toxic nature. Every time you talk to them, every time you try to, have something, it's always a problem. Somebody got an issue, somebody mad, somebody talking about the other family member, somebody got a problem with this one, and then it's back and forth. The next thing you know, they fighting. So what do you do when that happens? You isolate you remove yourself from that. You don't deal with it because every time you come in contact with this person, it's always a problem. So you remove yourself because you would rather preserve your peace of mind, and not have to deal with that. So what's the difference when men are saying, hey, we want to preserve our peace. We don't want to have to deal with all of the chaos that comes with dealing with a Black woman, because it is a lot. And then until Black women start to acknowledge that and start to make some changes to better that mentality, then it's always going to be an issue. And it's not just a stereotype. It's the fact that that's the way they are. And they always bring it back to, oh, well, I'm a Black woman. So what does that mean as a Black woman? As a Black woman, are you supposed to have an attitude? Are you supposed to be nasty? And are you supposed to belittle men? Or is this what comes with being a Black woman? Because if that is the case, baby, y'all got a lot of work to do. And it's no wonder why men and nobody else want to deal with you. That's why they got that big Black statue up on Times Square, because they're showing this is your Black woman. Run as fast as you can. They're showing you she got an attitude. She going to work. She going to give you problems. Don't deal with her because she doesn't know how to act. It's a lot of things that come with, that's involved with Black women, and they don't want to acknowledge it. They just want you just to accept it. Captain Caveman, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate you. Says proof they're here to respond, not listen to understand. Exactly. Straight to victimhood. She saved him from the chaos and culture. Shaking my head. Right. Yeah. And that's it. Listening to respond, not actually hearing him. You could hear what he's saying, and he's happy that he's found something good. And instead of saying, good for you, this is what everybody should be doing. No. Oh, well, why is it that the Black man always trying to put the Black woman down? The better question should be, why aren't Black women accountable for their behavior? And it doesn't matter where the behavior came from. You can acknowledge that it is there and it's present, and it's very it deters people from you. So if you have attitude, you got an anger problem, and you get that from your mama, you realize that it's there, but you don't want to accept and realize that is the very reason why people don't want to deal with you. And they don't have to. So if it's there, you don't want to accept it and acknowledge it out loud, because it requires you to change something. You don't want to change. You just want to be that way, and that's it. It's too much information out here for you to just stay stuck there and think that that's cool. No, they think that that's a good thing. And they don't want to be docile, because the first thing they'll say is, oh, well, Black men, y'all want these white women because they're docile and they're just gonna let you walk all over them. No, it's not that. That's the problem. I've been hearing that my whole life too. Oh, Black men want to go to white women because those white women let them do anything to them. They could cheat on them. They could do this. They could do that. They could do that. But then once again, a projection, because I know a lot of Black women, who do exactly that to them, to the men that they deal with. They cheat on a man. They talk to him crazy, belittle him. They have no respect for him whatsoever. So the very thing they saying that these Black men are doing to these white women is what they do to Black men. That's why I say these women aren't angels. There are a lot of women out here who treat the men that they have, or the men around them, like trash. They're the aggressive ones. They're the ones dominating everything. and they treat the men that are around like they ain't nothing, you know. And I just think, yeah, you want to be able to do that. And when you can't do that, it's a problem. See, when men say enough is enough, I don't want to deal with your bullshit. I'm moving on. Now they're like, why men aren't upset? Because they tired of y'all shit. Come on, y'all gotta, it ain't that hard. But when you can't dominate and control, and that's your nature, you're gonna have a problem. You know, when you can't exert your masculinity and your aggressiveness towards a man, and you can't feel, dominate him to make you feel better, it's a problem. Who you gonna treat bad? There's no one around. So it started translating into the community. That's why you see a lot of these black women crashing out in McDonald's and going to places and throwing drinks because they pissed. They don't have nobody at home who they can, pull that aggression out on. There's nobody in your house, so it's leaking out into the streets now. Oh, the first person that come across you a little out of pocket, oh, you mother this and this mother effer and this and that, and just aggressive, mad. I've seen it, but it's to a new level. It's like y'all I've never seen so many women, our women, so aggressive and mad now. Are in public too, like just out here angry, like, damn, what's wrong with you? Like, and they don't care. They do it in front of their children. They out here wilding out, ready to fight, just mad on every front. You can go to the airport. They stand and look like somebody done punched them in the face. Lips turned up like you've been eating sour pickles all day, just mad all the time. Got an attitude. You can see it all over their face. You're like, oh shit, I don't want to be around her. I don't want that energy to jump off on me. You know what I mean? They don't smile. You don't have a friendly bone in your goddamn body. You're just mad and angry at the world. And people supposed to sympathize with you when you can't sympathize with anybody else, and you're not trying to find out a way to get past your trauma so that you can be a happier person, baby. Nobody wants to deal with a mad, aggressive, entitled woman on a daily basis. That is, they're not considering your feelings, how your mood, what you got to do in life. That's very draining. Nobody wants to deal with that. So you're just gonna be mad by yourself. Thank you, Captain Caveman, once again for the super chat. Latrell, thank you for the super chat. Says the most educated and miss the message. Shaking my head. Exactly. Thank you, Latrell, for the super chat. I appreciate you. Alistair, thank you for the super chat. Says black men want to get married to black women, but it's getting harder for black men to find good black women, and it's painfully sad. Black men must look elsewhere to find love. Exactly. Thank you for the super chat. And they shouldn't be shamed for it. I don't understand this. A lot of black women that I know always want to talk, they talk about racism and white people this and white people that, but as soon as you see men saying, look, we want to find love, we might, we're going to date outside our race, that's a problem. When black men do it, but when black women try to do it, oh, girl, go do you, girl. Yeah, I told y'all, get outside of you. Go try to go do this. It's okay when they do it, but when a man does it, it's like, oh, we're so traumatized. I don't understand why they hate us so much. I don't understand why they want to go find a different woman, like other than the black woman. But like you said, most black men date and marry black women. But it's to a point to where the expectations, the unrealistic expectations that black women have for black men, because they don't have the same expectation for white men. And we know it to be true. We've seen the black wife upgrade challenge or whatever it is. You take the average white men, these men ain't rich. They're not rich. They don't all make six figures. We've seen their jobs. They work for UPS and they work for FedEx. Excuse me. They have regular average jobs, and there's nothing wrong with that. But they're not picking rich men. They're getting these men who didn't know how to dress, and they're making them better. But when it comes to a black man, oh no, he got to know how to dress. If his belt ain't right, boop, you out of here. We watched Pop the Balloon. Oh, I didn't like your shoes. Everything else was great about you, but those shoes had to go, so that's why I popped. Oh, your haircut. Oh, I didn't like that haircut. The dreads. Oh, I didn't like that. I didn't like this. I don't like that. So for black men, they have to be top tier. But a white man for a black woman, nah, he could just be the most average, basic white boy. He don't have swag. He don't have none of that. But you'll give him a chance and help him, but you won't help your own. That's crazy. Thank you, Alistair, for the super chat. I appreciate you. See, Irving says draining and an understatement, DeeDee. It is. It is. Thank you, see, Irving. I appreciate you. Yeah, it's crazy. But they don't care. You know, it's like they're not thinking about men. They're not thinking about men. Thank you, see, Irving, once again for the super chat. I appreciate you. They don't care. You know, I mean, it's all about them. And that's it. It's all about them, what they want. You deal with it or keep it moving. So guess what? They're keeping it moving. They're not sitting there putting up with your shit. They're not sitting there putting up with your foolishness. And so now you wondering why they don't approach us. Why? They have every right to decide to put themselves first. They have every right to focus on themselves and search their happiness at some point. Look, I don't think a relationship, and I say this, is all about you're happy 24/7, but I think in order for you to have a successful, healthy, stable relationship, you have to make sure that you get yourself to at least a good space. If you are an angry, just bitter person through and through, that's gonna display itself in the relationship with the person you're with. It don't just evaporate and go away when you get a man. That comes out. Your anger and your bitterness comes out in the relationship. The person that's closest to you. So if that's your man, he's gonna get all of that. He's gonna have to navigate through all of your issues. And that's, we talk about it, but actually going through that's a lot. Nobody wants to. I understand you having an argument or disagreement. That's going to happen. You're not going to, I don't believe that, there are some people who say they don't argue relationships. You know what? I'll just take their word. If they're to that point, I respect that and I'll go with it. But for the most part, and that could be because they've been through it and they've learned how to navigate it and now they're at a better place. But in my opinion, relationships can be difficult, and the way you learn how to get better at it is to go through it. But while I say that, but to also state a relationship shouldn't be a myriad of confusion and chaos and disrespect and just a bunch of no. I don't. When I say you go through stuff in a relationship and a marriage, means you're gonna have arguments, but the relationship itself shouldn't be based upon chaos, disrespect, just the most egregious things. Like when you argue, it should never get to a point of disrespecting each other, calling people names and you are B and you are this and it should never get to that. It should never get to that. There's a difference. You can have arguments and disagreements where hell, it could get bad, but it never should come to the point of total blatant disrespect and just going crazy. And I mean like putting hands on each other. I don't think relationships are brought out to that. But I do think, that it's not all smooth sailing all the time, but you work through it. But a lot of these women are entitled, but at the same time, they don't want to go through anything. You don't want to have a man to even tell you the basic things. You want a leader, but you don't want him to lead you. You don't want him to have anything to tell you. You want him to lead you in a way you think he should. And I don't know what way that is. Because as the leader, he's going to have to say things to you and you're going to have to follow and listen, because you know that he's not going to steer you in the wrong direction. But these women don't want to do that. They don't want to do that. And I think that's part of the problem. They see being what's the word that they hate? Submissive. They think being submissive to a man means you zip your lips, you don't say nothing, you go in the closet and you don't come out till he tell you to. That's what they think. And they can't because a lot of these women were raised by women. They're strong black women. They're strong black mothers. That's who they were raised by. And those women didn't teach them any of that. See, Irving, thank you once again for the super chat. Says you gotta love certain people from a distance. Oh, child. I know that's right. I know that's right. See, Irving. Exactly. You love them from a distance. Trust me. I learned that from experience. You love them from a distance, and that's fine. That's fine because you have to preserve your peace. You cannot keep subjecting yourself to their issues, because next thing you know, you'll start picking that up. You'll start taking things from them. Listen, I'll give you a little bit. My husband told me one time that every time I would talk to my mother, we would get into an argument. And at first I was like, what? I didn't see it. I didn't see it. And then, when it happened, I realized, you know what? He's absolutely right. Every time at a point, every time I would talk to my mother, we would end up arguing about something. And what it was it's that toxic nature that you don't always recognize from certain people because you don't want to. You don't really want to accept that. Oh, shit. You don't really, excuse me, y'all. I knocked my ice over. You don't really want to accept the truth about the people that you care about a lot of times. You don't really fully want to accept that, their nature and who they are for real. You want to have hope that, you don't want to see them in that light. Nobody wants to see their loved ones. That could be your mother, your father, your aunties, your brothers. You don't want to see them in that way. You want to hold out some type of hope or, and believe and tell yourself that they're really not that way. And you give them a chance, but every time you encounter them, it's some stuff, and it's some negativity and it's some things, and it's a trigger. It could be a trigger for you. And for me, it was a trigger. And so I'm just like, every time you talk to these people, you end up in a bad place mentally. You end up in this, this confused place and this negative place. And it caused you to start reacting a certain way. So when you eliminate that, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I talk to you here and there and make sure you're good and things of that nature, but I'm not going to keep subjecting myself to the negativity and the things that will mess with my peace and possibly mess with how I interact with my husband and my family. No, I'm not doing that because that's going to jeopardize what I have. And if I allow other people's negativity to jeopardize what I have going on, then that's on me because I let that happen. But that's why you have to be aware of that. And it doesn't matter who it is. And that's why I agree. You love them from a distance. You speak to them from time to time, make sure they're good, things of that nature. And then you keep it moving, and you don't trigger certain conversations because then it's going to be a trigger. And then next thing you know, who knows, y'all arguing and then now your energy is messed up. So I agree with that wholeheartedly. Thank you, C. Irvin. Yeah, it's just, you got to preserve your peace. And I think for anybody that is, dealing with stuff like this, you got to understand that it doesn't matter who it is. You got to put yourself first sometimes, and I think that is hard for a lot of men to do. Captain Caveman says the old saying was told to black boys to never bring a girl home if she can't use her comb, but never told their daughters that, taught hate. So the old saying was to black boys to never bring a girl home if she can't use her comb. That's interesting. I never heard that one before, Captain Caveman. I've never heard that one before. And then he says taught hate. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you. I just thank you once again. I appreciate you, Captain Caveman. Yeah, I've never heard that one before, but I think I get it. But I just think, there's a lot of things that as in the black community that we could change, and I just don't think it will ever change. It's too ingrained. We're too ingrained in it. You know what I mean? And it just doesn't change. Doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't happen overnight. You got to work on that. Prime VA 757 says, when I moved to Hawaii back in 2020, I didn't realize it was so common to see a black man married to an Asian or a Polynesian woman, younger black men too. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the support. Yeah, and I think when you go to other places, you'll see more of that. It's more prevalent in other places, and I think this is why I think some men are out here traveling and looking around to see what's out there. They've been stuck in their own communities, thinking that they have to be loyal to their own women when their women aren't loyal to them. And I think a lot of Black women just think men's supposed to just be there. They just thought that they just was going to be there on standby waiting for them. And a lot of them are not. They're going elsewhere to try to find that peace that they're looking for, at least cooperative women. Thank you once again for the super chat, Prime VA. XYZ, thank you for the super chat, says, you're preaching good today, Pastor DeeDee. Amen. Thank you. But it's the truth, though. I call it like I see it. XYZ, it's the truth. And a lot of women unfortunately don't want to hear the truth. They run away from it. They run away from the truth because they want to spin their own narrative, and it's not working, though. It's not working. And so I just think, once again, like I say, we talked about, whether women could change, anybody could change, but you have to really want it, and you really have to want to put in the work to actually make the change. You can't just sit here and talk about it, but do nothing to cause the change to happen, because it's not just gonna one day you wake up and, I just want to be different, and you're gonna be different. No, it doesn't happen like that. You got to put in the work. You got to put in the work. So I just think, once again, as a Black woman, and a Black woman that I grew up with and see, I just think that you gotta have a different mentality. That's why I speak on it, because the one that a lot of our women have is not working. It's running the men off. It's running your friends off. Hell, it's running people off in general. People don't want to have to deal with your nasty behavior all the time, and how you come across, and how you act, and the attitude. No, but people are tired. Once again, tired of that type of behavior. These women don't know, and they're like, oh, well, we had to be hard, and we had to be tough, because we had to do it up. That don't mean you have to have a nasty attitude. That don't mean you have to be ratchet. That don't mean you have to be the way that you are. You could change that, but that's how they want to be. And so they are. Captain Caveman once again says, I expose my age with that saying. Thanks, DeeDee. I mean, not really, because listen, I don't be knowing a lot of stuff, y'all. I don't really be knowing too much. I don't be on, I'm on social media, but I'm not at the same time. You know what I'm saying? I don't really be exposed to the sayings and all that. I be forgetting them. So I don't know. I mean, I never heard it. I'm just saying, I never heard it before. So maybe that's, so I get what you're saying, but it's all good. Hell, I think I exposed my age, but I tell my age. I exposed my age with stuff too, I guess. I don't know. Thank you, Captain Caveman. Pharaoh, what's going on, Pharaoh? Pharaoh says, Babylon, Black women for Zaddy, less stress. I want African cake. There he go. Thank you, Pharaoh, for the super chat. Pharaoh said he want African cake, baby. I want to play this little clip now, y'all. Now this is going around on social media. So this is at some type of preparatory school. They're graduating, and it turned into a ghetto twerk fest, honey. And I turned to, of course I removed the music before copyright issues, but look, this is the culture. This is the culture of what Black people are about. This is what people will see all over the world. And this is their interpretation of Black women. Look, just buck jumping, acting like something's wrong with them. Look. And while I'm sure they're excited and all of that for graduating, why? I guess they say, screw it. We gonna do what we want to do. We don't care what nobody say. We don't care what you think. We don't care how you feel. We gonna act a fool. We gonna turn up at every chance. They did it at the White House. They'll do it anywhere. There's no type of tact, no type of nothing. It's just, oh, let's just twerk every chance we get, and we don't give a goddamn what nobody else says. But then when you're treated a certain way based off of this behavior, or there's a perceived or a notion about you and your attitudes and your actions, they get mad. And just looking at this, it just looked like something's wrong. I've never in my life seen this happen. I've never seen people do this at graduations. All the years, gone to graduations, have had a graduation, and everybody know how to present themselves properly. Now it's turned into this. It's like a bunch of wild hyenas on the platform, just mindless, just whatever. It looks bad. And they would do this anywhere. It doesn't matter. And this is, it's okay. It's become okay. Like, oh, nobody's saying, hold on now. There's a place. There's a time and a place for everything. And maybe this is not, and people just looking at them probably like, oh my God, how did we get to this place where they turned into a wild pack? A pack of hyenas once again out here just acting like they've lost their minds. What's going on with these Black people? And it's to the point where now a lot of these young people do not care about the perception of them. They don't care about how they're being seen. But if you're being seen as aggressive, wild people with this bad behavior, then don't you think people are going to assume the worst of you and treat you a certain way? We talk about how we're being treated and how we're being looked at. Well, this is what y'all are putting out there, and it's making it bad. Then when you're what am I trying to say? The idea or the perception of you is negative, and then when you're encountered by the police, you're encountered by other people, they automatically out the gate perceive you as a threat and as a problem. I'm not saying that that's right, but you also got to take accountability for your actions and why a person may see it. That's like if you know a person to carry a gun on them, right? And you know them to be a crazy person, and they always have a gun, and when they're walking around, you would say, you know what, be cautious because he has a gun on him. He always has a gun and he's ready to use it. Well, you're gonna proceed with caution, or you're gonna try to do something to protect yourself because you know the perception of that person. So it's sort of the same thing. When you put your image out there, your image is aggressive, wild, loud. They don't have no type of tact about themselves or respect. They could jump crazy and wild any minute. Well, then that's how people are gonna presume that you are, and so they're gonna move a certain way. And I think we've had a issue in our community with this for a long time now, and it's getting worse. And I don't think this generation doesn't seem to care about any of that, because nobody is telling them, hold up. When I was growing up, at least you knew, oh, hold up, you know how to conduct yourself when you go places. You know how to be quiet. You know how to act in certain spaces. You just know how to present yourself. You know how to, we look, be quiet. Don't say anything until somebody says something to you. And you knew how to be respectful. You knew how to say, well, yes, ma'am, or no, ma'am, or yes, somebody, would you like a glass of water? Yes, thank you. You know what I mean? You use your manners. Everybody is not taught that. And this generation of young people, it doesn't matter. You could be graduating. It don't matter where you're graduating from. You still going to act like this. So it's just a hot mess out here in these streets. G says to DeeDee in the chat, but God didn't stop making Black women when he made American Black women. Right. Exactly. Thank you for the super chat. G, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, I mean, look, there are good women, there are bad women, there are good men, bad men. There's good and bad all across, all over. You just got to find the one that's good for you. I don't think this was college. I think it was like a preparatory school. if I'm not mistaken. I think this is I think it's a preparatory school. I don't think it's college, but it's crazy. Latrell, thank you for the super chat. Says looks like The Walking Dead, if you ask me. Right, they do. Look like they're like dancing goddamn corpses. You know what I mean? Like Walking Dead is they're scattered everywhere, just acting like they're having seizures and stuff. Like, come on now. Like, come on. It's just too much for me. Once again, it's just, you know, I don't know. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. I really don't. Thank you, Latrell. He said, look like Walking Dead, baby. So yeah, it's just a mess. There's no guidance anymore. You know, Crim Secure does talk about being in order and out of order. Well, a lot of them are out of order. Out of order, doing whatever it is they want to do, baby. No shame in their game. They're just like, hey, we're gonna do what we want, take it or leave it, child. We don't give a damn about what nobody say. We're gonna get ahead and do. And then when people approach you in stores and thinking that because you're black, you a thief and you're a ghetto and you loud and you gonna run out. Now people are responding to that, and now they really have a problem. Everything is racism. Everything is an issue. Everything is a problem except your behavior. Everything is a problem except your behavior, except the way you present yourself. And then you think people are supposed to ignore that and look over that and deal with that. Well, that's a problem. And now everybody is speaking out on it, and they don't like that. So you don't like you don't want to do anything about your behavior. You got a problem with people saying something about it. You don't want to make any changes to yourself because you're just selfish and you do what you want because you're black. And now everybody's racist and everybody got a problem with black people. No, this is translating all over the place. It's gonna translate into relationships, into how people view you, how you're being treated. It's not just relationships, but it's in every arena. If this is how you want to act and put yourself out there, you're making yourself look bad, and people are not going to want to associate with you. They're not want to. All it's going to be is the hyena bonnet crew pack in one group. All y'all going to be together, and everybody else going to be somewhere else. Because the people who don't want to deal with that are going to isolate, remove themselves from it. And all y'all gonna have is y'all to look at it. And then they're gonna start fighting within the pack, you know? Because you know, hyenas, they're gonna start fighting each other. They're gonna start looking at each other saying, girl, you a problem. And y'all, you know, when you run out of other people who don't want to deal with you, you're gonna start turning on each other. And all y'all gonna just get mad. Instead of just realizing, hey, it's an issue, let's fix it. We could do better. We could do so much better. It doesn't have to be that way. But if you don't think it's a problem, then you're not going to do anything to change it. That's just how that goes. If you don't think your situation is a problem, you're not going to change it. Let's move on. I want to pull up another clip for y'all. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button. We got about 263 people in the building, y'all. We got 216 likes. We're close. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Great win. Thank you for the super chat. Says he didn't shoot Megan, but Tory will. He didn't shoot Megan, but Tory will forever be a lame for forcing that rapper to apologize on camera at gunpoint for a diss track that he asked for. I don't know nothing about that, Great win, but thank you so much for bringing it to our attention and for this super chat. Thank you. I appreciate you. Yeah, it's just crazy, y'all. The thing that bothers me though is when they say, oh, stop attacking black women, and oh my god, I just don't understand that. It's like doing dirt and hiding your hand. That's what I think a lot of our women are unfortunately doing. You're doing the dirt and you're hiding your hands. You're acting like you didn't do anything, and now you're just a perpetual victim. You know what Anton say? Y'all are running in the victims Olympics, right? All the time, 24 hours a day, every single day. You're a victim. No matter what you do, it don't matter. People just you're just always the victim. No matter what you put out there, how you treat people, you're still the victim when they protect themselves or respond. Oh, you're still the victim. That's just insane to me. And that's an issue, you know. So we got to work on that. We got to work on that. It's not gonna resolve or fix itself. You're gonna have to do something to actually change that and fix it yourself. That's all I'm saying. Um, Let me pull up this. I want to get y'all thoughts on this particular clip. Hold on one second. Hit the like button. Hit the like button, you guys. What do y'all think of this? And we're gonna move
Also
on.
on the internet said you're not grown till you realize that $12, $25, or even $5,000 is not no real money. And I don't know what this person means by real money, but I'm 41 years old, fully grown, and I can tell you that that's real money. What is real money? What even is real money? Everything's real money. A penny's technically real money, but I assume they mean you really can't do nothing with that. But let me tell you what, I want us to be honest with ourselves, okay? If you gave the average American, not even almost anybody in the world, $12, $25, or $5,000, I'm sure they could do something with it. And that's what I consider real money. I do okay in life. God has blessed. If I find $1,200 on the ground, I'm like, oh, snap. I can still pay bills. Any amount of money that you can find and the first thing you think about is paying bills, that's real money. Okay, now maybe you're the 1%, you're Jeff Bezos, okay. You got hundreds of billions of dollars, maybe that's not real money, but most of us ain't him, okay? I still got student loans. I still got kids. $5,000, that's not real. 5,000 US dollars is not real money. What does that have to do with grown? Grown folks got to pay their bills. Right. That's bill money.
Right.
If the first thing you think of is bills and not wasting it, it's for sure real money.
I know that.
If you still got student loans, it's real money.
Right.
That's just, what do you mean by that? I think on social media we be saying stuff, but we don't be saying stuff. Mm-hmm. And that wasn't, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's be for real. I remember when the pandemic happened and them stimmies went out, it was real money to a lot of people. It was around $1,200. It was real money to a lot of people. Okay? I remember. And I used my stimmy. I said, well, if y'all gonna give it to me, I got a place for it to go. Exactly. All right, I might buy a plane ticket. I might put something on my son's tuition. But I got a reason for that money to do something that's real.
Oh my God. I wanted to play this the other day because I thought this was so important. Yeah, you know, Shell, my sister told me last night actually, my sister was like, $5,000 ain't no money. I'm like, what you mean that ain't no money? She was like, $5,000 ain't no money. And I'm like, girl, what you mean? But I think a lot of, and then honestly, a lot of people who say that, they don't even be having the money. Oh, $5,000 ain't no money, but you ain't got it. But you ain't got it. So I don't understand. Like, I never understood when people say that. Well, that ain't no money. You know, $1,200 ain't no money. Why? Because you will blow it. Because if you get $1,200, you just go blow it on BS. Is that why it's not a lot of money? You want more and more money just to blow? And I think a lot of people who don't take their finances seriously or, save money or invest or whatever, they just blow it. That's why it's not a lot to them, because either you're blowing somebody else's money, either one. You don't value money, but because you're always spending it, or because you don't have it and somebody else is footing the bill for everything. So you don't see it as money because you don't have to pay for stuff. Usually people who don't have the money and they're not spending their own money, they don't value money. They don't value what it takes to get it because they don't have to, they're not getting it. But when you have to get your money and you got to get it out the mud and you got to work hard for what you have and you got to manage it and all that, it's money because every dollar counts. You know what I mean? And so if you just blowing it and you're not thinking, you don't put in the work ethic or the work to have to work and build it up, then it's not nothing to you because you either don't have it or you're not out here earning it. That's why I say about what sometimes with kids, they get a little, spoiled because if they don't, and you buy them things and get them everything that they want. If that's the case, for some parents like to spoil their kids and get them everything, they don't appreciate $1 because until they got to work for it. I remember I saw this little, this video short where this mother was asking, she was on the app or the phone or whatever. She was on the app, I think. It was a video of this where she was asking her son what he wanted to eat, right? And so she was ordering her stuff, and then she was asking him, so what do you want? And he was telling her, I want this, I want that. He wanted he ordered a good amount of food It wasn't too bad, but it was a good amount. He ordered it all. He was like, I want this and I want this and I want that. And you know, because normally she would order it and pay for it, but then this time she was like, okay, all right, that's what you want. Okay, cool. She was like, give me your money. And he was like standing there like, what? Money? He's like, money? She was like, yeah, give me your money. Give me your money so you can pay for your food. He was like, money? I gotta pay for it. She was like, yeah, you got money, you got a job, come on, pay for it. And she was like, I need it's gonna be this amount. Give me your money. And she was like, come on, give me your money so I can order the food. He was like, never mind. I don't think I'm hungry. She was like, what you mean you're not hungry? So it was funny. And it was, I know it was like it was a skit type video, but that's how it is. You know, when you get so used to somebody else paying for everything, and maybe, like with your kids, when they're younger, they can't work. They're not able to work. They're too young. So you're providing everything as you should as a parent. But when they get older and they start to work and they're still in the household, okay, now you can contribute. If you want something, you can pay for your food. I'm not saying you got to pay for mine, but I'm saying you can pay for yours. Now, that is a part of becoming an adult, understanding responsibilities. Hey, that this is what your life is going to have to be like. So you might as well, you're not going to have mommy and daddy sitting here paying for everything for you. You're going to have to learn how to become a responsible adult. And so and then for any extra stuff now, oh my God, you got a job. Okay, you got money in the bank. You want you want to order something, you can do that yourself. Mommy and daddy don't have to do it for you now. You can, those extra things that you want, you can go and actually get it for yourself, and you'll notice they don't really get too much. They really don't. They become frugal because they realize, dang, I gotta work for this money. And I don't want to spend it all on frivolous stuff. This what it was, Uber Eats or whatever. It ain't that pleasing anymore now that I got to spend my money on it. It's like, oh, okay, I don't really need that. We got food in the house. I can just go make that. I don't have to spend it. Then that's how you teach them responsibilities, because you understand what's important. And you want to preserve your dollar. You don't really want to spend it. That you don't want to lose your money because you got to work for it. So it teaches them responsibility. Hey, because now you got to be responsible. You got to count your money, and you're trying to make a certain amount. You don't want to just spend it like that. You know what I'm saying? So I think that is interesting. So this was funny. I just think, yeah, I hear people say this all the time, but that ain't no money. Yes, it is. All money is money. It's some money. It's money. Yeah, $1,200, $500, $200. That's money. If it's coming out your pocket, that's money. Let's move on. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button. Please hit the like button. Also support the channel, you guys, with the super chat, y'all. Make sure you are supporting the channel in that way. Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button. We're going to move on. I got another video I want to share with y'all. And then I'm going to put the link to the panel if you want to come up and give your thoughts on any topics. And then I got a question. If we get a panel, I got a question I want to pose to you guys. So be ready for that if you want to come up. But before we get to that, I want to play this particular video, and I want to get y'all thoughts on it. Make sure you chime in the comments below. All right. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Here we go. Where is she? There we go.
The thing is, do I be the black cat or do I be?
Hold on. There we go. Oh, why did I remove it? There we go.
Retriever. But like, do I try to be the black cat for him?
But my question is, do you want to be the wife or do you want to be the side chick forever? That's up to you. Which one do you want to be?
See, that's the problem. I definitely, I'm not side chick. I'm not. And that's why our relationship has fumbled.
Hello, Kiara.
Hello, Ashley. Can you hear me?
Hi, welcome in.
Can you guys see me?
Not yet.
Oh, okay. What the hell? Okay.
Hi, beauty. Welcome in.
Hey, let me change the light. Hold on. Okay. My bad. That purple light was crazy.
Red light district. I was like, where we at? Blue lights.
I know, right, girl?
Okay. Do you consent to be on a live and potentially all platforms?
Yes, my love.
All right. So what brings you up tonight?
What can I say? I just got home. Can I get a water? Hold up. Because I literally just got in.
Oh, she's like, it's a story time.
Hold on. Let me get my bottle of water. My bad, love.
All right. Wait, did I ask you, do you consent to be on a live and potentially all platforms?
You did.
Okay. All righty. So what brings you up, Kiara?
Not much. I kind of wanted to talk. I had a question, the same question I had for my cousin this morning, which is so funny. I was talking to her about you.
Oh, hey, cousin.
She's like, hey, cousin. She might join the live. Who knows? But the question is basically, damn. Do I want to spill my tea or not? Okay.
Yeah, really think about it, because it may go on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok. So just think about it before you say yes.
Nah, it's okay. Because I kind of made like a little TikTok about my situation, so it's okay.
Okay.
So basically,
wait, what do you mean no? That was no, you're not telling it, or yes, you're telling the story?
I'm gonna tell, but I'm not gonna spill too much tea is what I'm trying to say.
Girl, just
okay, fair enough.
Yeah. Jesus.
So, all right. So I was dealing with this guy, right? An older guy. He was a married man. I don't know his situation, honestly. Girl. But he basically like gaslighted me into being his girlfriend or whatever the case scenario may be. And we ended up going like to an extensive like relationship. I'm talking about I met his mom. I met everyone in the family besides his daughter, clearly, and besides his wife. Up until I pulled up to the house of the wife and I, you know.
She already down bad fooling with a married man. That's already, you already starting this out bad. That's bad already. What's going on, Brandon? How are you? I mean, starting out, you dating a married man is that's a red flag right there. That you're not gonna get far doing that. I'm just saying. So that's already a problem. You starting off wrong. I'm just saying. Let's continue.
I had to see it all for myself and had him basically tell the truth to his wife and all of that. So my thing is, I've been dealing with this man for a very long time, and I'm like to the point where I'm healed and I know his situation already. Mind you, there's so many like backstories to it. There's so many like backstories to it. But basically, I'm at that position where it's like, I've been listening to this girl. I'm pretty sure you know about her too, because you're like in that relationship dating advice type of thing where it's like, you're either a black cat or a golden retriever. So my thing is, I know his position. I know that he's just a strip club owner, and he basically is accustomed to, you know, that lifestyle and, you know, young, beautiful melanin girls or whatever the case scenario may be. So my thing is, do I be the black cat or do I be the golden retriever? I'm done being the golden retriever, but like, do I try to be the black cat for him?
But girl, what the hell is a black cat and a golden retriever? Why are you on Ashley's show? These women, girl, what I'm black cat or a golden retriever? What? This some of this stuff be stupid. I ain't gonna lie. What like these young women are lost in the goddamn sauce. For real, they need some real. They need. I ain't gonna say what I was about to say because who knows? That's probably not good for you too. But baby, they need some real guidance. They really need somebody to get them together, whip them into shape. Because these women are out here lost, baby, in the sauce, and they don't have nobody to tell them the truth and what they should be doing or shouldn't be doing. They're just out here winging it. Winging it. I mean, literally, like they don't know what they're doing. They don't. Let's continue.
My question is, do you want to be the wife or do you want to be the side chick forever? That's up to you. Which one do you want to be?
See, that's the problem. I definitely, I'm not side chick. I'm not. And that's why our relationship has fumbled.
Girl, if the man is married, you are the goddamn side chick. What? And this is the mentality, y'all. The man is married, so you are the side, but they tell themselves they're not. You know, it's a coping mechanism. Oh, let me, what they do? I'm not, because I'm not the side chick. I'm the main one, you know. He's married, but I'm the main one. What they do? I just can't stand that, to be honest with you. But hey, do you? But I'm not the side chick. You know, I'm just not. So you're telling yourself you're not. The man got a whole wife. You know what I mean? You are the side. You are the side chick. I'm just saying. Let's continue.
I'm not that at all.
But technically, Kiara, if he is married, then you are the side chick. Technically.
Technically, right? But
No,
the
you
way
are.
it's so complicated, like
It's not.
because it's like I said, I don't want to spill too much.
Okay. But the thing is, I'm assuming he's not leaving his wife, right? And you
I
guys
don't know. That's his business. That's his problem. I'm to the point where it's like, if that's the case, then why even after? Because this was in 2023 when I discovered, you know, that he had to tell his wife everything. It's 2025 now, and he's still, you know,
But my thing is, Kiara, if that doesn't matter, right, about his wife or him not leaving her or staying with her, why was it important that you meet her? Why was that even important?
Wait, say that again. Sorry.
Why was it important that you meet her, the wife, if it doesn't matter whether he stays or leaves her?
No, at the moment in 2023, it was important to me because we were in a serious relationship where I thought that I was potentially going to be his wife.
Oh, so that's why I asked you initially. Do you want to be the wife or do you want to be?
Right now, no, not at all. He's not my type of. Because of everything that we've been through. He's not the type of caliber of man that I would want to pursue. But because he still financially takes care of me, and he's still in the.
He's not the type of man that she would want to pursue. But she thought at one point that she was going to be the wife. Something ain't adding up, baby. Something is not adding up. It's not adding up. This is why I say you hear these women, they're talking a lot. They talk a lot and you don't want to expose everything, but something is not adding up. First off, leave that married man alone. He's probably not leaving his wife. If he wanted to be with you that bad, he would have left the wife and got with you. So he ain't leaving the wife. And she's worried about financial stability. So he was paying her bills or whatever. And maybe that's changing. But at the same time, all of this, and he's not the caliber of man that you would want to be with. Something ain't adding up. Let's continue.
Picture, but he's not chasing no more. Yeah, everyone's confused. It's a confused situation, honestly, guys. It's confusing
already.
Okay, he's not chasing anymore, but he's paying your bills, right? That's what you're saying. But it sounds like you want the emotional part back. That's not there anymore.
There you go.
Yeah, that's what I feel. And you're like, uh-oh, he's out of it. But he's been with me so long. He's still going to do what he has to do as a man because y'all been together for so long. But emotionally, he's just not there.
Right.
So that's why you're asking, should you be the black cat and not care anymore? Okay, F it. You don't care, I don't care. That's what I'm hearing you say. But you do care. Deep down, you do care. Yes. And it's okay to say that you do. No, Kiara, don't lie to me. Kiara.
Listen, because you know what it is? It's different now. I feel like he comes every first of the month. He's like, here's your rent. And that's it. And I'm just like, I don't like that. I want a little pizzazz, like a little something.
You want him to stay. You want him to say he loves you. You want him to cuddle. You want him to spend time. You want him to
Not too much. But like a little something more, because it's like it feels. I don't like the feeling of it. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't like the feeling of it.
So is it he comes and gives you the money, you guys are intimate, and he goes, or he just comes and gives you the money, he leaves?
He's out the door.
Girl. No, I think you guys are being intimate. I would only think that because everyone has Zelle, Quick Pay, Cash App.
My love, I don't gotta lie about anything. No, we have not been intimate in like over a year.
So then, okay, if you're not intimate and he's giving you money for a year, then
it's been over a year, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just like, it is what it is then. Okay, well, I get the benefits of just getting your money and I never have to speak with you.
See, that's what I was thinking. But you know what it is? I'm like, no, trust me, Ash. Like, I don't know if you like to be called Ash or Ashley, sorry.
Yeah, I don't mind, Kiara. I don't mind.
Okay, so my thing is, like, I get it. A lot of people would say, like, okay, he gives you the money and you don't even got to do anything with him. Like, that's fine, whatever, cool. But you know what it is? I feel like I've been so rude to him ever since I found out that he lied to me and he's with his wife and everything. I feel like I've been so rude to him and I've just not been sitting in my femininity with him because I like call him out his name and everything. I'm like, cursing him out. I don't want to say too much because this might be on, you know, other platforms and stuff.
So
So I
what
don't
do
know.
you mean he lied to you about his wife, but you knew he was married already? So what do you mean lie?
Just like that. He's a narcissist. I don't want like to label people. I'm not a therapist or whatever, but like a lot of the signs that he gave and everything, like he said that he was divorcing her. Like I said, I met his mom. Why would you introduce me to your mom? But you married. You get what I'm saying?
But I assumed you already knew, like you said, you knew he had a wife and a kid.
He told me when he was divorced.
Oh,
that's a difference. That's a big difference. Like obviously, I was 21 when I met him. I'm 27 now.
Oh, so y'all been together for a very long time. Okay, so yeah, I just feel honestly, and I think you know, like he's not leaving his wife. You know, if he can have his cake.
That's not my problem. That's not my business. I'm at peace with that.
Kiara, I don't think so.
I don't think
you are. But it's nice to say on this live. It's nice to be tough. You're lying to me.
I'd be delusional. I'd be delulu.
You're lying. You don't lay up with a man, give a man 7 years of your heart and your life.
I don't lay up with him anymore.
And you don't care. You can't tell me you don't care, Kiara. No.
I care about what? Care about what?
Him coming, giving you money and leaving and not being emotional with you anymore.
Okay, but that's what I'm trying to figure out with you right now. Should I just not care and continue it how it is, or should I try to play that black cat and have him chase me again?
Girl, stop all this black cat shit. Just leave the man alone. You're emotionally attached probably to the man, and you mad that he's just dropping you. You want money? Here, I got money. I'll give you this, and just whenever I get time to hang around you, I will. So I'm paying for it up front. So whenever I'm ready, I'll show up. But I ain't got no feelings or nothing emotionally attachment to you or whatever. I'm over with my wife and my family, and she don't like it. That's real. That's what I'm getting to. You know, and I think a lot of women try to play like they have no feelings in it and all that. But if she didn't, she wouldn't even be talking about it. You wouldn't even come on this lady's show and expose all of that. You would go on about your business. Girl, I'm getting a check. He paying my rent every month. I don't got to worry about it. And you'll be moving on with your life. But it's not that simple. It's not that cut and dry. And they hate to accept the honest truth about it. And yeah, they want, come on now. A lot of people could see right through it, you know? Divine Photos, what's going on, Divine Photos? Thank you so much for the super chat. Says she's playing dumb. Yes, she is. Most likely, his wife already knew about her, and possible him and the wife are in an open relationship and didn't play her role. Right. Exactly. Thank you, Divine Photos, for the super chat and for supporting the channel and for being here. Yeah, she is playing dumb. She want more out of that out of that man than she's getting, and we can see it because she almost kind of emotional about it, you know. And I think you just got to be real with yourself. If you she said they were supposed to get married, so how is you don't like him? You know, you're not intimate with him. You didn't know he told you he was divorced, so that messed you up. You found out he was married, and now you've been messing with him since you was 21. Now you're 27. Yeah, there's some feelings there. And probably the fact that he's never going to leave his wife. And maybe there was a point in time where she thought he was and he was going to be with her. And now, okay, you can get him to give you some money or whatever. To me, that's just, like I said, that's the money to ensure that when he wants a little extra side action or whatever, he can get it. And that's it. And there's nothing else. There's no chase. There's no nothing. He already got you. So he probably realized what it is, and he ain't that interested anymore as much as he used to be. I'm just saying. And she don't like it. She said she don't like it. Irving Hunt, thank you so much for the super chat. Says he just paying her not to blow up his life. Okay. He pays cash too for no paper trail. Right. Could be, Irvin. Could be. But yeah, she definitely is not feeling that though. She definitely is not feeling that. Thank you, Irving. Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate you. Yeah, she's not feeling that. She's not. She's mad about it. There's no way in hell. If I was 27 years old, single, you know, young, attractive woman, and I don't have no man, no children, or nothing, and just say if I would never do it, but I'm saying I'm young, and you got this man who's your sugar daddy, and he paying all your bills for you, paying your rent and all that, and he's like, he don't want nothing from you. He's like, hey, I think you're just so beautiful. I'm gonna pay your rent. That would scare the shit out of me, first off, because I don't think nothing is free, to be honest with y'all. I don't think nothing's free. It may appear to be free, but it's not. You're gonna pay a price for everything, in my opinion. So I don't buy that. I don't buy, oh, he's just paying your rent and that's it. He wants no intimacy with you, whatever. Because some kind of way he getting something out of that in some kind of way. shape, or form. So that would scare the shit out of me. But first off, he paying your rent and there's no other attachments or nothing. You can do what you want. Why would you complain about that? And if you don't like him and you're not really that into him and you don't really want a serious relationship with him, what's the problem then? If you're going to take the money and run. Right? Why would you be on here saying you don't like it? Well, okay, so that lets us know that there's something more involved with that. You get what I'm saying? So, yeah. Let's continue.
That's up to you to decide. But I think you feel, even if you are a black cat, that may not work. I think you know that. You know that, because the thing is, I'm assuming it's already black cat energy. He's just bringing the money and there's nothing to it.
Right.
And that's what you said.
I feel like because I've been so rude to him for like the past year, and I've just been like, I don't care about you. I don't want to be with you. No, I don't want to go on dates with you. I feel like that has pushed him away.
But you're doing that in hopes of what? That he leaves his wife? You're being angry, upset with him, not going on the dates with him because of what's the reason why? What do you want from him? What do you want him to change? So you can stop doing that to him. What is it, the change you want?
You know what it is, Ash? And I'll say it.
Mm-hmm.
He's been saying for a long time, like, that he's going to cut his financial ties with me for in like the next 2 years and the next da-da-da-da-da-da, but this day never comes, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my thing is, I might as well have him, because the thing about men is that they love to chase, right? So obviously one day he's going to get tired and he's going to be like, I'm not going to pay for this no more. I don't want to do this no more, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my thing is, if I keep him in that loophole of interested, it might keep him, I don't know, Ash.
But the thing is, this is what I'm going to say, Kiara, and I think most.
So what she's saying is you talk cussing him out and talking to him crazy, and you think that's going to keep him paying your rent? Where are they getting this advice from? So you're going to just talk to him bad, and you've been talking crazy to him for over a year. Now he's distanced himself from you, but he's still bringing you the money, and then he's threatening to cut you off. So it seems like you talking to him crazy and cussing him out is making him move away from you, and eventually he gonna realize I'm okay. I ain't got to keep paying this. I'm not paying her rent. I'm not doing this. I'm gonna move completely away. Why does she talking to him crazy? It's gonna make him do more. It's weird. See, Irving, thank you once again for the super chat. Says she said he lied to her and she's not into him, but she was still taking his money. Exactly. She has the nerve to call that man a narcissist. Shaking my head, child. I'm shaking my head too. I don't understand these chicks. But this is why they end up by themselves. You play stupid games, you win stupid prizes, honey. And keep doing this. And then that's why they be doing it when they get her. She's 27, soon, young, she'll be 30 and you'll be 40. And then you're going to find yourself by yourself struggling to pay your own bills. Because ain't no man going to keep on doing that. And then you're cussing him out and talking to him crazy and hoping in hopes that keep him around. I don't think she's telling the whole story, though. Thank you, C. Irving, once again for the super chat. I appreciate you. Let's continue. I want to hear more.
Most women on this app who are talking about leveling up and getting to the bag, one thing everyone always preaches is save up your money. So you should have had a nice nest egg that you saved up.
Oh, no, for sure. Regardless if he was to leave me today, tomorrow, whatever, I'm straight.
To stop paying your bills?
But the lifestyle is nice. You know what I'm saying?
So then no, then we're not all the way straight then. Now, then we not.
I can't afford a millionaire lifestyle. Sorry. A lot of people in this chat can't afford that. Do I like it? Do every girl like it? Yeah, of course.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. If he's a millionaire, then that means we should have been, since 21 to 27, we should have saved way over $100,000.
Baby, don't worry.
Okay, Kiara.
Don't worry.
Child.
I know this is not a one-on-one call.
Yeah.
And I know we have to sometimes, just protect ourselves. This is a live. There's a lot of people watching. So you can't let your wall down 100%. I do understand that.
Right.
But.
So everyone in the chat, y'all could be saying what y'all say. Everyone in the comment, if this gets on YouTube or whatever, y'all can say what y'all say. Y'all already know me. But I get it though. It's my situation. Like I said, I was 21 when I got in this situation. Yeah. I'm older now. I'm wiser now.
I don't know if she's much wiser, you know, and you know that he ain't doing that. That's a coping mechanism. That's you're trying to guard your feelings because you're feeling some type of way. You know, the older you get, you realize these things. You see this all the time. You could point it out. Ashley actually picked up on it, and I see it as well. You know, these women don't know what they're doing. And you know, yeah, you can sit there and you got a man who is a millionaire who's can pay your rent. That's nothing to him. Okay, but eventually, you know, that's gonna run out. Eventually, that's gonna stop. And she's right. I mean, if you allow yourself to be in that situation, you need to be preparing for when you don't have that. You know what I mean? Because now it's going to be on you. This man is not going to marry you. He has his wife. Use a side piece. He got you there for a reason. And whenever he decides to pull that rug from up under you, you're going to be responsible for you. So make sure if you're going to do that, save your money. Stop thinking that this is going to be a forever thing, because it's not. It's a temporary thing. And then, like I say, a lot of these women, they get older and then now you don't no ain't nobody trying to make you their sugar baby. You know what I mean? You're going to have to be responsible for your life. And if you can't afford a millionaire lifestyle, then you're going to have to prepare for whatever lifestyle you can afford. You get what I'm saying? And so, yeah. And I think there definitely seems to be more that she was looking for in this relationship that she's not getting. And you could tell because she looks a little hurt in a sense. Like deep down, you know, you could tell like maybe she was looking, she said a lot in the conversation. She thought they was getting married. I guess she didn't tell him, the man didn't tell her he was married. He said he was getting a divorce. That wasn't true. They end up not getting the divorce. He's still with his wife. And I think that's bothering her in some way. If she's saying he just dropped the money off and go, no intimacy. He's trying to, but then she says she cussing him out and she don't really want to be with him. So that's why I say she's not telling the whole truth. And I think because of social media, they don't really want to expose everything. But yeah, she's hurt by it. Something about this, she's not being completely honest, in my opinion, about her true feelings about this man in the situation. So yeah, if all I could say, look, save your coins and get away and go live your life and possibly try to find a man that you can actually be in a relationship with. You know what I mean? Try to find somebody that y'all can actually grow and build together, because as much as women want this easier, soft girl life, child, that's only temporary. You know, these men, most of the men who have that money like that are married or they are in a committed relationship, and you end up being just something extra. And eventually the extra ones always fall off, you know, because at some point they get tired of, they just don't want to do it no more. And you don't want to be at somebody else's discretion. You know, you don't want to, your life shouldn't be tied to or be contingent upon somebody else's choices. Like if he decide your whole life and being is, hold on 1 second, y'all. Daddy. Hold on a second, y'all. So my bad, y'all. So yeah, it's, you know, I just think you shouldn't tie your life to somebody else's money and their accomplishments. You should be able to maneuver at your own expense. So you got to understand that this is a temporary thing. This is why I would tell her, listen, girl, get out of that. Stop. Don't depend on that man. Go live your own life. Find somebody that y'all can work with and build with. So you can, if you want to be married, you can find a man that will want to marry you and y'all build a life together. You'll be much happier than trying to sit here and depend on somebody for your bills and all of that, because you don't want to do, you want a certain lifestyle. That certain lifestyle is getting played out, especially, and it's not going to be a long-term, it's not a accomplishment. It's not a flex, because you're at the mercy of somebody else's accomplishments, somebody else's money. And that is not cool. And there are a lot of women who do that and they always regret it because they can't move the way they want. And a lot of times these men, when they're paying for you, they don't want you to talk to any other man, even though they have wives. They're like, no, they want you exclusively for them. They don't allow you to go and date other men or anything like that. They want you to preserve that body that they're paying for them. So whenever they're ready, they want you to be ready because they're paying for you. You're being bought. And that's how that usually goes. You know what I'm saying? And so I don't know. But that's typically how it ends up. And at some point, you should get tired of that. I'm just saying. Latrell says, ain't no way he's paying rent for free. Exactly. She's either laying her head on his lap or giving him the cat. Right. Exactly, Latrell. I 100% agree. So I don't think she's being honest there. Yeah. Yep. Thank you, Latrell. I appreciate you. Farrell says her face looks like a kneecap. Ashley, fine. There he go. Farrell. Thank you for the super chat, Farrell. You're a trip. But yeah, thank you, Farrell. I appreciate you, bro. Yeah, it's just what it is, you know. And she's trying to cope with what's happening, and maybe she realized that this is coming to an end. Like he's gonna like move on, and if he'll move on to another side piece. You know what I'm saying? Maybe she's getting too old. She's 27. Maybe like Leonardo DiCaprio, he want another 22-year-old. You know, he go get a younger woman who's gonna play her position and not get caught up. And then when she get caught up, he gonna move on to the next. You get what I'm saying? So it is what it is. Let's continue.
But I'm still in the mess. You get me?
Yeah. So you have to decide, Kiara. You have to decide.
That's what my cousin said too. That's exactly what I said too.
Yep. So you're hearing it twice. Yeah, you have to decide, what do I want? Am I just going to just accept the money, no emotions? And maybe I feel him pulling away and he's probably talking to somebody else now and I have to just accept that? Or do I just let him go completely? That's for you to decide. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's for you to decide.
I agree. Like I said, if this was a one-on-one call,
totally.
It would be very different because everyone in the comments talking they shit. She not wise. She not this. She not that. She da 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 da.
Oh, I know. I know. That's what I said. You're on live. There's 2,000 people here, so I know we can't really go there, and I'm not really going there with you. Just you know, I'm just not. I'm just.
But the thing is that regardless if I'm too pretty to be in the situation, the thing is that you don't pick and choose the life that life gives you. You get what I'm saying? Sometimes shit happens, especially as females. I'm pretty sure, and this is why I always say, like, I much rather my situation than anybody else's situation because I can at least sit on it and I can stand on that. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people have not encountered what I have encountered in my 27 years old age. You get what I'm saying? Y'all could say that I'm not as wise as y'all portray me to be or whatever the case scenario may be, but guess what, baby? I done experienced a lot. I done been through a lot. So a lot of y'all in the comments talking y'all ish, go ahead. It is what it is.
That's fair.
But I get it. And on a one-on-one call, how can I get on a one-on-one call? How?
Schedule it, my love. The link is in the bio. Let's talk, you know?
Yeah.
Let's really talk. I'm serious, Kiara, yeah.
You know my thing about like because what would you like? What's your title? You would categorize yourself as like a relationship coach?
No, just Ashley L. Dalton. That's it.
I'm
just the girl trying to help out all the other girls.
Just the girl trying to help the girls. Because you know what it is, like I really be looking at a lot of people who be on like the relationship dating advice or whatever, and I really firmly believe that a lot of people who are talking are to like scope these women and these young women to go for that high valued man, to be in that type of caliber of lifestyle. You want that luxury lifestyle, that high value. But not a lot of people are built for that. So
But I mean, I look, listen, I'm going to get my coaching license because I think it will it'll help me to further my message. You know what I mean? I'm going to actually become a relationship coach and get my license in it because I think that will help me to elevate a little bit more and maybe reach a lot of more people because I think it's important. I really think it's important because I think people respect titles. And maybe that'll help young women to actually listen a bit more because of, you know, I think I have a little bit of experience and I understand the nature of relationships and what they should be. And in this day and age, I think the message needs to be put out there. This whole culture and high value stuff is just out of hand. People have gotten so far off the mark of what a relationship should be between a woman and a man. It's ridiculous. Everybody is wanting to get to the bag. I would not recommend these young women go after rich men and go after men for just money, because you're setting yourself up for failure. In my opinion, it's never works out. These women become more distraught, more lost, more bitter and angry after all of this, because you realize you are not what you think you are to these men. You are not special in the eyes of these men. You are not the prize in the eyes of these men. You come a dime a dozen. You are not you're not this man's priority. You are not his end all be all. These men have wives. These men have the pick of the litter. You could come or go. You're at his mercy. And she's right. A lot of these women cannot handle that. You think that it's all about the glitz and the glam and the money and all of this. It's really not, because you're tying your emotional well-being to a man and his finances. You're at his beck and call. You're there for his picking and choosing, and you're not the only one. And most women cannot handle that. It's going to destroy them mentally, and they end up being in a worse place as they get older. And then you end up being by yourself, because once you've locked yourself into that position, when it's over, you've wasted and missed a lot of time that you could have been giving yourself to a man who really prioritizes you, and y'all work together. You could have built something so much better and more. And you're just sitting here for the lifestyle of it. That shit is going to run out. And then you're going to be left by yourself. It's not worth it. It is really not worth it. And I see so many people do this. So many young women do this. And then they end up distraught. And that's from the bit she's given us. That's what I'm seeing happening right before our eyes. She was 21, young. Now she's 27. You done tied yourself down to this man, and with no commitment whatsoever, no real commitment. And him just paying your rent shouldn't be enough. That should, you got this lifestyle. Okay, and at the end of the day, outside of the lifestyle, what? I know a lot of people who have the lifestyle, but they're miserable as hell. This is why I don't recommend that. I know people like things, and I would know women like things, but baby, it runs out. It gets old. It really does. And so you just, I see too much of this just fall apart, and these women are still left distraught and lost in the mind and don't know what to do. And as you get older, you realize, wasted a lot of time, and now you're older and nobody's really checking for you like that. The wall is real. But they get to see it, and it's a horrible thing that's happened to witness. I'm just saying. Let's continue.
Everyone's pushing everyone to go find that man, go outside. You're not getting approached. You're not this, that, that. But when you do get approached, or even if you do, like, are you ready for that lifestyle? Because it's like I said, those high value men come with a lot of high value problems. A lot. Okay? Because you think I wanted to get blindsided by this man? No, of course not. But I was young, dumb, and naive.
Absolutely. I think, the things that I do here is I just want to get to the root of whatever the issue is and create a solution. So you can live the life or get the thing that you want sooner than later. Yeah. That's my goal, is to get to the truth as quickly as possible. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And again, I know, Kiara, like you said, you've been through a lot, and maybe you have your guard up now. There are a lot of people here. I know that. I feel that from you. There's
I'm not even people.
But I know right now your heart is broken. I know it's painful. I know it's hurtful. Okay, Kiara. Okay.
No, I ain't saying that. Okay. I ain't denying the crime.
Mm-hmm.
You know what it is? Still in the healing era. Definitely. Still in the healing era. I could definitely admit that. One thing about life is that you gotta hold yourself accountable for a lot of shit. So I hold myself accountable for that. Not gonna lie. Because crashing out is a real thing. And I done crashed out too much.
Yeah, and if we're crashing out, that means we're giving more than we're receiving. Always
remember that. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not that no more. This is why I'm sitting in my black cat energy.
No, but you are. You're still holding it. And there's that wall up. And guess what? Once someone triggers you, it's all going to come up and out. But you're doing a pretty good job of like saving face and hiding it right now. But one button, that's it. You're going to 10. It's over.
But your chat is upset with me right now, so I'm gonna let you go ahead and have your night.
All right, Kiara. Have a good
Thank you,
night,
Ash,
beauty.
but I'm sorry, chat, for not saying too much. I'm sorry. It's just too much people. Y'all ain't gonna clock my tea.
You're fine, beautiful. Have a good one.
Good one.
Oh, Kiara. Kiara. Yeah, I'm sending a lot of love to Kiara. Let me say this, and I want you guys to stop what I want you guys to stop judging her, because some of you guys are laid up with married men. Some of you guys are laid up with husbands who ain't doing for you. Let me go there. Let me take it a step further. Some of you on this live every night got a husband and he ain't paying you no attention. So let me go there. Let's hush. Okay, you got the husband, you get to say you married, but that's all you got. Now hush. You got a boyfriend and he ain't paying a damn bill, but you get to say you got a boyfriend. Ooh. So hush. Ooh. Be quiet. Thank you.
Oh my God.
Please, judging her, you ain't got a man, your man is cheating on you, and your husband ain't even home. So please, hush. Leave the girl alone. It takes a lot of courage to come up here and share stories. It takes.
Listen, you know, she got a point though. Now that she got a point, but my thing is this: why? You know, I see. You know, people talk about judging. You know what I mean? Look, people gonna look when you bring your business to social media. Yes, people are gonna judge. That's what it is. You put your business out there, people are going to judge. That's just what it is. I mean, if you don't want people to judge, don't put your business out there. And so the difference between the people in the chat and the person on the thing is because they're not putting their business out there for you to know and to judge. So yeah, I think that's the nature of social media. It what it is what it is. People gonna come to conclusions about you one way or another. You can't worry about that. But I think if you're trying to get advice, I think in my opinion, I think when you're wanting to get advice, you need to, if that person has the one-on-one, do that. That way everybody's not privy to your business. Keep it private. I don't think that you should put all your private business all on social media at all. I don't think that's not for everybody. That's for you and that person to figure out. And if y'all go to therapy or whatever, your therapist or whoever to help you. But I just don't think you should be airing out all your personal tea on social media, especially if you are married. If you are married now, you shouldn't be putting all your business out here to people. Nah, because people are going to scrutinize it. People are going to have opinions about it. People are going to have something to say. That's just how we go. So you can't, you're not going to get past that. You know what I mean? So you have to understand that part. It's a part of the business. You know what I'm saying? Classy Perspective says, here's an idea: get your own millions so that way you're not the victim of any man. Exactly. Yeah, make your own money, take care of yourself. We have a bunch of boss chicks out here who claim to be boss chicks. They don't need a man, but they want a man to take care of them. They want to spend a man's money. They don't want to spend their money because it's too much. It's too much to handle. You have to be able to manage your money. You know what I'm saying? You have to be able to manage money. You can't you don't just make money, but you got to manage it. You got to you got to continue to work. You just can't sit back. And a lot of women don't want to they don't want to work long term, is what I gather. A lot of women don't want to work long term. They want to have, do it for a little while just to prove that they can, and then they want a man to step in and continue to handle the rest. And I think that's when women talk about this soft girl era in life. They want to work is almost like to prove a point, but you don't really want to work forever. You don't really want to. You know what I'm saying? You don't really want to do it by yourself for the long haul. This is why they say, look, I want the option to work. I want to be able to have the option. I want to be able to do what I want to do. And I want a man here who's going to, continuously maintain it. If I get the house, then I want him to pay the mortgage. I want him to pay the light bill, all the bills. And, you just could sit back. And if you choose to go to work, you can do it. And then if you do go to work, you want to be able to stack your cash. So if one day he decides to leave you, You know what I'm saying? You could just leave and have your money together and take his money as well. So that's how a lot of women think, which I think is weird, you know, but that's how they think. That's how they think. And I think that's a selfish mentality. Oh, you want to secure the bag for you and your kids. You want to make sure that if he decides to walk away, or if you decide to walk away, then you'll have money. You'll be straight, and he's the one that's going to have to work his way back up to all, you know, for all the money that you took away from him when you decided to leave. You know what I'm saying? So it's crazy. Thank you, Classic Perspective, for the super chat. I appreciate you. Let's see. Yeah, but she's hurt. She's hurt. Like she said, it's a healing process. If you didn't care about him or anything, what are you healing from? If you didn't care about this man, and you didn't want to pursue, one minute she didn't want to pursue a relationship with him, then she thought they was going to get married, and then he was already married. And so I think it's a lot of things that, you know, she thought was going to happen and it didn't happen out, and now she's distraught behind it, without really wanting to express that she's distraught behind it. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to her. Shout out to her. Hopefully she can get it together. You know, a lot of times, you know, these women put themselves in these situations and they don't really know how to handle them or what to do. And, you know, it could definitely, it's going to affect them in a negative way. It really is. It's going to affect them in a negative way. And hopefully she can get past this. And I would advise her to not fool with married men. Just don't fool with married men. I don't care how much money they're trying to offer you or whatever. That is not going to be something that's good for you in the future. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I do think she needs therapy. She needs therapy. Tyrone says she needs therapy. She is not hiding from anything. She was lying. Way to go, Ashley. Deflecting from the truth doesn't help. It's not a judgment. It's a fact. I agree with that. These women will let me work until they are crippled. These women will let me work until they are crippled, as long as the bag keeps coming in. Yeah, you know, Bree says, well, I mean, DeeDee, who wants to work forever? Men and women. Exactly. Nobody wants to, but but if that's why it's important to work together. Bree, shout out to you, Bree. Bree says, well, I mean, DeeDee, who wants to work forever? Man and but right, but that's why it's important for men and women to work together. That's why I stress that, because you can get a lot further working together. So if both of y'all are working and y'all are putting them coins together, y'all are paying the bills together, it's a lot easier, because you can do that, and you can also build a nest egg for yourself. You can invest in certain things that will bring y'all more money. So at the end of the day, y'all got money together. Y'all don't have to work and struggle as hard as you get older. So you can sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor while creating a plan, however that may look, whether it's business, investments, whatever you are doing, so that as you get older, you can sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor together, y'all, because y'all built it together. But a lot of people, unfortunately, are out here trying to build generational wealth by themselves, and they're finding it difficult to do, because it's going to be harder for you to build by yourself, because bills come every month. So, and if you've created this elaborate, expensive lifestyle, you got to pay for that. That's why they want a man to invest into them. They want a man to work simultaneously by himself. They want him to work hard to the bone and give them all the money, pay all their bills, so they can work and build their money, so they can get to a place of financial stability by themselves. It don't work like that. And I think men are aware of that. Why would a man want to invest in you just for you to build yourself up and then leave him alone? That's called using somebody. That's usury. So you want to use a man for what he can give you, but you don't really want to be with him and work with him. You know what I'm saying? That's you want somebody you can use, and nobody wants to be used. So yeah, and there was a woman who literally came out and said, I miss the days when men would just go to work and shut up and just pay the bills. Yeah, you want them to just shut up, don't care about nothing, pay your bills, make sure you good and all that, and that's it. No, that don't work like that. It doesn't. And if you are a person who can get in that situation where you're a sugar baby or whatever you want to call it, where you get a man to pay your bills, that ain't he ain't doing that for nothing. And either he gonna get tired of you or you gonna get tired of him. To a point where you don't care about him paying your bills because you don't want to. Either it's a old man that you're not really attracted to, and you got to give your body to this man. Damn, I gotta be with him because he paying my damn bills. Like, it's gonna be either way, either whatever. It's gonna run its course, and if you have the choice to decide, hey, am I gonna waste my time with this, or I'm gonna go out and try to find meaningful relationship with a person I really care about and really like and really want to be with. And not put all my stock into this man who already has a wife, and I'm just playing games on the side because he'd give me a few dollars for my rent. Or he give me this, like, oh, he could be paying all your bills and giving you this lifestyle. You just sitting there wasting time. Eventually that gets old and it gets tiresome. And it comes to an end. I'm just saying. These women letting these men fart in their faces, child. It's just crazy, y'all. It's crazy as hell. So that's just my thoughts on that, y'all. Yeah, it's just crazy. I just wanted to share that because I thought it was interesting. And there are a lot of and I will say this, there, I just think it's bad advice for older women who are out here telling these young women they need to get to the bag and they need to level up and get these men to level up and do all of this stuff. I just think that is not the right message to send to these young women because it's setting them up for failure. I think that it's setting them up for failure. It's setting them up to be in a position that they're going to regret later on. And, I think it's irresponsible to teach these young women that or tell them that, knowing that this is not a long-term fix and it's going to mentally disturb them. And so this is why I say, listen, you should be trying to find meaningful relationships. I think relationships can be established between men and women when women understand what's important, because once and women change their mentality and how they think and start focusing on the things that are important when it comes to men and relationships. And I think if women start approaching it that way and start approaching men with that mindset, men will come around. Because I think, like, once again, I say women have a lot of power if they choose to use it in the right way. I just think that they don't use it in the right way, and it shows. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a lot going on, y'all. It's just a lot that's occurring. And hopefully people can learn from their poor choices, learn from their mistakes, get their acts together and do better. Once again, you can give advice, but the person has to listen. You can lead them to the water, but you can't make them drink it. So people are people. You have the right to do what you want with your life and how you want to move. But when you make certain choices and you don't get the outcomes that you want, you gotta accept that and move on and live again and try something different. Don't keep doing the same old thing over and over, thinking that you're gonna get a different result. You can't keep doing the same thing thinking you're gonna get a different result and then get mad at people when you don't get that outcome. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I would tell anybody out here to do. Time. DeeDee, see you on Uncle Ricky and the Team Fatty, the Untouchable Empire channel. Have a blessed weekend and stay consistently healthy. Thank you so much, Time. I appreciate you. Pharaoh, thank you for the super chat. Says, how can I buy a consult? I'm studying 2 languages. Pharaoh, I'll let you know. Thank you, Pharaoh. I'll let you know. That talking about vibes, you don't feel that bad luck and karma about to hit you for dealing with somebody married? Of course, right. Yeah, karma is real. I do believe in karma. I really do. I really do. I think what you do comes back to you in one way, shape, or form. I do. Thank you, Pharaoh. Y'all, I got the link. I'm gonna leave it for a second because I ain't gonna be up here too long. If you want to come up and give your thoughts on any of the things that I've talked about, go ahead and click the link. If not, I'm gonna go ahead and end the live stream. All right. So I'm gonna leave the link up here for a little bit. If you want to come in, make sure you have your cam ready. And make sure that your audio is good. All right. What's going on, C. Urban?
Hey, how you doing, DeeDee?
Good.
I'm good. The weekend is approaching. you know?
Right. It is.
Yeah, yeah, and audio is right too, as well. I think this is a different link, right? A different stream link.
Yeah, it is.
I think this one's better as well.
I hope
Yeah,
so.
yeah, it is, I think.
So,
Yeah,
what's your thoughts?
yeah, it was a lot, especially the last like clip that you showed of Ashley.
Mm-hmm.
There was just so much like when you were talking about it, I can relate to even some of my own personal experiences that I had, like a past relationship, you know, like touching on this, get into the bag culture, you know, I've just seen how it's just gone from like, you know, it's okay to want someone, a man who's, you know, is able to provide, but I've seen it gone from that to like the extreme, you know, and it's like the man is no longer like a human being. It's like he's just an object or an accessory, you know? And yeah, like watching that clip with her, like I can relate to a situation that I had. This was maybe 4 or 5 years ago. I was seeing someone for like a year, almost a year, and you know, her mother was really pushing that, you know, get into the bag rhetoric to her at the time, and you know, she was really into me, you know, but I feel like her mom, like, it's like what you said at the beginning when you said, sometimes I think you said when you talk with your mom and you talk with your husband, you behave a bit different. And I noticed that with her back then, when she would talk with or have private conversations with her mom, and her mom is telling her, you know, you have to find somebody who's rich, who has money to do this for you, so you can go here and you can do that. Because this is what I did with your father. But the funny thing is, with her father, it didn't work out, you know, and it was for, you know, long story short, for some of these reasons, you know, that I will get into. So, yeah. So basically, with her, you know, we continued on and everything. And then I started to realize after a while, she just started to talk more and more about this type of, you know, get into the bag or finding the guy to get to the bag type of thing. And I just slowly just distance myself from it, you know. And I kind of just backed up, and then I just said, you know, it's not really for me, you know. And funny enough, she like soon after got with another guy, like a guy who has money, like more money than me, you know, at the time. And I remember this. I remember one call and she, like after things ended, she called me on the phone and she was talking to me saying, um, you know, I met this guy, he's got 2 businesses, you know, we're going to, I forgot where she said at the time, somewhere in Europe, some country in Europe at the time, you know, on vacation. And I was just like, okay, great. Why are you telling me, you know? And, you know, fast forward time, you know, that guy, or what I found out from her sister, you know, fast forward a little bit of time, that guy, you know, had other women on the side. He didn't even want a relationship with her, you know? And when she got to the relationship part with him, he was just like, what? You know, that's not my plan for you, you know? And yeah, yeah, you know, I think situations like that, like I see it a lot. I think it will happen to, I think, sadly, to a lot of women, you know, who are just stuck and focused solely on, you know, getting to a man's pocket, you know, and for what he has, you know, using him as an object, you know. It's karma. Like if you use somebody as an object, they're gonna use you. They're gonna find a way to use you too. He's not stupid, you know. These men who make a lot of money, they're not stupid. That's how they got to making all this, you know, the amount of money they have, you know. So they're gonna figure out ways too, you know, to get what they want. You know, that might not be what you want, you know. So yeah, that was a lesson for me, and I'm sure a lesson for her, you know, back then.
Good point. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I just think, yeah, I mean, there are women out there who are just this getting to the bag thing is just ridiculous, and I'm always saying, I just think that they're just being foolish about it. Relationships are not just based on money. I don't know how many times I say that. Money is important, but y'all work together. Y'all figure that out. That's what it's about. Not just, it's just so dumb. Sometimes I get tired of talking about it because it's like beating a dead horse. It's like, Jesus Christ, I'll say it and then I see something and people are, I just need to get to the bed. Like, y'all sound stupid. I'll try not to be mean, but it's like sometimes that's all people understand. They don't understand politeness. They understand you telling them harshly. Maybe that'll force them to do something. I don't know, but it's just crazy. And I just think that is one of the biggest issues that is happening when it comes to the single people out here who's trying to build, the men who are looking for, women to build relationships with. They are off the mark. It's like, you don't understand it. They're getting the bad advice from these older broads just out here all wrong. These dating coaches out here, ladies, female dating coaches, is giving these young women all the wrong advice, in my opinion. That's why I said, Coach Ferg, to you, give me you go ahead, give me your thoughts, because I'm thinking about getting my license in it, because why not? Why not? Just to make it legitimate, to be able to give these women a little bit of a better advice, because I just think they just lost in the sauce for real. Like it's and if we want to reach the next generation of young people, something has to change. Something has to change.
What? She was getting that advice from her mother, at the time. So this is what, that threw me off, because I knew her mother's situation, like, because obviously stuff, and
boy, your audio's bad.
I was just. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you get a lot of background muffled sounds.
I was just saying, it threw me off because, like, I understood the backstory of her mom and how her mom and dad separated. It was just a transactional type of relationship and marriage dynamic. So, it kind of threw me off that her mom would be feeding her that same type of advice. I wasn't expecting it. I would just say that was not expecting it. But yeah.
Man, Ms. DeeDee, I saw this. I caught the video with this last little young lady. Listen, man, it's unfortunate. She was lying the whole time. I believe she was a worker at the club, and she was trying to go straight, and he was going to do what he's been doing probably his entire marriage. He knows how to shut those women up. And I believe she got out of her position when she showed up at the house. And now he's like, well, whatever. I ain't even go even give you that time. And she's in her feelings about it, because why would you show up at the man's house if it's what you know it was going to be in the beginning? But women can't play those games. Once you start getting that hammer, all that shit go out the door. They can't do friends with benefits too long. And if he's doing what he's doing, I don't have no pity for him. The fact that he would take resources out of his family's mouth and go give it to somebody who probably can ruin his whole marriage. But I don't know, man. These women are, like you said, they're not giving the truth. For women out here in this lifestyle that they thinking is going to take them over the top. And, if you do get your coaching license, I'll say go to the young women. Get those women before they get out to the streets. But I don't know, man. Like, it's just redundant at this point, because I'm sure she had women that were championing her behavior. And you see these coaches don't really hold them accountable. And sometimes they need to hear the ugly truth about it. But I don't know, man. But if a man does that, whether he's single, married or not, you get what you get. You saw her. You have to be strong enough to pull back unless you just addicted to the cakes. Other than that, man, you got to get away from that. You got to see the red flag. You can't talk about the red flags on YouTube, then accept the red flags in real life. It doesn't make sense. It's called being crazy. You know, you see it, get away from it. Be stronger, you know what I'm saying? It'll come back around. But it's just unfortunate, man. She's still talking like she's 17 years old. And a lot of women unfortunately move like that. Then when they get all played out and used up, now they looking for the good guy with the baseball hat on. Who don't, you know what I'm saying? But again, man, fellas, man, use these as learning tools. I don't care, use them so you can stay away from them. So I don't know, man. It's Friday, man. Y'all go take a bath, not a shower. Take a bath, sit in that water, soak all that wheat dust off your asses because this shit is ridiculous. I'm done.
Pharaoh, what's your thoughts, Pharaoh?
All I have to say is basically, if you do get your coaching license, just like do something like do something extreme or just as great as like these dudes doing like military school or doing something like these Catholic schools. Like you can start your own charm school or something like that. You can start your own school for like ladies and stuff like that with manners, because you talked about how like we need our manners back and we need everything. That's the deal with me, because to be honest, with me having mental disability, like I know you said something about like putting your business out, but the deal is that I have certain mental stuff, but the deal is that fighting that with being a gentleman helps fight that. Learning multiple languages. That's why I told you learning multiple languages actually fights that as well. That's why we need, it feels like our generation don't want to do nothing to progress. That's why we going crazy now, because we just let one things go in one ear and out the other. We don't want to listen. It's more the deal of we just sit there and relax and just watch what's on the TV and just absorb through eyes and rather absorb through the mind and through the ears. We want to pretend that nothing causes trouble except for basically like something that has more power than us, but we can cause trouble ourselves. Because we get out here, if we don't have knowledge of what we can do or knowledge of our own selves, basically if we go out there just as blind as a bat, we can cause trouble being dumb and ignorant, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
It's really a hard thing to explain, but that's why the deal is, I say we should that's the deal of why I'm starting to learn multiple languages, because it helps me get prepared. It helps my mind get unhindered from and get unstressed from certain things, because I sit here and of course, like, yeah, I may from time to time get criticism, but that's probably criticism from people who probably haven't even left their own town. But other than that, um, I just want to say this. We need to stop letting people drag us down, and like we need to start doing things to lift us up. Basically, like doing things that can consider ourselves, basically doing things that is like a medal of honor to ourselves, that we know that could basically move us forward in many directions, that basically that is unknowingly better. Like damn, I don't even know what but
I hear
all I
you.
got to say all I gotta say is we it's the deal of right now. I just wish our people would stop just taking ourselves for granted and just stop playing with themselves and playing with their futures, because the deal is time is not forever, because they think that they can just sit around, party, sit around doing these things. Like there's these pictures of like people stealing cars, like with babies inside. And I'm like, are you really gonna do that? And you really toss the baby out? You toss the baby car seat out like it's nothing? Like that's ludicrous.
Yeah, that
But
is. Mm-hmm.
but this generation nowadays, they really they really just, it's really like an end of the world situation. But the deal is that we will never know until we're basically ending it ourselves. We're not ending it through the planet. We're basically the end of it. Humans are the end of it. Until we better ourselves, humans are the end of it. So once we better ourselves, we will be the end of it. So that's what I got to say.
Gotcha. Game changer. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for asking.
What's your thoughts on the topic?
I kind of got in late, so I don't have a clear understanding what the umbrella topic is. But the subset, what you were talking about when I came in, the whole get your bag thing, I'm
Mm-hmm.
gonna want to speak on that if I may.
Yeah, sure.
So yesterday, I was listening to a show, and they were talking about how last month, I think it was 106,000 Black women were lost their jobs, while 48,000 Black men got their jobs.
Hmm.
Yeah, and the host, she said, what should Black women do about this? What should they do? And after a while, I wanted to see what the people were going to say, if they were going to come up with the answer that I did. And none of them did. So I made the suggestion in a chat room that they become decent wives and mothers.
Mm-hmm.
And it was interesting the pushback that I got from that. You
Not
know,
surprised. Right.
yeah, there was a strong reluctance to that. And she said that so we should rely on a man's income. I'm thinking, like, what income are the laid off women relying on now?
Mm.
And if 48,000 Black men just got new jobs, then perhaps, not only is it something that should be considered, it's something that should have been considered some time ago. So I
Mm-hmm.
want to know the audience thoughts on that.
Okay. The fact that so the fact that the men, you saying they got jobs, and we know all these women got laid off. It seems to be a problem for women. They trying to navigate, like, why did they get laid off and men didn't?
Well, the show itself seemed to be selling like a business course and taking advantage of this new deficit of work for Black women, and saying, yeah, you need to get a consultation. So, you don't have to deal with this. I'll teach you how to buy stocks with the money that you don't
Okay.
have, or something like that. So it's one of those things that she was trying
Okay.
to push them in a direction. But what I was getting at is there is this culture of independence that Black women have that is really keeping them apart. I mean, that's what independence is. That's the definition of independence. It's keeping them apart from everyone, including their men. And it's not working for them because they are trying to work in isolation, and it's failing them.
Right. Right. I personally think that that is a problem. You're right. There definitely has been a push, and we've seen it. Of this idea of, I'm independent. I don't really need a man. I can do this all by myself. But then when they start to lose jobs and resources and things of that nature, it's almost like a panic in a sense, but a panic that they don't fully want you to recognize as if it is a panic. I don't know, women do that. Like you say something is a problem, but you don't want people to think it's a big problem, like you got it under control, which in many cases they don't. So they are panicking about it. And then the first thing that they tend to do is blame men somehow. Somehow everything that happens with women is y'all fault. So they'll go to the men and I guess try to tell men they need to level up to make it. I don't know. It's confusing to me in a sense. You know, a bunch of these women don't need men. They don't have husbands. So you don't have your husband to rely on when things like this happen. I always say when it comes to men, the majority of men haven't had these extra like support systems and cushions that they could rely on. Y'all have to go work. Y'all are more familiar with, being laid off, where your job is not, you understand your job may not be permanent. So you move accordingly. But with women, it's a entitlement that, that I think they've been kind of coerced into, like as if, we're women, so we're always going to have it. And when they don't have it, they're shocked and somehow it's a man's fault. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Makes plenty of sense.
Someone's microphone.
Irvin, your audio is terrible.
Oh, Irving. Okay. But no,
I will say this. I think, Game Changer and DeeDee, like just touching on this, I do think like when the time does come for like certain women who are stuck in this independent mindset and they want to work with a man, I think it's going to be a part of men as well. Now they have to go through a screening process now of, does this woman really want to do this because she wants to, or is it because she doesn't have any other option left?
Well, because Irvin, if you can mute yourself for a second, that time has already come, and it's obvious that she's doing it because she's circumstances has forced her into doing that, not as a matter of willingness. If it was a matter of willingness, she would have did it when DeeDee did it, or at the same age that DeeDee did it, but she didn't. So it's clear. I mean, we as men shouldn't be questioning like, oh, I wonder would she be here, if her life circumstances hadn't changed. We should be saying, okay, we know that she's here because her life circumstances has changed. What should we do about this?
There you go.
Yeah.
Michael, what's your thoughts?
My thoughts is that, like I say, like Malcolm X once said, it's called chickens coming home to roost. Women, when I was coming up, I was just thinking about it today. And I was thinking about it out loud. I was thinking to myself, when I was coming up during the late 90s, it was no scrub, no scrub, no scrub. And then it was all the women, independent, throw your hands up like that man, like Batman, everything like that. So we figured that finally got the message. Women were saying they don't need us. They're like the pussycat dolls. So talking about how they don't need men. They was on that feminist stuff hard, talking about you looking at me like I'm gonna give it to you or something like that. They didn't want to be submissive. So we finally decided to give them what they want. We've given them what they want. We've given them we surrendered to the Jezebel spirit. We turned the tables on them, like with the drizzle movement and everything like that. Men are turning the tables on women, letting women see what it's like to be a man. I mean, the damn thing about it is that it's obvious that men and women are different. You never see a whole what you call a whole female construction force, a whole female. You never see a whole female Marine Corps, or you never see a whole female carpentry or anything like that. So it's pretty obvious that if when men have not built society, then women would have no other choice but to be submissive, because they wouldn't have no society where they can work their so-called jobs that men built for them. And they would have no society where they can work, they can provide for themselves and stuff like that. So it's pretty obvious that women need men more than men need women, to be honest with you. I have to be strictly honest when I say that. Because the Bible says that it is not good that the man should be, and then it said the man couldn't be alone. It just said it's not good that the man should be alone. He never said that when it came to Eve. So we have got to be clear. We got to understand that we just gotta let them, like they said in the one episode of Sister. We just gotta let the women chill for a while. Let them do everything on their own. Let them see what it's like doing everything on their own, and then karma. Then when they realize that how much they really need a man and how much they really need a man in their life, they won't take it for granted next time. So we just got, like I'm saying, you just gotta let the women stand on business.
Well, I do agree with the reason why you've come to that conclusion. I don't know if it will benefit either side if both parties are trying to figure out who's going to get lonely first or lonelier first, and that's the game that a lot of people are playing, and no one is winning in this game. We've been playing it for decades. I wanted to respond, if I may, to something Tyrone Sullivan said, where he says, they'll do what Black women have always done. They'll rely on the government to be their man. It's not independence. Well, that has been proven unreliable in the past few months. Wouldn't everyone agree?
Right.
And I mean, I think that this is probably the worst government that they are the most. One thing is for sure, our current president is not the man of Black women. That is one thing that is definitely for certain. So
he's not the man of any woman, be honest with you.
Well, his woman, but it's so I don't know what they're going to do. Knowing this, I do know what they're extraordinarily reluctant to do, and that is participate as a part of a family and by extension community. And that's something that really shows how deep the cultural brainwashing that they're going through is.
Yeah, he's taking away Section 8 from everybody, not just Black women.
Like somebody mentioned about.
I see what you're saying, but think of it like this. Say if you were to spray ant spray, on an ant colony. Now it will kill other bugs, but understand the intention is to get the ants.
Okay.
I mean, say that's like an ant can't say like, oh yeah, he's really giving it to those beetles. No, it's meant to take out a particular species of insect.
Somebody talked about concentration camps.
Man, listen, man. If they put one of us in there, they're gonna put us all in there. We ain't standing together, and that's the problem. We know what the problems are. We know what the problems are. Again, I say this and I keep saying it. Women are underestimating men in this modern time. Y'all was born under the feminist mindset. Everybody in your family, your uncles, your grandmamas, your mamas, everybody was born under this feminist mindset. So we are left here to sort of figure it out. And it's fortunate that
I'm gonna tell you this. My uncle is definitely under the feminist mindset, Trey. My uncle stays at home for years. Don't have no job, don't work, don't provide. But he lets his wife work for him. He once told me as a child, I don't work, my women work.
Well, so listen, you can't be mad at him because of that. If he has a plan like that and women fall under that authority, then you can't be mad at that. I mean, I'm not mad at that. I mean, it's just the fact that outside of him, brothers are going head over heels for a woman who may not even be dedicated to him. We're starting to see children that men are raising and they're not their children.
Right.
So, like the Neo finisher.
But again, here's the flipping of the switch for brothers. Y'all saw how women moved in y'all family. Y'all still tried to make it work with a woman. Now here y'all are standing in the field. What are you going to do going forward? It has nothing to do with any other man. What are you going to do when you're faced with those situations? You see how the women are behaving. You see what they're saying out loud. We don't need no ninja. We want you. Meaning we just want what you're going to provide for us. So if
Right.
you are not willing to change your mindset, you cannot complain about it 10 years down the road. So only thing I'm saying is women are going to be who they are. Y'all see that. They ain't changing for y'all. They believe that they 10 steps ahead of y'all. Y'all grew up with family members acting like the women y'all trying to date.
Right.
And this is the last thing. Listen, any of y'all subscribe to the Bible? I would think most of y'all are Christian mindset, right?
Right.
In that
Muslim.
word, does it say finding a wife would probably be one of the hardest things you'll ever do in your life?
Right.
So why do y'all
Yeah.
think it's supposed to be easy if it's the hardest thing? That's the only thing in the Bible that I've seen and heard that it's the
Where does
hardest
it
thing
say
to
that?
do. It's the hardest thing to do.
Where in the Bible does it say that?
I don't know, man. You got to read it, man. I don't like to do
Well,
homework.
I have. That's why I mentioned it.
I'm gonna tell you the truth. I'm gonna tell you the truth, Trayford. The Bible says in the end times when this whole thing collapsed and Jesus come back, he said that there will be so many men losing their life. He said he gonna make a man more precious than fine gold. He said that the Bible says that 7 women shall take hold of one man, saying that we will cook, we will clean, we will make our own bread if you would just take away our disgrace. So um he's gonna to be really honest with you, God's gonna bring down this pride, this Jezebel spirit that's affecting the Western world. He's gonna, and the only way he can do that is if we bring down the Western world. So it's coming whether we wanted it, whether we wanted to or not. It's only Trump is just a tip of the iceberg. It's coming pretty soon.
I'm gonna agree with August when he says it should never be this difficult. Anytime something is something basic is extraordinarily difficult to achieve, it takes away room and opportunity for any other achievement. That's why you see these tribes in the Amazon and in certain places of Africa that don't really develop complex societies because they're too busy hunting food. Until they figure out how to farm food, to where getting food doesn't take 10 hours of their day, then, they can actually use the remaining time to advance in other ways. As long as we spend the majority of our, existence, trying to find something that is relatively, throughout history has been easy to find and
Right.
necessary in order for society advancement. If we spend the majority of our life doing that, then we won't have time to advance society, and we're going to be stagnant as we have been for quite some time.
Yeah, we can't spend no time chasing women. We had to we men have figured out exactly what you're saying, game changer. They're saying to themselves, they can't we ain't not gonna waste no time chasing a woman. We're gonna chase our purpose, we're gonna chase what we're supposed to do in life, we're gonna chase our education, our skills as men, and we gonna continue to grow. And that's a beautiful thing. Demika Marie talks about it all the time on her YouTube channel. How men are going, how men are just moving away. They're doing their walk away. They're focusing on their purpose, and they're not even paying the women no attention. I
The men,
mean,
the men
huh?
that are walking away, they're still on that journey. That journey just takes them out of the United States.
Right,
So yeah, and that is them making it easier for themselves, which is a smart thing to do. You shouldn't just remain in a difficult situation,
right.
because the Bible says it's supposed to be difficult, which I'm still, I haven't read it in a long time, so I'm curious where that came from. But no, I mean, as long as something like that is difficult, and someone is deliberately making it difficult, then any advancements in society, that isn't achieved is a result of the person that's making it difficult. If I'm trying to build a building, I have bricks and you have mortar, and you're saying, oh yes, I'm going to charge you for the mortar, $1 million per gallon, then don't be upset if this building don't get built.
Right,
I mean, that's on you.
right.
Mhm. Successful MD says positive equals self-made bad. B negative equals blame men. Thank you, Successful MD, for the super chat, y'all. Anything else y'all want to speak on?
I
Cause
got this.
go ahead.
Oh,
Go ahead.
I just want to say, like, really, black feminine. Damn. Okay, black feminine. Well, how you say this damn word?
Femininity.
Feminine.
Femininity.
Feminine.
Yeah,
Femininity.
femininity.
Black femininity isn't dead. To be honest, this is why I'm hell bent on Africa, because like
Right.
they still like those women are the most feminine black women I ever seen on the planet. Like they very nice, they're very kind, they're very soft spoken, like you can very much get whatever you need. The only thing with me is that like they got good healthcare in Kenya, Ghana, and South Africa, but the only thing with me is that it's the neurology thing. But to be honest, my neurology is healing up somewhat because ever since I had this surgery, so I'm getting kind of in a better condition. So if I keep it up, I might find my woman in Africa. So
How often do you have to visit a neurologist?
I would say I have to say every 4 months, 3 to 4 months.
And it's too much to travel back and forth. I get it.
Nah, for real. Like I can show you my medications right now.
No, I'm fine on that. But no, I can understand if you have a medical condition that ties you to certain countries, and those countries aren't where
Oh,
you.
hell no. I don't travel overseas for no damn neurologist. I mean for
No, I'm saying if your neurologist is keeping you here in the States, where you would rather be in Africa, I can understand that.
Right.
That's why you
yeah, like
want to
I
pursue
mean
there. Yeah.
yeah, like live in Africa and find a neurologist there.
Miss DeeDee, do you think that Lil Wayne is going down?
Going down for what?
You remember that his fiance is trying to expose him or trying
No,
to take him down? No.
no.
Just a girlfriend. They ain't no fiance.
Yeah, they're not married.
Yeah. You
Nah,
got the right to put it out.
I don't think that. I mean, what would he be going down for?
Right.
She just he dumped her. He dumped her.
Yeah.
Uh,
Right.
he and her daughter. He put him out. He's done. And she even said he has some other women he's flying in. I mean, that's the business of how those men move. I mean, she's not. He ain't going down. No, I don't think so.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I just think it just shows you how a lot of those particular women move. You're dealing with
Right.
these men, you know what the game is, because it's a game. They know what these celebrity guys are about. They're not with no one woman. They have multiple women. They have a process of how they do things. She even said, "Oh, he just kicked me out. Me and my daughter had his people move that stuff out." That means he's done with you. You knew what he was. This is not your husband. He's not, this wasn't going to be long term. It was just your turn. You got your turn. Now it's somebody else's turn. And that's it. He's moving on. And but the thing about it, this is where they become bitter, because now she want to bring up, oh, he's put his hands on me and he's put his hands on some other women, but that wasn't an issue until he put you out.
Yep.
Right.
So now you want to bring up, oh, he put his hands on you, if it's true. So
Exactly.
that's
Right.
crazy. So this is why I say to these men, any man, I don't care who you are, whether you got a lot of money or not, you still have to be careful with these women, because they could make up an allegation on you whenever they feel like it, and now you're at the disposal of, I guess, public scrutiny, and now you got to go through all this process to prove yourself and all of that. So this is why I think they're not going to stop doing what they do, but I think they need to be a little bit more cautious with these women, because women will just make up stuff and then put it on you because they get mad and they get in their feelings.
Sound like his what was a chew toy.
But again, a learning tool, fellas. Never move a chick in with you. Ever.
Right.
I don't care. She can have a little hut. Never move them in, man. And don't let her get no mail there. Once she get mail there, she's a resident. But
His words is true. That happened to me.
so never move them in ever.
That happened to me. I found that out the hard way. And the 30-day eviction gives them 30 days to mess up your life. It's like a warning, like, oh, you're going to kick me out. The moment you go to work, things are going to get worse for you. It's a lose-lose. I don't know who thought of squatters' rights, but that should be a contradiction in terms. You're squatting. You have no rights.
Right. That's crazy though. In
They get
certain
some mail there.
states, they could take your property and be living in there and for years.
Yeah, they get mail there. Yes, ma'am.
That's crazy.
Aren't you married?
Who?
Me?
Coach Furman, aren't you married?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. You never let a chick move in with you. If you dating, I got a 21-year-old son. He dating. He better not let a chick move in. I'm packing up everybody's box.
What's the difference between being married and dating? A wife can't do the same thing?
Yeah, she can. But at least we gonna have some negotiations. But if you ain't married, guess what? She can just get you put out. You ain't got no. She's a resident. It's like I said. It's a thin line between love and hate.
She's a resident. What?
If you move her in, no. But if you move her in, and I know this is true for some states. If you move a female in, or you move in with a female, you get mail there. You're a resident there. Even if she's on Section 8, she can't just put you out.
So
can you move her out to the shade?
Mail has nothing to do with you being a resident.
Yes, it does.
That's a myth. That's a myth.
No, I see it.
What makes you
it's not a myth.
the resident?
Listen, Trey Taylor, listen. This is how it works.
Stay in the garage.
I'm only going to speak for the state of California. In the state of California, if you own your home and you have somebody over and that person receives mail from there, you cannot just kick them out. You have to go through an eviction process, meaning that
that's not abnormal for any state. That's not just California.
Okay, so but your statement where you said that
has nothing to do with mail.
Trey, your statement you said that mail has nothing to do with residency. That's not true. Mail has something to do with residency. So just to be clear, fellas, I want to make sure, unlike Trey, I want to make sure that you're properly warned. If you have a woman over and she receives mail at your house,
because it has nothing to do with mail,
she is subject to being a legal resident, and you would have to evict her in order to get her out. You can't just throw her stuff out and say, "Get out my house."
As somebody who was in,
you lose the ability to do that. So, fellas, be warned.
And has actually done this.
Unless you are ready to make it a serious relationship, do not allow her to receive mail at your place. Most mailboxes have a lot on it. If you receive mail in her name, return to sender.
You're repeating yourself. Okay? You're repeating yourself. Coach Furr. Coach Furr. If I do
not listen to whatever
Coach Furr.
Let me just hear
See, Urban. No, hang on. Let me make this point. You guys don't understand that. Can you mute up? As somebody who's actually been in landlord and tenant court, as somebody who's actually had to go to somebody and enforce an eviction, actually move them out, you guys, there's a huge myth that you think that, well, somebody got mail. Let me explain something to you. I right now can go on the U.S. Postal website, and I can change my mail to Coach Ferd's address right now. I can do that. I can literally do that right now. Does that mean that I'm a resident in his home? No, that's not what it means. What the mail part of this is it became a myth that, oh, if you get mail there, you're a resident. No, what it happened is that when you go to landlord and tenant court, what happened is the people who said, I live here, they use the mail as a part of their defense. But it takes more than just mail. You have to actually establish, hey, I've been here. I have clothes here. I have my personal effects here. Soap, lotions, things like that. You have to actually prove there's an entire court for this. You can't just say, oh, I live here in somebody's house. Even with squatters' rights, if you ever know with squatters' rights, what do they normally do? They serve them and they take them to court to get them out of the home. Mm-hmm. Now the people that are in the home, the squatters that are in the home, the squatters that are in the home have to prove that this is your home now. That's why people were coming up with fake
and
documents.
the mail is that proof. fellas,
The mail,
as I said, if you have a woman over, you know, I don't know what he's talking about, you know, sending mail or changing your address to Coach Freg's address.
That's because you don't know what you're talking about.
If you have a woman over, she can get mail, and she gets mail. She can stay there. That is the evidence that they need. It has happened over and over and over again. It's not a myth. It's not a myth. I don't know if this dude is trying to set his sister up to take advantage of your place or what, or if he's just here to try to seem smart. Nevertheless, if you listen to this dude's advice and let some broad get mail in your place, be warned.
When did I say not to do that? I'm trying to explain a point to you guys.
You're saying it's a myth. I'm saying it's not a myth because it happened.
Because it's deeper than mail.
Listen, it's not a myth because it happened. If I got slapped by Bigfoot, it's no longer a myth, okay? I know
Bigfoot is a myth
because it happens. Because it happened.
All right,
once
y'all.
again, fellas,
Coach Ferg, I'm gonna send some mail to your house, and then I'm gonna say I live at your house.
I didn't say I live with you now. Mail to my house. I said if the broad is living in your house.
I live with you now, Coach Ferg.
I said if a woman is living in your house, if a woman is living in your house and she gets mail there, she is a legal resident.
I'm a legal resident,
Coach out Ferg. Like that.
I'm a legal resident. You can't kick me out, Coach
In the
Ferg.
situation that that I described, do not do that unless you are prepared to have her there and have to evict her out. Once again, if you live in California, don't know what he's talking about, it really don't matter because my warning stands firm.
Well, I do know.
I'm gonna live with you. Hey, DeeDee,
hold on, let us speak.
Move it in, DeeDee.
If you don't mute that T-Boo mic.
Let me just, guys, just to switch up a bit. I don't have that issue because I don't live in the U.S. I'm in Germany. So yeah, that's not a problem for me, thankfully. There is sort of like a system here where like if I want someone to live with me, like they have to register at my address and they get mail there as well. But it's like I'm the main tenant on the, on the apartment, And if I want to like kick them out, then pretty much I can kind of do that,
Yeah.
Unless
yes. Sierra, I have been in situations. You gotta mute. I've been in situations where I've shown up to somebody who claims that they live in somebody's house and they've only been there for 14 days and they were receiving mail and we walked them right out the front door. Mail didn't matter because depending on where you are, depending on where you live, the mail is not that big of an issue. And they still had to go to landlord and tenant court, and she had to prove I actually live here. But meanwhile, we were telling her pack your stuff up. She said the same thing, but I have mail here. Doesn't matter. The person who owns the home is saying you don't live here. You've only been here for a couple weeks or a few days or a few months or whatever the case may be. You got to go. And then there is a court process to where you can challenge the illegal eviction.
Fellas,
D, can you take your show back?
To this dude. Do not listen to this dude. He is the type of person to tell your kids to not look
when did
crossing the street. He is the type of person that tells kids that strangers are good people. Okay? Do not listen to this fool. He is the type of person to tell you
he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Listen, every state is
person.
Thank you, Mr.
The actual fact is, if she gets mail,
I'm doing it again.
Not just kick her out like that.
D, can you take your show back, please?
I don't know what state he lives in.
Are y'all doing it
don't
again?
care. Don't listen to this man.
Listen, every state is different. So learn the laws of your state, fellas. Wherever you live, learn the laws of your state. You see what's out here. You see the people are squatting in these homes. Just learn the laws and follow it according to law. You need to give a 30-day notice. Give somebody a 30-day notice. Make sure it's a certified piece of mail and go with that. Don't record everything at that point. Any interactions you have with that person at that point, make sure you record it because it could come back to bite you if you don't have any evidence. So be smart. Do what Trey said. Do what Game Changer said. Do everything you need to do.
Don't do what Trey said.
So, call the police. Listen, Call the police. Call the police. Call the police. Call the police. Call the police.
Anytime somebody tells you to let your guard down, don't do what they say. If you
When
know
did I
how
say
they
that?
say protect yourself at
When
all
did I say
times,
that?
any coach, yes, you did.
Call
Indirectly,
the
you
police.
did. To say something like that
When
is
did
a
I
myth, and you can proceed as if male is having
ever
to
been in
receive male in
my
your face.
Facebook?
Oh no, the legal system is just towards black men. Anybody who tells you some crap like that, is on the
Said
spectrum.
that.
Don't listen to. It's implied in your foolishness. Don't
It's
listen
not implied.
to anybody. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. If I'm telling people to protect themselves from this particular type of fraud, and you're saying that fraud doesn't exist, then you are telling them not to protect themselves from said fraud. Don't be stupid.
No, that's not. Nope, that's not what I said.
Listen, protect yourself at all times. Like Coach said, know the laws in your state. I'm talking about the laws in my state. Know the laws in your state. It's a loophole that these broads have been using to fleece brothers like myself, since the beginning of the Reagan administration, or for whenever these broads, discovered the use of food stamps. Do not fall for this man's foolishness.
Still got some red pill rages out here. This is crazy. I still got these red pill rages out here.
Guys, get your passports.
I really feel like that T-Move mic together over. Mute.
Yeah, your mic is bad. I was just saying, it's terrible.
Like, you guys can travel, get your passport, and you don't have to do it,
I can't
Trey,
hear.
what's up?
Mute. Miss DeeDee.
What's up? Is that Rod? What's up, Rod?
Have your patience.
And Hustler. What's going on? How y'all doing?
Don't y'all be up there starting no trouble.
It's all right, Ferg.
No,
doing good. Salute.
When it Ferg, I know what to do.
You see him coming. So y'all starting no trouble.
Hey, Trey, we was in Maryland at a conference, man. Hey, we missed you.
Say what? I hear you.
Nah, we was at a conference in Maryland, man. We missed you up there.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. DOD conference.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What part of Maryland?
We was at Baltimore.
Oh, Lord. I don't go to Baltimore.
Y'all niggas. Y'all wild.
They ghetto out there. I don't go out there.
Yeah. Now we was about there's an Air Force base out there. Was out there doing the conference.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. You wasn't on all right spot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you let that chick move in your place while you was gone?
Nope. I made that mistake one time. Never again. Yeah. No. I know in the state of Virginia, but in the state of Virginia, though, I mean, you were saying, you were talking about mail. I know in the state of Virginia, if she's not on the leash, she got to go. Okay. I don't care if she get mail there or whatever. I mean, if she's not on the leash, she has to go. Now, each state is different. I'm assuming so. I don't know. I mean, but I know
each state is different.
I said in California. Yes, it is.
Chicago too. Chicago the same way.
State of Virginia,
and Illinois. So there we go. I mean, check like Coach said, check the state. But yes, in my state, the most populated state in the union, that's how they get down.
Yeah. Okay. Well, shit. Okay. All right. It is what it is.
I don't know if you guys heard me earlier, but I was just saying, the alternative is, traveling abroad,
Yeah.
Change your environment.
Agreed. But when
you're there, you don't have to deal with all of that.
No. When you're there, learn the laws of wherever it is that you are at.
Of course. Of course.
I mean, because these women know the laws and they know how to weaponize it against you everywhere you go.
Hey, Trey Fur, I'm gonna behave myself, Trey Fur.
Listen, you got to tell Miss DeeDee that, because last time we was all on here together, y'all cut up and shit, and here we are 10 months later.
That was me though.
Listen, you was on the panel.
But that was me cutting up though.
No. It's Friday. We're gonna keep it all good so we can come back again next week.
Trey Fur, my problem is, Trey Fur, I'm too honest. That's what it is. That's how I'm just honest like that. That's all. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm honest. I ain't gonna suppress nothing. So yeah.
So you future now.
I'm honest. I ain't future. I'm just saying I'm just honest. So
Hustler, what's going on, Hustler?
Nothing much. What's good, y'all? Long time no see. I've been good.
Good. What's your thoughts on the topic or anything?
Well, to piggyback, I agree with what y'all said about letting a woman move in. But maybe this is just a religious belief or how I was brought up. But me personally, I don't believe in unmarried couples moving in before they get married anyway. At least get engaged. If you're engaged with each other, by all means, go for it. But if y'all dating or whatever, no, I recommend y'all don't move in with each other. But that's just my personal belief. Maybe it's a religious thing, but that's just what I believe. Even my mama speaks on it. Don't let a female move in with you until you're sure you want to marry her. Just saying. That's just my belief.
Trey, you shaking your head. You don't believe in that?
Hell no. Why would I invest in a ring? Why would I invest in a ring and then go live with her? That don't make no damn sense. No, absolutely not.
Well, I didn't say you have to do. I said at least get engaged first.
Why would I invest in a ring and then live with her? I need to know everything. I don't waste no time. I need you to get up in here. And I need to see what type of person you are. I need to see what type of person you are. I need to see if you clean up behind yourself. I need to see if you throw your socks in the hamper. I need to see if you. I need to see all this stuff.
Yes.
Before
well, don't you figure that out before you? Don't you figure that out before you put the ring on her finger? I don't know.
How do you do that if you don't live together?
Yeah, if you're not living together, you don't know that. So yeah.
You think because every time you came to her house was clean, that she a clean person?
Well, you seen her house, you will know that, right? I've seen females with some nice houses, I've seen females with some dirty houses. So I can already pick up their cleaning habits.
and that's exactly how they bamboozle you. That's how they get you.
So H&M, I agree with the spirit of what I agree with the spirit of what you just said, but I mean, I think that you forget that modern women don't have souls. So the rules of religion in the Bible don't really apply to them. And because
in that case, don't marry a modern woman. Get a traditional chick, not a modern chick.
Well, yeah, but I mean, modern women often, masquerade as traditional chicks. So I'm not saying that your particular, way of doing things is wrong. I'm just saying, keep in mind that we live in a society of modern women who can divorce, and you do find things out after you move them in. I'm saying, we need to go through a longer vetting process to determine if she is truly a traditional woman, and sometimes that vetting process, the biblical term that you're referring to, H&M, is shacking. Sometimes that vetting process does require shacking. I'm just saying we cannot use, old biblical tactics against modern women, or else you'll find yourself, deceived.
Hey, Game Check, I got a question. Is shacking really in the Bible? Is that?
I don't know. I don't know. I shouldn't say that. I do know that that's what people in religious communities call that process, but I don't know if the word itself is in the Bible, so I shouldn't say that.
Well, let me say this too. I think we talk about.
Hold on.
We talk about, of course, we talk about women and modern women and their foolishness, but also we got to address the men too. What if he piss all over the toilet and on the floor and he's not clean? And who wants that? I mean, like, don't. So I.
But here's the thing, though. Men and women are different, though.
Well, yeah, men and women are different, but a man could be nasty too. He could be nasty.
They can.
And what if you get a woman who is a clean woman, and she'll come in and clean your place up, make it nice. If she's cooking meals, giving it a nice smell, you come home and then he just throw his shit everywhere. Like, who wants that? What if he's the trifling?
Well, I don't know about y'all. I don't know about y'all, but I don't think men are held to the.
Hold on.
I don't think men are held to the same standard of cleanliness as women are. But that's just my opinion. That's what I hear anyway.
That makes no sense. Yeah, you can't call yourself a man if you walk around your house is nasty as hell.
You got to clean up behind yourself.
Well, I didn't say all that. I didn't say all that. I mean, a woman's house should be cleaner than a man's house. I don't know.
Not necessarily.
I didn't say you let yourself go completely.
I agree with that.
But we're missing a point, DeeDee. The issue is that the woman doesn't have to invest any money, right? Yeah. So if she gets with a guy, she does. He said engaged first. I'm harping on the fact that he said engaged first. You guys should be engaged first. And I'm like, well, that requires a significant investment in a ring, right? Mm-hmm. Why is it that I have to go invest? And then I get to find out that she's not as clean as I thought she was, or that she was leading. You know what I mean? So whereas in the reverse, the woman isn't necessarily, she doesn't make that large investment.
Right.
So Trey, I want to ask you a question. What do you think is like a good equivalent investment then to what Hustler was saying from her end?
Or what? I don't know what.
Like a good equivalent for a man to say, hey, like, I could move this girl in with me, or marry her and move her in with me. What is like a good equivalent to that? Because I get what you're saying. It's like, yeah, it's a high investment for us. But
you asking the wrong guy, because I'm never getting married.
Well, okay, then anybody know in chat what is it?
I'll help you with that. Because whenever you have an investment, what is an investment? Irvin, could you move yourself?
Yeah.
Thank you. Whenever you have an investment in the business world, what it means is that somebody is absorbing the risk for you. The investor is absorbing the risk. So say you have a product and that product needs money for advertising and, actually putting it on the shelves. The person who is giving you the money to invest in your company and your product, what they're doing is they are taking the risk for you. So you don't have to work in invest in, or you don't have to risk your own money. You can use theirs, and hopefully your product sells. What we're doing, what men are doing when we agree to marry a woman is, we're investing, we're taking a risk, we're taking a huge, financial risk in this relationship that it will work. Hold on real quick, and bear fruit. Now, if you're going to do that, all I say is make sure that it's a wise investment. And Trey.
He's asking what
how. I'm asking you guys.
He's asking an equivalent.
Like some solutions. Like we can talk about it all. For the.
Well, once again, the investor, there isn't an equal investment that she is putting in. You're taking the risk of the relationship. So that answers that question. There isn't anything that she can give you to, to say, okay, I'm going to potentially take half everything you own. That doesn't exist, and I'm sorry for that. Sorry to be the one to break that to you. So you are investing that your quality of life will increase, by putting rings and et cetera, into this vessel.
Ms. D, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
When you and your husband first met and you all started to court each other and go through that dating process, and you realized that you wanted to be with him, did you provide unlimited access for him? Meaning that he could come and see you when and whenever he wanted to come and see you?
Yep.
She had no restrictions. Most women will put up a restriction. You got to call, or you on a certain day. If a woman's truly invested in you, you can just 2 blocks away. I'm picking up some wine. I'm coming through. What's up? Well, come on through. Well, she got all these excuses. Then she's gonna show you who she is. They can't hide it for too long. We just have to see it. I'm trying to tell you, they can't hide it. I never met a woman. Yeah, I'm sorry.
So I'm about to say, I had a little apartment. He had his apartment. He would come over to my apartment. I would go over to his apartment. I've cooked him food, brought it to his apartment. He actually cooked for me at his apartment. We went back and forth from apartments a lot.
Did he see how clean your apartment was when he came over?
Yes. He saw my place. I saw his. His place was nice. It wasn't dirty. I've even, went over to his apartment and cooked and cleaned up, tidied up things over there.
So, and this is before y'all was married, DeeDee?
Before we were married.
Yes. Okay. So it's not hard to see those things.
Okay, so you auditioning. Okay, all right. So that's
but if a woman's into you, she's going to do those things for you. Yeah. You don't have to be requesting her to do that. She's going to see that what you need, even if your place is clean, she might just wash the cup in the bowl that was in the sink. She's going to do things to show that she's investing in you. Most guys.
DeeDee passed audition. Okay, that's good.
It wasn't an audition. Right. Why you saying it like that? It wasn't I didn't feel like I was auditioning. It's like, I didn't.
How was it not, DeeDee?
But I'm saying I didn't see it that way.
You didn't.
Yeah, if y'all could call it that, I didn't see it that way. It was just I'm there, and
What's
you
in
know,
our heart?
I like
That's
to
all she was
cook.
doing.
He,
Okay.
you know, hey, I cook
You,
something.
you,
But when I cook, I gotta clean. You know what I'm saying? So I gotta clean
Clean
things
as you
out.
go.
Yeah, I just
you,
can't.
you know
So I
what it
gotta
was,
clean
DeeDee?
stuff up. Yeah,
There's
yeah,
there's people who audition for roles in Hollywood, but they love
yeah.
acting so much that they just being themselves. So you was just
But
being
they
yourself,
can't.
but you didn't realize you was actually auditioning. You didn't realize you
But
was just
again,
doing you. You was just doing you.
I didn't see it as that. Listen, he would take me out. I never paid for no meals like these people talk about. I didn't have you gonna take me somewhere. He paid for it. You know, he would give me money. He was doing things for me. So I didn't see it as a problem. And we wasn't even married yet. So it was like you doing
That's because you were worth it.
he was doing things for me. I didn't see no problem with doing those things for him. I didn't see it as that. You know what I'm saying? So it wasn't a
there
yeah,
you
I
go.
didn't pay for anything. I'm just saying. I didn't it wasn't a big deal. It just wasn't.
Well, you got to roll, DeeDee.
I will
You
say
got to
that
roll.
was DeeDee.
Well, you
That
were
was quite
worthy of it. You were,
No.
DeeDee, that was quite similar to like even one of my first relationships I had here in Germany. And at the time, I mean, I was still quite new in the country and everything. And, you know, I had my little place and, you know, she had her place and we would, you know, take turns like going back and forth. Sometimes I may spend like 5 days there, vice versa. And it kind of made it a lot easier to transition into living with each other. You
Let me ask
know,
you a question. Is she a German woman?
the first girl I had, yeah.
So even with that experience that you received from her, now I'm gonna ask you this question:
Go ahead.
Why didn't it lead to marriage?
We were together for like 3 years. To be honest, there was like on her part, like she wasn't completely honest with me. You know, like I found out like she was still riding with an ex, but she lied previously saying it was a friend. So that's kind of how like that ended. But I mean, I did have that in mind. You know, if I'm being straight up with you, you know, that's the reason why we lived together. You know.
But when y'all lived together, you couldn't. Okay, so let me backtrack. How long into the relationship before y'all lived together?
A year, about a year.
So a year in, now you have complete. You got to mute because you got a background. Now you have complete access to her, right? So her behaviors and how she moved, you couldn't recognize those things because when people have something to hide, they hide it. Right? Am I right? Am I wrong? We don't find out until we find out.
I would say her behaviors were pretty consistent within the first year. You know, I knew like, we both had, things and issues that we needed to work on, but I was able to see that within the first year that made me want to do that. You know, it was more of a thing for me. Like, I don't know if it was an ego thing for me, but it was more of like, I just couldn't sit right with the fact that, she had contact with an ex, and early on into the relationship, I remember her saying it was a friend, so it kind of broke the trust.
So she lied in the beginning.
Earlier on. But she said it was a friend. So yeah. And then like later on.
Did you meet the friend?
That friend doesn't live in the same city.
Okay,
like,
so fellas.
Or state.
So London too, fellas. If a woman says she has a male friend that's ugly like me, and you don't meet me, I'm not really her friend. Mm-hmm. She gonna keep me away, make sure we don't ever get close to each other. It's not really your friend. So you have to, again, you're gonna hear stories on YouTube, fellas. Use them as learning tools for yourself. Even for your sons and daughters, use them. Give them the information so they won't go out here blind and have the same effed up results that most modern people are having. We can just say it's going to be a few generations lost in the sauce, but there are people coming behind us. We want them to have better results. Exactly. You don't want your son and daughter to be no baby mama, baby daddy, because you're going to be paying for it. So, I don't know.
And in doing that, when somebody is, trying to get you to learn from their mistakes, don't let some fool come up and say that's a myth. When doing that, make sure that you mute out anybody who, when you're trying to help somebody who's trying to put you back to the status quo.
Yeah,
Be aware of that.
Women raise sons. Women are raising the boys. The fathers are not raising the boys. So yeah, just to this right here, yeah, they create the same sons that they complain about.
Yeah, women create a lot of stuff. I mean, like I say, women create. I mean, as a woman, she's the first transmitter of culture. She's the first teacher to that child. You know, and whether she knows or not, I mean, you know, a lot of responsibility is on her for how that child turns out. I mean, that's just the truth. You know, like, you know, I see them own family, Ferg. I mean, you know, I got a little nephew. I mean, he think he a little dope dealer. Okay. But, you know, like I said, his mom would never let us discipline him or teach him structure because, oh, that's her baby. Okay. Well, he ain't got to do that. But now she can't control him, Trey. She can't control him. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So now she got to go to court next week for this clown. Right.
Yeah.
But that's her fault, though, Trey. She allowed that. She nurtured that. Okay. She cultivated that. Right. So, yes, I mean, the onus is on her, you know. And, you know, his daddy, I mean, like I said, I mean, his dad has passed away. I mean, that I do know. All right. But as far as, I mean, that she's cultivating that. But see, when I say that, when I mention that, women get mad. They get upset. Oh, what about the man? What about the man? Well, I mean, you know, if the boy if the boy turned out, you know, great, she take all the credit. You know, it's not okay. Where the daddy and mama gonna take all the credit. All right. But if the boy turns out, you know, a misfit in society, all of a sudden now, where the daddy at? No, that's on you. He is your Frankenstein monster. He is, right? I mean, you reared him. So yeah. So that's how that goes. So yeah, they responsible for a lot of stuff. I mean, you know, the savages that terrorize these communities, those are her sons. Okay. I mean, that's her. She did that. So yeah. But yeah, women they create a lot of stuff they complain about, but they act like they're these innocent bystanders. Okay, when the crime when stuff take place, well, I don't know why he like that. No, he's like that because you reared him. You know, I mean, he's basically you with a penis. He think like you, he act like you, he problem solve like you. Okay, he is you. So yeah.
Well, to answer your question, DeeDee, do women create the players that they complain about?
Yeah.
The short answer is yes, and the long answer is why do they do that? How do women benefit from players? Well, on the surface, it doesn't seem like it's much of a benefit to women. However, if you dig deeper, there is a great benefit for women to have men attach their identity to how much sex they have. That puts women in an extraordinary position of power. It means that his social status, I'm sorry?
No, I was agreeing with you. Exactly. You're right.
Yeah. It means that his social status, his self-worth, everything really comes down to if a woman decides to say he is worthy. So yeah, in order to enhance their control over him, they do raise their sons to be players, or at least attempt to be players. Once he's in that, you know, position, then it puts her in a position of power over him. And that's what she ultimately wants, for her son to be subdued by a woman like her.
But let's be honest, man. Are they really raising their sons to be players?
Well, they're raising their sons to want to be players.
No.
Whether he's successful at it or not.
Sexual deviants. They're just sexual deviants, not players.
Oh, well,
players, I'm just saying, because you have to put it in context. Players control everything that they do. They don't come to other people to get things that they need unless it's a woman. But even then, he's controlling his movement with that woman because he's providing whatever resources he has to her so he can continue to move that way. A sexual deviant, he needs stuff from women. He needs a woman to do certain things. He needs he's going to have sex with every woman. A true player ain't having sex with every woman. Sexual deviant, okay.
Well, I mean, I don't know what definition was DeeDee using when she asked that question, but nevertheless, in both definitions, their societal status is determined by how often and the variety in which they copulate, which is controlled by a woman. So it is a way to basically, literally, hold him by the balls. So yeah, they are raising their sons to be just that. Now, with that, eventually comes, diminished physical standards, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, in order to maintain the status that he has become accustomed to, or he was told was absolutely necessary by his parents and by his mother, which is why black
Sexual
men today.
deviance, ain't nothing to play about that shit.
Well, semantics aside, I mean, wherever the whole purpose is for him, the root of a player's value is in sexual accomplishments, whatever definition you have of that word. That is something that's controlled by women, meaning that the women ultimately control him. And then you talk about chase the bag. They can just, all they have to do is say, okay, since I'm the one that controls your social status and I'm the one who can make you a player or make you a non-player, in exchange, I want a greater bag, which is what's happening now.
That's a great breakdown. That's a great point.
Russell, what's your thoughts? What's your thoughts on that? Do you think women create the men that they complain about, the men who are sleeping with everybody and don't commit to like one woman? Do you think that their mothers or women, they create those types of men?
Yes, to a degree. I mean, when you got women that think it's okay to just, go through what's called a hoe phase, and they expect men to just hop on board or something wrong with you. Men are gonna hop on board and just be like, I'm gonna play by your rules. You want to be for the streets, I'm gonna let you be. So yeah, you are kind of creating a very miniature complaining about. And I've always said time and time again, bad men and bad women are byproducts of each other. Bad men, bad women were created by bad men. Bad women create bad men. So at the end of the day, we are all byproducts of each other. So yeah, they do create the men that they complain about. The same way players create hoes, more or less. Women, the hoes create players.
Trey Taylor.
Me too.
Trey, what's your thoughts?
Trey probably stepped away. We do.
Yeah, I would say, to speak on what Hustler's saying, I want to touch on something, because there was something I saw about like a lot of brothers in the US going to Colombia. And I'm kind of looking at it from that angle too, as well, like where, a lot of brothers are going there just for fun. And they are turning out certain women, who are not, they don't have that type of mindset to, hoes, basically, and I think that's sad, but yeah, this is something I wanted just to add to what Hustler said, basically.
Please describe the process.
Like, basically, I don't know if you guys seen, but like I have some friends who even go to Colombia. So this is stuff that they've seen, basically. A friend of mine, he said he's literally seen brothers go there just to pay for 4 women, 5 women,
Then she was a hoe already.
No, but they were more like, they weren't. That's what he was implying and getting at. He was saying, like, in a way,
they accepted money for
well, I mean, one way or another, it could be taking a girl out to the club, and you only want fun. You're going on there on vacation.
But okay, just to be clear, if in the situation you described, the guys went there and gave the women money for sex. They were already hoes. They didn't make them hoes.
For sure, that situation. But of course, he told me other situations too, where like people are going there with the intention for fun, and it's kind of messing up the culture a little bit. This is just what a friend of mine told me, because his girlfriend is actually from Colombia, but he told me, like, from visiting, he's seen how it's taken a shift, and of course, in Colombia and other South American countries, the women have, not all of them, have become more, the feminist movement basically hit there too. So,
hoes are the first feminists. But I mean, let me ask this: What is the process that an American man does to turn a Colombian woman into a prostitute?
Say that again. What's the process that an American woman does what?
That an American man does to a Colombian woman that makes her a prostitute. Please describe that process and procedure.
Well, not a prostitute, but it's like basically,
Well, that's
you
what
know,
it is.
yeah, but it's like more like, you know, the intentions that you're going with, basically.
Are they
You
paying
know, I
for
look at it
sex?
from the angle of like the intentions you're going to the country with, like, you know, if it's just for fun.
Are they paying
And
for sex?
and certain women have a certain mindset. It's more like, you know you're there for fun.
Intentions isn't a process. What's the process that they go through to take a non-hoe Colombian woman and make her into a hoe? What's the process? I mean, you know, do they have a hat? Is it a gold teeth? You know, I mean, do they have a ring that says CINT?
But the process is provision and protection. It's providing for them, obviously. You know, it's just like.
So you're saying that when a guy goes and provides for a woman, they turn out to be prostitutes?
Not literally into prostitutes, but it's like, you know, basically the intentions.
Brother, are they paying for sex?
Huh?
Are they paying for sex?
Yes, of course. Some
okay,
people
right there.
Some people, of course, some people are going there paying for sex, but there is some people like who are going there and, you know, they're not paying for sex, you know, like not flat out paying for sex, you know.
Well, I hear people saying that, and I'm just, I don't see a problem with the men going over there for whatever reason they want to go over there for.
Nor do I.
I don't have a problem with it. If they want to travel, if they're traveling for fun and they get the fun, what's wrong with it? And then also I am listening. I'm trying to figure out too, like, if you're traveling over there and they're messing up the culture because the women are willing to sleep with them, is that about the men going over, or is it about the women?
Yeah.
Who
for sure they're playing a part. I agree 100%. Women are playing a part too. Kind of like what Hustler was saying, like it's like a byproduct of each other.
Brother, you being real
No, I mean, I think Hustler was talking about something different. I mean,
okay,
I mean, please mute me for a second. I don't want men to feel guilty when they do depraved things with other consenting adults. You know, you don't. She consented. You know, you didn't make her into anything that she wasn't before. She consented to whatever baby oil fantasy you have. You know, now whether that consent was bought or otherwise, that's on her. That I don't. You know, it's you. We need to stop feeling guilty, or else, you know, you can't.
I don't feel guilty because it's not me.
Yes, you do. You go to countries like, you know, I don't want to turn her into a hoe.
I was just throwing it out there because a friend of mine, he has been out there a lot of times and everything, and he's kind of seen how the country has changed over the years. And that was
see, Urban, you don't pay for sex?
No.
You sure?
No.
Are you sure about that?
I'm 100% sure.
So you've never spent money on a woman with the intention
I spent money on it before. Okay, we're talking about
with the intention of having sex with her.
Of course. I'm not saying there's anything wrong. This is what I'm saying. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm just telling you what he told me. Of course, you guys may have a different opinion. You know, I didn't agree with everything he said, but he just told me his perspective on you know, and his angle on it, you know.
And this is your friend?
A friend of mine, yeah.
Okay.
He's with a girl from Colombia.
Okay.
So maybe he's looking at it from a different angle, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe he's thinking they're messing up the culture because the women are showing who they truly are. Maybe he is showing that the women really about that life. If you got the coins, if you gonna spend the money, we gonna give it up. And they hadn't seen that quite like that before. Maybe that's just what it is.
DeeDee, how about they tired of being
up a
poor?
market, basically. I mean, they're opening up an opportunity for them to do that. But just like OnlyFans aren't making the women OnlyFans models, you know, the tourists aren't really making them hoes. They're giving them opportunity to be hoes.
That's a good one. Good one.
I think what Trey said. Trey said, "How about the women are tired of being poor?"
Say it again.
Yeah, that's what it
Right
is.
then, how about the women are tired of being poor?
They're tired of being
Okay,
impoverished.
well, I mean, men are tired of being horny. That's why hoes exist. I mean, that's the whole dynamic between hoes and clients.
Yeah,
I mean,
homes provide a good service. They do.
I don't know. Yeah, y'all niggas tired already. Shit, y'all niggas
They provide a good service. I mean,
weak arms.
get in and get out. Yeah.
I ain't never tired.
Listen, you can either quit the game. You can either quit the game and run away and get married, or you could do it the other way. But either way, both sides are tired. Husbands are tired too. That's why y'all get married.
Yeah.
So this idea that well the men who are so-called tricking are tired. Husbands are the biggest tricks. Y'all the biggest ones.
Hey, you're right. That's true. That's true.
And nobody's
crazy.
Nobody spends more money on OnlyFans than a husband.
Oh
Husbands
my
spend more
God,
money
this
on
is
OnlyFans
wild.
than anybody.
Yeah, damn, man. I don't know what to do. Oh my God.
That's true. Homes provide a good service. They do. I mean, they provide a good service. I mean, get in and get out.
Boy.
So y'all gonna be
They are necessary to the economy.
So y'all gonna be getting these whole service till y'all 80.
Yeah, they are.
They
are.
To y'all.
They are. Hold on, let us. Hold on. Y'all make no sense, man. Y'all niggas is tricky.
Y'all gonna be old, decrepit. The hoes ain't gonna want you at that point. What y'all gonna do then? You ain't gonna
Yes, they won't. Hold on. DeeDee, I gotta challenge that. Since when have hoes not like money?
Exactly. Bam.
Oh well, I guess you got a point. I mean, if you got the money, you can just lay there. You can't do nothing. She gonna just get on you.
Yeah, she gonna come over and jingle his little balls for about 10 minutes and rub his head, and she gonna be on her way with them 200 bands.
Hey, Trey Fur, that's Cialis work though. That's Cialis work, Trey Fur. I'm telling you.
Look at him.
Well, listen, y'all niggas is crazy, man. See, y'all crazy, man. I'm gonna be a trick forever then. I'm tricking. I ain't going nowhere. I ain't get back out them streets falling behind you little dusty ass niggas. Niggas is crazy.
Just remember when I'm 80, when you're 80 and your wife is also 80, just remember your wife is 80. But when I'm 80, what I'm dealing with gonna be a whole lot younger than 80. Okay, you still gonna have your 80-year-old wife that you be able to
I want my 80-year-old wife right there beside me.
And that's good, Trey Fur.
No, you won't. No, you won't. No, you
You
won't.
ain't gonna be asking a woman to break you off. You gonna be asking, could you just rub my feet and rub my legs?
I got the gap.
Some caretaking. No, it ain't gonna be just about sex. It's gonna be about everything else.
Hey, Trey Fur, if you go to the VA, they'll give you a prescription of Cialis if you tell them you want it. If you go to the VA, they'll give you.
I don't need that shit. I don't need it. I'm good. I come from good genes.
That's the point. If y'all already need Cialis,
you fucked up.
Y'all already need Cialis. So how you gonna be working so good when y'all
What some men use Cialis, DeeDee? I mean,
that's Rod talking about some Cialis. I don't know nothing about no Cialis.
Y'all need it already. You're in your 40s. I'm assuming you already need it. But that's going downhill already.
I'm just saying, as you get older, as you age, the Cialis comes in handy. I'm telling you, it works. I mean,
for the ones who need it, every man don't need that. If you need it in your 40s, you're gonna be messed up in your 60s, 70s, and 80s. It's gonna be no good.
No. I mean, there's a misunderstanding. It's levels to it. You know,
levels too.
It is levels to it. Listen, you may not need it for a regular, intercourse session. However, sometimes, if you got two young ones or more, then you're gonna need it. Or if you because when I used it, it was because I wanted to reduce my recoup time. And that's the time between actions. So instead of for 15 to 30 minutes, I was hoping that it would take me down to 5 minutes before I get back in it. Now it didn't work, but I was hoping that it did.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that you're walking around with a noodle. It doesn't mean that you're walking around with a noodle. It means that
I enjoy my refractory period. I need my refractory period. 15 minutes, 30 minutes. I need it. I enjoy it. I don't be wanting to go right back. But I will say this though. I do know some guys that are a little bit younger than me and that are my age that have taken. What's the new one out? There's a new one out that
The
dissolves.
blue chew, the red chew,
Spark.
and my
No,
white chew.
no, it's called Spark. It's called Spark. No, it's called Spark or something like that. It's a new one. It dissolves. They say you put it underneath your tongue and it dissolves.
Yeah, I heard that one.
And they said they've been saying this thing is amazing. They've been raving about it.
I ain't tried that yet.
I don't know. I don't use it.
Like if you want to, I mean, it doesn't mean that it doesn't work. It means that you want it to, do something new.
Exactly. Right there. That's what I'm saying. Trey Fur, I'm telling you, go to the VA.
I don't have any problems with
Get
it.
your prescription right now, Trey Fur.
Do you?
Yeah. And the only reason I take it is I'm trying to one time.
When he 80, Rod.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, wife, he gonna need it. He gonna need it. Because everything on an 80-year-old sags. Everything on an 80-year-old woman sags. But he gonna need a pick me up, a legitimate pick me up.
Exactly.
But he gonna need it.
Yeah. And Trey Fur, ain't nothing wrong with it. Trey Fur, I mean, like I said, just it get extra boost. I'm telling you, it get extra boost.
Man, when I was in my early 40s, I was thinking like y'all too, man. I'm like, shit, ain't no way. Let me tell you something, man. I'm glad I ain't on them damn streets that y'all on today. Listen, because y'all gonna have to take more than the blue chew, the red pill, the blue pill, dealing with these sagging dukes out here. So listen, man.
Well, like I've done some depraved things with women, and I needed to see ours. Now I only done it because I did it one time because one girl was talking noise to me, talking about something I couldn't handle her. I took that salad, I lit her ass up like the 4th of July. Hey, look here. I was up, down, up. I mean, it was just, that's the Alice work, Trey Fur. Go get you one. Go get your prescription, Trey Fur. I'm telling you.
Man, you're not gonna have my wife running up out of here.
Don't worry, Rod. He ain't got no choice. He run out of time.
Well, at 80, I don't need to do nothing but cuddle anyway. I done had all my fun. Some of y'all new to getting it, I can understand. I've been
so I'm come on, you ain't got to do all that. Y'all always, every time somebody talks about something, you always want to make it seem like can't nobody get none. That's not what we're talking about here. Don't do that.
It ain't about getting none.
We're talking about who's gonna have a happier sex life in their 80s. You with your 80-year-old wife, or me with a 30 or 30-year-old? Who gonna be happy?
You gonna pay that bag though. So if you're willing to pay that bag, which most people ain't gonna be,
you've been paying the bag, sir.
Exactly. And my reward is tenfold. And my reward is tenfold. Dudes that have it, y'all go.
There is no reward from an 80-year-old woman. There's nothing she can reward you with.
Because the goal is for us to. The goal is for us to leave this earth together. Some of y'all, listen, I can understand y'all ain't had to look with the lady.
Hold on. How is that the goal when it's guaranteed?
But you're supposed to die with your husband or wife. That's the goal.
Says who?
That's the goal.
Says who? Who came up with that?
If you have a successful marriage, y'all both pass in a marriage.
Says who?
So a successful marriage is to get divorced.
To death do us part.
Right. That's part of it. Oh my God.
Says who?
So listen, y'all can stay out on the street. Stay out. Listen, I don't even recommend nobody get married who don't want to do it.
No,
yes, don't do it.
Here's the thing.
Stay on the streets. Make sure y'all wearing condoms, because oh my God.
Here's the thing, Coach, and H&M. Because y'all bring up the Bible and stuff like that. Listen, you can't play by the rules against somebody who is not playing by the rules.
Exactly. Boom.
If I am in the
you
ring,
really can.
Yeah, exactly. So why y'all keep bringing up the rule book? Like, I mean, we need to stop with the rule book. They are not playing by the rules. They are not. When there's no fault divorce, what part of the Bible talks about that? What part of the Bible talks about alimony? They're not playing the same game. They're not playing the same game that the Bible thumpers are playing. They don't have a soul. I'm telling you, don't play that game with them, unless you are certain.
Just go find someone else. Well, just find somebody that is going to play by the same rules as you. You could do that.
Okay, that's fine.
I guess.
That's fine. I mean, but make sure that you vet them thoroughly, and make sure that they are playing by that rule. Because if they, truth be told, if they playing by that rule, they should come to you a virgin. In a white dress after just taking a sacrament. Like, so unless they're doing that, then I don't want to hear crap. about, you know, what they say I should be doing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Need all that.
Yeah, makes sense to me.
I just need a couple hours of her time. That's it. We're doing way too much. I don't need her to hang around. I don't need her to do my laundry. I don't need her to cook.
Hey, not even
I
a
don't
couple
need
hours.
none of that. I don't need
Not
none of
even
that.
a
I can do
couple
all that
hours.
on my own, and I have been doing it. I just need a couple hours of her time, and then when she's done, I need her to leave. That's what I need.
No, I want my dishes washed and my sandwich gotten.
I can hire a maid for that. I don't need her.
Yeah, but why? If she's gonna wash the dishes, I like washing dishes. I like
because I don't even want her. I don't even want them to even think. I don't want you to think that domestication is even a part of this. You are here for one reason and one reason only: to get folded up like a Velcro wallet. That is it. And then I need you to leave.
We think different. I want them to stay for multiple reasons. Like,
can I ask a question? Like, who in like the chat wants to get married?
Okay, I'll answer.
Mm-hmm.
I'll answer the question. Yes, I want to get married to a.
Trey Taylor does not. I don't know about Game Changer. Probably not. Rod, I thought you was getting married. I don't know what happened with that. Hustler, I don't know.
Well, okay, so I want to get married to a woman that Hustler and Muscular was talking about, a traditional, what is it, like Proverbs 31 type woman? But I understand that those women do not exist in high enough quantity to make it likely that I would get married. So, you know, I won't avoid an opportunity, but I understand that it's improbable.
I get that.
You know my issue is, DeeDee.
I would. I want to as well, but it's me and the bottom lucid experience. How you doing, everybody?
Yeah.
To your question, do I want to get married as a man? Yes, I do. But like I think Game Changer said, I think it's very unlikely. How you doing, by the way? I seen you in Dr. Megan McGlover's StreamYard, so I'm familiar with you. Hope you're doing good. But yes,
can I ask,
Proverbs 31
question?
woman is very doubtful. Go ahead.
Why?
You said why?
Yeah, why do you want to get married? Why?
I grew up around members of my family who've been married for over 30 years, and I've seen how they have interacted with each other and how it's kept the family unit strong. 30, 40 years. I've been around it my entire life. And it's something, when you grow up around something like that, that's something that you want to kind of emulate or have of your own.
Mm-hmm.
Are you around drug dealers?
No, I wasn't around that environment. No.
Were you around an environment where they were wealthy, successful people?
Well, based off your definition of wealthy, I have family around me, so wealth is always going to be prominent.
What Lucid is saying is that he's seen the positive aspects of marriage growing up.
Mm-hmm.
And
there are no positive aspects of marriage. That's another myth.
There were positive aspects of marriage for his grandparents.
Okay, but this isn't his grandparents. This isn't his grandparents.
Well, yeah, but he wasn't saying that. You're asking why is he getting married? I'm saying he's saying that he's seen the positive aspects of marriage as a child, and he wants to emulate that. Now, I agree with you, Trey Taylor, when I say that is difficult to replicate in modern times. That is very difficult to replicate in modern times. So, you know, as long as Lucid is aware of that, then I don't see anything wrong.
I'm cognizant of the fact that as far as a traditional marriage or finding a woman that has traditional values, it's very few and far between. So I think Rod, who is retorting to what I was saying, trust me, I am well aware. Even my parents are well aware of the struggles that I had to go through as a man in my mid-30s, finding a woman that has similar mindset. It's very difficult. They see it every day. I see it every day on social media, and they say social media is not real life. No, it really is. It's giving me a digital footprint and an idea of whom you are or who you want to be. And based off of that, why would I want to be around women that are like that?
Agreed. I mean, as long as I don't see a problem as long as men are aware and that they have to vet different than their grandfather did. Grandpa could just marry the first woman on the cotton field that's not his cousin, and they live happily ever after. We have a much more difficult journey.
Mm-hmm.
So you're aware, but you want it anyway.
Yes, because I still have some hope. I am aware of the struggles, but I am not 100% cynical. I still have a level of optimism that still wants me to fight the fight. I understand all of the struggles. Like, trust me, this is not somebody who's blue pill. I'm red pill adjacent, so I get everything. I've been around the conversations, but I still have hope that there's somebody out there. I just know that it's going to be a bit more difficult than it was in previous generations.
Brother, I'm gonna say this here.
Hope is not a strategy, in my opinion.
Brother, I'm gonna say this here.
I don't get hope. I don't get the hope thing, right? This idea, and I love this idea that people say, well, it exists, and there are women out there, but nobody can seem to locate them or find them. These so-called women exist. They're here. They out here somewhere, but nobody knows where they are.
You know, some people can find them and have found them.
That's not true, Trey. That's not true.
Hold on 1 second. It's just that the majority of y'all can't find them, but there are people getting married every day, finding these women and these men. Y'all, it's just y'all can't seem to find them, but they're and I will say maybe it's not, you know, like it used to be, and there's an abundance of them, but people are still getting married and still building relationships and families. It's just maybe you're not looking in the right place. Maybe you're focused on the holes too much. I'm just saying, could be one of the situations. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. It could be a plethora of reasons why
They focus on the holes.
I'm just saying. But there are people getting married, and once again, I acknowledge it's not probably a whole lot, but it is still happening. Sometimes y'all be talking like people aren't, like, marriage is just completely dead, and it's not. People are still getting married.
No. It's on life support, if anything.
No,
if anything,
I
marriage is
would
on life support.
I would love to speak on this because I don't like to get too spiritual, but recent events in my life have led me to the Bible, and I just want to go to James 2:14. Well, faith by itself, if it does not have works, is dead. Now, I do understand that hope is a thing, but you don't have hope without work. So I have to put in the work continuously to be a better person, and that's finding out what things I need to work on, while still being out there looking for somebody that's going to be compatible. Now, is it going to be somebody within my age group? Maybe, maybe not. But what I'm understanding is that it's not going to be as similar as my parents or the previous generation was. It may be somebody that's going to be younger than me, and I have come to accept that. It may be somebody that has a child with them. As much as I am against that, if it push comes to shove, there has to be a level of compromise, and I have to accept that. But the thing is, what are you willing to give up? If you're not, there's some things you'll have to give up, but there's some things you shouldn't give up. But it's a matter of what you're going to do. You know how sometimes video games have a certain level of difficulty you have to get past in order to win. Either you're going to play the game and try to win, or you're just going to let it defeat you and lose. Now, I understand the concept of not the best thing to do sometimes is not play the game at all. But who wants to be a loser? I want to be a winner.
So you're a loser.
So in order to be a winner, you have to get married.
I'm not saying that either any of you are losers, so don't get that perception. But what I'm saying is, in order to, when you have to play. So if you're going, you're going to have to do something.
No, you don't. Who keeps coming up with these weird ass rules? You don't have to do any of that.
No, I mean.
So then,
there's nothing to say that I have to accept the fact that she has children. I don't have to accept that she has children. I don't have to accept that she's overweight. I don't have to accept that she's got tens of thousands.
If you're dating her, you may have to.
No, I don't.
If you're going to date her, then don't date her. Don't be with her then.
I never said that.
All I'm saying.
That's exactly my point. Then I don't date her. But what we have is what we seem to be telling men is that you got to accept her the way she is. And listen, I understand you're not going to get 100% of everything you want out of a woman, but there's got to be a hard line. And we don't draw, us as men, we don't draw the hard line well enough. We're always willing to accept
correction.
BS.
I did say that there are standards that you have.
We do draw the line.
I agree. I agree with what Trey says, but I don't think that it applies to what he's saying. You know, because he didn't say lower your standards or compromise or anything like that. So, You know, but I do agree that we have been taught to diminish our standards too. You know, Amy Schumer.
I think what he's saying is,
and a few of us who do, I'm sorry to cut you off, but a few of us who do set the standard, we get shamed, we get talked about like, oh, you're not a real man, this. It's like women can have a standard, men can't. It's not fair, but that's what I've noticed over the years.
Standards. You should have standards. But I think what Lucid Experience is saying is he recognizes what's happening, but he also understands that he may not find a woman who was like his grandmother per se. Like for that time, she may not be completely, I don't know, let me know if I'm wrong, completely the traditional woman like the women back in the day. But he still requires certain standards and values in that person, but she may not be fully like what we're talking about when it comes to old traditional women, because it's a different time. So it doesn't mean that you should accept bad standards from a woman or just any old woman, but you understand that there is a different type of women that are out there now based on what was back then. But overall, the values, the core values that should be there, if they're there, then he understands that, hey, he might have to compromise on certain things. I say this all the time. Relationships are compromised. And if you don't want to compromise, then it will be best for you to be by yourself. Don't pursue. Just be a hoe. Sleep with whoever you can and do you. Don't try to be in a relationship with anybody if you don't think that there's not going to be any compromises in the relationship. That's part of what a relationship is.
Absolutely.
So
Yeah.
exactly,
Hey, brother,
that's what I was.
brother,
That's what I was
I
saying.
do have a question.
Now, brother, you was the one who quoted the scripture. You talking about King James? I mean, what, James? Okay, I got a
Yeah.
scripture for you. King Solomon said, "Who can find a virtuous woman?" Basically, he was saying, "Good luck in finding one." That's what he was saying. Okay.
Hold on.
Man,
So if
I'm
they
not
said,
just-
hold
I'm
on,
trying
time
to-
out.
That's how
So,
you
Oh my goodness. Oh
so
my
if they
goodness.
said, hold up, if they said
Yeah, but
this
that's
in
what he was
biblical
saying.
times, hold up, they said this before. Oh my God. Okay, but what I'm saying is they said this in biblical times, right? If they said this long before we came into this was already said, right? So why, listen, y'all been growing up around the crack era of women. Most of y'all were born during the crack era. This is what it is. So why do y'all expect to find these women, a plethora of women, when it's already written in biblical times?
Because old heads like you keep telling them
Y'all niggas is crying about. Listen, some of y'all listen. Just accept the fact that some niggas ain't gonna win when it comes to the
Old heads
women.
like you keep telling them to get married. That's why.
No, I understand.
That's
So,
because
Coach,
One at a time,
no,
please.
I'm answering this question. The reason why these guys keep trying to get married is because OGs like you keep telling them to find a wife.
I'm not telling nobody to find a wife. Hold up. I never told nobody to find a wife. I told you work on yourself and a wife will appear herself to you. If you a slouchy ass nigga, if you running around, if you 35 years old and you still sagging your pants, you still a boy. If you 35 years old and you still chasing women, you still playing boy games. No. Be who you supposed to be.
The goal is still the same. At the end of the day, the goal
I
is
got a
still the
little
same.
pushback because I don't believe a woman just gonna come to you.
Hang on.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All you're doing is just reversing the order of operations. That's all you're doing. By saying you work on yourself and you'll attract a woman. It's still about a woman. You're still making it about a woman. No matter what. That's why. Hang on, Coach Bird. Because you asked why. Why would we even do it if we grew up in the crack era? It's because OGs like you keep telling them to do it. You keep telling them, work on yourself and then a woman will come. Work on yourself and then a woman will come. Why am I doing all this work on myself just to attract a woman when at the end of the day, no disrespect, DeeDee, but women have a tendency to depreciate over time. What am I doing all this work for?
Can I ask a question? I need to see the names because I want to make sure
what he's saying.
I'm asking the right person the question. Can I see the names?
Hold on one second. Y'all all talking. Hold on. Kelvin, thank you so much for the super chat. Says it's okay to enjoy your 20s, but by 29, ain't you tired of being tossed around and dragged for 4 or 5 years and still no marriage? Thank you, Kelvin, for
That's a good point. I've always said some things you're never too old for, but I don't think this is one of them, honestly.
Mr. Marcus, thank you for the super chat. Says men tend to fear God. Bedroom fun is acceptable in marriage only. That's why men marry, but these days don't get married. And then Successful MD says modern women demanding traditional men is crazy. That is. Go ahead. Hold on, Lucid. There you go. Lucid Experience. Go ahead.
Okay, so this is for.
I had a question. Go ahead.
So based off of everything that has been said, so you are quite aware of everything that is against you when it comes to your endeavor to potentially find somebody or not find somebody. So my question is, at the end of the day, what are you going to do? Are you going to be a monk and just live by yourself for the rest of life, or are you going to try and find somewhere, find a medium to meet them? Because it's apparent that there's an impasse. If one group is not going to budge fully on their end and the other group is not budging fully on their end, there has to be some level that you meet at. Because I've heard so many conversations since time immemorial about the gender wars, the men and women thing. But my thing is, what are you going to do at the end of the day? Are you going to try to find somebody to work with or not? If not, then your best bet is just to stay off the conversations and live your life. But if not, you're going to have to find some level to work with. Otherwise, you're just wasting everybody's time, including yours.
Also, I want to add as well, chip in as well. Like, what do you want to leave behind?
Was that question for me?
Yeah, Trey, I want to ask you as well, just to add, like, for everyone.
No, I'm asking lucid experience. Was the question for me or was it for somebody else?
Well, Trey, that was the response to you, because I hear the defeatism in you. Like there's an awareness, but there's a level of defeat.
That's not defeatism.
It is.
No, it's not. What are you talking about? No, it's not. Here's the thing. The problem is that you think that other men have the same goal in life that you do. I don't. I don't give a damn.
I know there are men that don't want to marry.
I've never seen marriage as the top of the mountaintop, the peak to get to. I've never seen it, even when I was a child.
But Trey,
what I find funny
I don't mean to cut you off, but Trey,
But this is what they teach us. I'm sorry.
Hold on.
Trey, he didn't speak on other men. He talked about his upbringing, what he saw, what he wants for himself. You kind of went at him about why he's choosing that, and he told you, and it's kind of like it went from there. So the thing is, while you just said what you said, I think you actually did what you said he's doing. He wants what he wants somebody else should want. No, I think you kind of did that to him. You look, instead of saying, listen, if that's what you want, cool with that, whatever, but this is what I want. I think a lot of people do that. You listen to what somebody else wants for their life. He clearly stated, this is what I grew up seeing. That's what he respects. That's what he wants. That's what he's looking for. You could say, well, good job with that, because you're going to have a hard time. And he understands it might be a hard time getting that. But at the same time, you're like, why? And these married people, you kind of did exactly what you just claimed him of doing.
No, ma'am. Not at any time did I ever tell him that he needs to live the life, that he needs to live the lifestyle that I live. What I challenged him on was
you just said he's telling people that, and he didn't do that.
No,
I don't think he did.
The way he phrased his question was, what am I going to do if I don't? If I don't want to be a part of this, then what am I going to do? And then he said, I have a defeatist attitude, which means as in I tried, but it didn't work. As in didn't work. That's why I'm responding to the idea of, no, I've never wanted this. My daughter's mom, we were together. She knew from day one, I don't ever want to get married. And I told her straight to her face. This is not a defeatist attitude. The reason why I asked him why is because I could hear there's a little bit of hypocrisy in his argument. If you're saying that you can see this, you can see all the negativities. Yes, there are a lot of people getting married, but the divorce rate is almost 60%. There are a lot of people getting divorced too. And that's for separations, rare divorces, and sexless marriages. We haven't even factored that in. So that number probably gets pushed up to closer to 70% at some point in time. So there's clearly an issue with marriage. So my answer to him is, my question to him of why was because if he knows this, to me, the logic isn't there. If I know something is going to hurt me, if I know that the odds are in my favor, if I know that it's not going to benefit me, why would I still want it anyway? That sounds crazy to me.
So because things are not in your favor, you're going to have that mindset.
Yeah, because there are a lot of things that may not be in your favor, but it doesn't mean that it's impossible. And if you just say, "Oh, I just give up, I wash my hands of it," it's an assumption to think that because of what's around you is all bad from, and you know, you couldn't possibly get a better outcome out of it. I think there's a point there, to be honest, Trey, but I think that is the mindset, because you see what's happening around you. I see a lot of negativity happening around me, but I'm not a part of that. You know what I mean? And then my outcome is not the example that people would have said even back then should have happened based on my circumstances and upbringing and all of that. So I don't think that, I think it is kind of like, oh, we see is bad, so I'm tapping out. That's your choice. I think everybody has a choice. You have a choice to say that this is not what I want. I respect it. But I respect other people's choices too. If you say, look, I want to have faith and believe, I respect that, because that's you. At the end of the day, you can go with, you know, with the 3 women or however many women you want to sleep with and get a good ride or whatever. And he could decide to say, you know what, I'm gonna stick it out. I'm gonna keep trying. I'm gonna see there might be somebody good out there. Everybody has a choice, and I think we just got to respect people's choices. You may not agree with it. You might think it's foolish.
But DeeDee,
but you know,
but DeeDee, that's not what he said though, DeeDee. He said that he understood. He said he's red pill adjacent and he understands everything, but he still wants it anyway. That's what I'm challenging.
That's his choice.
That's my choice.
That's his choice.
That doesn't sound
good, sir.
Crazy to you?
I have a question. So, DeeDee, I have a question. I was listening earlier, and I think the conversation was about who wants marriage. Am I correct? Before I move,
Yeah, that's the question I asked everyone.
Okay, so if that is the question, and Trey, you have stated to us multiple times that you don't want marriage. Here's my question: why are you here? If you don't want this, why are you here? Because it's apparent it's counterproductive. It's really counterproductive to the conversation. You don't want it. Therefore,
why are you trying to censor me?
I'm not trying to censor you. I'm just asking what is your point with the conversation if you're not going to contribute to the actual point. I am
contributing. I don't have to.
Is this a conversation geared towards marriage? I don't know.
Right.
I mean, it was a question. It was a question at the moment. We were talking about a lot of things, you know, to be honest.
Why is it that when somebody doesn't agree,
I do kind of want to touch on something from what DeeDee was saying and relate back to my own life. You know, before I moved over to Germany, a lot of people said, you know, they were talking to you. I'm not being funny, Trey, but people were talking to me and not exactly how you are, but in a way, yes, and telling me it's a bad idea because the percentage of this and, you know, it's not going to do, you know, and I didn't listen. I mean, thank God I didn't listen to them, you know, and I decided to, you know, go out and seek out for myself. You know, when I was able to actually cultivate a certain life for myself, the same people back home were like, oh, wow, is it really like that? So all of these statistics and stuff they were saying, they didn't know what they were saying, but I didn't know that because it was all in, you know, it was all like, you know, talking in my ear, telling me it's a bad idea.
Listen, look, I had family members. You know, we can go back. This was the old days compared to now, and things are different, but still, certain things are the same. I was told not to get married. Oh, this man gonna cheat on you. He gonna do this. He gonna do that. Oh my God, you shouldn't do that. Take care of yourself. People have always been very negative because they had either a bad experience or they were too afraid to try something different themselves. So they did what they did, and I could turn around and say, you know what, and it's basically what I did. Like, you're telling me getting married to a man that I believe is a good man, and I'm going to take this chance because life is about taking chances and risk. We all, you know, you're not going to get it all right all the time. And so me doing that, oh my God, he going to do this, he going to do this, he going to leave you. No, because you had men that didn't commit to you and didn't marry you and left you and plays you like a fiddle. So you think that it's going to happen to me and I should just stay single and just be like you. And then what? Go fool around and get pregnant and become a statistic and all of us sitting around single baby mamas together. And that's going to be cool. Than me saying, hey, I met a good dude. He want to marry me. I was skeptical at first because I had all this negative information, but in the end, you know, it's like, no, I'm not I'm not in that situation that y'all are in. So yes, people have always been negative and told, look, I see all I see is baby mamas. All I see is women carrying babies on their hips, wearing Daniel Green slippers with crusty feet, walking around looking a hot mess with scarves on their head. That's all I saw. And that's the surroundings. And so I'm supposed to say, okay, well, I'm gonna just do this. This is typical, then end up being a baby mama and all that, whatever. So I've always had negative feedback and people trying to discourage me from doing something that they wasn't able to accomplish. And so all the negativity was there. But if I had listened to that, I would be, and I happen to think I'm in a great marriage. My husband does not cheat. I don't cheat. We're good. And when I tell people that, people be like, well, you sure you don't cheat? Well, listen, I will say this. Look, if he cheating, well, guess what? He doing a good job hiding it, and I don't have no issues, and I don't have nothing to worry about. So, because people like to say, you don't know if you cheating. Okay, man, if that's the case,
that's the dumb shit.
Yeah, but it's fine because I know people are filled with negativity. That's all they know. Anything positive, they question it. But what I'm saying, if he does cheat, hell, he's doing a really good job because I ain't never had no issues in all these 20 years. So he's doing a great job at it. Good for him if that was the case. But I'm just saying, like, you can't listen to what everybody else is saying, and because negativity is prominent, sometimes you got to make a decision to do what you think is best. And look, let the chips fall where they may. If it works, it work out. If it don't, it don't. At least you try. You know what I'm saying? At least you try. So I just wanted to speak on that because I think just because everything looks bad around you doesn't mean that you can't find, something great out. It doesn't mean that you can't. It's not impossible is all I'm saying.
I have to agree with you. 100%. I wanted to. Go ahead, Game Changer. I'll go after you.
Thank you. What you're describing is misery loving company. These women have made a series of poor decisions, and they are giving you advice to make the same poor decision.
Yep.
That's misery loves company.
Mm-hmm.
I think that, I think Trey's something different. I'm going to say some of the advice that people would give someone like Lucid is more to the effect of, I'm miserable and I don't want you to see, I don't want to see you make the same mistake. And that's what I'm saying. This would be like if somebody went through a divorce and they just simply said like, okay, this is the possibility, this is the probability, so do with that information what you will. Nobody's telling you to not get married or anything like that.
Right.
Then that's one thing. But if somebody says, oh no, don't do it, it's because I don't do it and I want others to be in my same situation.
Right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Calvin Cook, thank you for the super chat. Says this is why you missed the right one. Keisha told you to leave me and you did. Well, guess where Keisha is now? That's right, with me. Thank you for the super chat, Calvin. I appreciate you.
Coach Work, I have a question. Are you a part of the boomer generation? Because if so, how close are you?
I'm Gen X, bro.
Gen X? Well, I want to give Gen X and the boomers some credit. They had the privilege of, I'll say, not being in the technology age as far as we are. And there's a beautiful thing about that because they don't have to worry about having too much knowledge that they can't just think and do things. They'll just do. Like regardless of what's there, I'm saying regardless of what's there, they're just gonna go try. And I think that's with all the analytics that we have. I say analytics versus application. We're scaring ourselves to a point where we're looking at the analytics too much and scaring ourselves out of even going out there to make an attempt.
Okay, let me interrupt you right quick. Don't give the boomers credit for crap.
Damn.
They're the worst generation that has ever existed ever.
Damn. How's that?
Huh?
How you say that?
Well, okay, let's start with the divorce boom in the boomer generation. You see, what we have to realize is that when you talk about your grandparents, they weren't boomers. Boomers are the ones that lie about marching with King, even though they was too damn young. Boomers is the ones that invented crack. They invented,
Hold on. Didn't no black man invent no crack? Stop it.
I didn't say black.
Okay, well, I'm just saying. We talking about it. We the ones struggling with the marriage.
I said whoever invented it was a boomer, okay? Boomers did crap. They basically, what happens, Lucid, and this is why we should not give boomers credit. is because
Damn.
people, as far as relationships and marriages go, people have been doing the same thing for hundreds and thousands of years. You know, boomers were the ones that decided to do something different. They decided to say, you know something, I don't have to stay married. I can get divorced. Or I don't have to get married. I can get welfare. Welfare existed before the boomer generation before the boomer generation started to abuse the system. They're the ones who strayed off of the recipe. And we are just dealing with the melee. I'm Gen X, by the way.
Okay, so let's say this then. Yes, whatever generation y'all want to blame, right? Go to the people in your family and blame them. However, I'm a Gen X also.
Every
right?
morning I call and say, fuck you, mom. So
well that's an hold time. No, brother, listen. Time out. Listen again.
Damn.
This is an issue you got with her, right? It's not the rest of the world. Now, listen. The same generations that complain about the generations before them, I'm gonna tell you the generation that struggles the most. My 80s crack babies. Y'all struggle the most. Y'all struggle with relationships out of every generation before us, even coming after us. Hold on. Whether you choose,
crack baby, is because your boomer mother smoked crack. Okay, everything started with the boomers. Now
the problem.
We're not struggling with. Do not give boomers credit for anything. They didn't invent anything. They didn't do anything. Worst people that ever existed.
Oh my God. Mr. Marcus, I need y'all. As a Christian brother, get married. As a man, brother, do not get married because there's no sex in marriage.
Oh my God.
And betrayal. Boy, I swear. Thank you, Mr. Marcus, for the super chat. I don't understand how that. Just say that's some people's experience, child. I don't like the generalizations because I get offended by that because I'm like, wait a minute, no, say that was your experience that you was married and your wife and didn't give you none and made you sleep on the couch and you didn't have sex for years. Say that
we sold it to your parents.
Experience. That is not my experience. That's not everyone's experience. The same way I don't think every woman is withholding sex from her husband. Every woman don't do that. I don't think you should do that. That I would never recommend that at all. I'm like, that is not everybody. Like, I'm just saying. If that's your experience, say, you know what, that happened to me, but maybe that's not yours.
That ain't happened to me.
This goes back to my.
You just shared this experience. I don't know.
Why is it that when the argument doesn't fit us, generalizations don't matter? And then when the argument does fit us, generalizations do matter. Generalizations matter regardless whether or not it fits our argument or not.
I think when
the world works.
You should
I agree, Trey. I mean, notice how when Lucid was saying the boomer, I want to give credit to the boomers and Gen X. You know, everybody was like, oh yeah, you know, give credit. But then when I say it's the crap generation, it's like, oh, don't generalize. Y'all, you see that?
We the baby daddy and baby mama generation.
So I want to say,
or at the very least, we started it. At least. I don't know.
I really want to say this, and this goes back to the question I asked. So we see that generalizations they have validity because I mean, if there's a majority of people that do X, then why? Okay, fine. You're right about that. My question is, at the end of the day, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Because we can have these conversations and cycle over and over again.
But keep living my life like I've been doing.
Didn't do that. But don't sort me out for wanting to follow my path. I'm not sorting you out.
I asked, listen, all of my friends are married. Every single one of them that said they were getting married, I asked them the same question. Why? Why are you getting married? To listen to their answer. I asked you a simple question as to why. Why are you getting married? You say it was because of what you saw growing up. Fine. That is what it is. But I want to identify that most men, when they say why they're getting married, it's typically a very confusing and unrealistic answer that doesn't make any sense. I saw something that happened 40 years ago, so I want that too. It just doesn't make any sense. That's the only thing I'm pointing out. You can do whatever you want. You're a grown man at the end of the day, and you're going to do whatever you want. But I want to point out to the people who are listening that most times if you ask a man, why is he getting married? You're going to get a very frazzled and chaotic answer.
And sometimes you don't. Sometimes you ask a man why he's getting married. He's like, I love her. Simple as that. I love her and I want to be with her. It's simple as that. That's it. It's not always that. They love her and that's it. They love her and they want to marry her. They want, and that's that. Sometimes it's not always the same answer. It is not always frazzled and all of that. I mean, that's some people's experience, but not all. There's some men just, I love her.
Here's the issue with marriage. It's a two-party thing, right? It's a two-party thing. I agree with you guys. There's things I have overcome in my life. I'm from DC. I wasn't supposed to make it past 26 years old. So I agree with you. But here's the thing. That's a personal thing. That's me controlling that. You don't, there's two parts in a marriage. If she says she doesn't want to do this anymore, boom, it's a failure. So that's why I ask these questions, because I get it. Oh, well, I want to beat the odds. Oh, you want to beat the odds. It doesn't necessarily mean she wants to beat the odds. And just because she sat down and she told you that when y'all were pillow talking doesn't mean she's going to feel the same way in 10 years, especially when we know that the analytics show that most marriages only average about 7 to 8 years anyway.
So it's a fear thing.
It's a
fear that you're going to give your all to a situation and you're unsure that she's going to be on the same page with you.
DeeDee, as a man, I have no choice but to play out all the options. I'm responsible.
Right.
I'm responsible.
Trey,
so I have to play out every single way that this could either work. This could not work. As a man, we have to do that. We have to do a
That's what most things. That's what most things. It's not just that. That's part of life. You take risks and you take. It's not just relationships that you have to that applies to, right? Trey.
Yep.
Correct. But there's so much data. It's right there in front of me. And what I see most times is people telling me, ignore it.
I think the word that we're looking at here is guarantee. And there are no guarantees in life.
There's none.
You could have the wife of your dreams for 12 years. At 12 and 1 day, she can leave you.
That's the only guarantee out there.
There's no guarantee. There's no guarantee that she's going to be with you the next day, but you live and you move forward. So I get that. You're looking at those odds that they're against you, but there are no guarantees. So it's like, what at the end of the day, what are you going to do? Because it's like we could do this, we can talk about this, but that's my mindset about it, because I've heard it for so long, and I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna try. I'm gonna try and do my best to be the best person I can, and if the person comes my way, then that's great. We make it work. If not, there's no guarantee that'll happen. But I'm going to live and continue to be myself and pray while I do it, that everything falls where it should be. But I'm not going to have a defeatist mindset, and I knowing that there are no guarantees in life, just be happy with where I land.
And listen, that's what I say to women who are complaining about there aren't any goods, because women complain too. The men are horrible and this and that, and they just choose to be single, but they're not happy about it. A lot of them are complaining because they're not really truly happy about their situation. They're mad that they can't get it the way they want it to be, and so they're complaining. Not because they don't want a man, they're complaining because they can't find a man who's going to do what they want him to do. And my thing is this: if you make your choice, and if your choice is what you truly want, everybody else's choice is not going to bother you. You're not going to have to, you don't care about what everybody else does, because you made your choice, you completely happy with it, and you live in your life. Because at the end of the day, whatever choice you make, life goes on until it's over. So you got to live your life, be content with what you want to do, and that's it. Don't give a damn about what anybody else thinks or does, because it doesn't affect you, and you're happy. If you're completely happy, you don't give a shit about what everybody else is doing. That's how I see. I don't care what nobody else tries to do. I try to understand where people come from, but at the end of the day, I don't give a damn what anybody else chooses to do. My life is my life. I know what I wanted. I'm happy with my husband. He seems to be happy with me, and we live in our life. We do. We got our shit together. We don't really care what nobody else thinks, and that's all I'm saying is, if you are content with whatever choice you make in life, be happy with it. To hell with anybody else thinks. And it shows when people are happy, they don't really complain about what everybody else is doing. They just like, okay, you do you, whatever. I might have some questions. I'm like, I don't know about that. But at the end of the day, for real, I'm happy with whatever you happy with. I don't, because it doesn't affect me. Everybody has to make a choice of what they want in their lives. And I think the bottom line is, in my opinion, people who have a problem with other people's choices or how other people's stuff is going is because they're not truly happy with theirs. That's all I'm saying.
Good night, everybody. Thank y'all for coming out. God bless you.
That's
Have
it.
a good week. Mic drop moment.
I can have a problem with what other people's choices because if they're voters, they could affect me. It could affect me.
What you talking about?
So we got to stop. We got to stop.
Yeah, but like
just
Trey,
because,
like someone wanted to get married,
everybody
it's
should
not
be able to do
affecting
whatever they
you.
want to
We're not
do.
talking about voting.
Like someone wanted to get married, it's not affecting
Here's
you.
you moved it, man.
I'm not moving anything. I'm saying that people's thoughts and ideas can affect you.
But we're not
It
talking
can
about,
affect you.
if we talk
about relationships.
Trey, you are moving the goalposts because if you talking about voting, I understand that. That's I understand. We talking about relationships.
Married people don't vote.
We're not talking.
Come on,
Trey.
What
Before
voting
your
got to do
name
with
is
this,
Willis,
man?
I'm about to ask you what you're talking about because right now
Married people don't vote. If you have
Most black people voted for Kamala Harris.
Nobody said that. I didn't hear that.
If you have a certain ideology, aren't you going to vote that way? So you being married actually does affect me.
80% of black people voted for Kamala Harris. So
okay, that's great.
I
Good for
didn't.
them. I didn't either. So I don't know. Yeah, that's great.
80% was.
Okay, great.
I didn't vote for either one of them, honestly.
Here's the thing. Most of the time, married people want other people to get married. That's y'all mentality. Y'all will push, go get married. So when you say, well, it doesn't affect other people, it does, because you're pushing the ideology of go get married. When in actuality,
Trey, that's a bit of a generalization.
I gotta see what he's saying.
That's a stretch.
Can I just say something?
That's
Like,
a big.
And you're also pushing, and it's also pushing the idea that if you don't want to get married, why? What's wrong with you? You want to be loose for the streets? You want to be single and just chase tail or chase vagina for the rest of your life? That's also what it's implying.
If you want to be in the street and be a hoe, then go do that. It's like,
Yeah, but when I hear people, when I hear people say I don't want to get married, when I hear people say I'm not ever getting married, that's translation for I want to violate the Bible. I want to be loose for the streets. I want to do everything that's dirty and inhumane. So I guess we look at marriage as kind of a savior, so we don't have to risk going to hell and suffering the wrath of Satan when we die. The only problem is even marriage can't save you from that. It ain't. Because people do satanic work even when they're married.
Yeah, there's a lot
of husbands. You got married men and women sleeping around with other people all the time, having work husbands and work wives and shit. So yeah.
But listen, look, I'm a married woman. Y'all know it. Look, me and my husband know plenty of married couples who cheat on each other. In fact, when they got married, there's like on their wedding day, they like, we still gonna cheat. Okay, well, that's what I can't do shit about that. If you gonna get married and you gonna say you still gonna cheat, that's your business. We look at each other and we laugh like, okay, well, whatever. Go ahead, congratulations, baby. I can't do shit about that. If you and your wife still gonna, both of y'all cheating, but y'all getting married. So I'm well aware that there's some crazy marriages out here, but all of them aren't that way. And I think a lot of times people, if it's a choice and you don't want to get married, I think quite naturally, we all do this. We align ourselves with the thing that we believe in. You know what I'm saying? Kind of like, okay, if you don't, but like Trey don't want to get married, but so you're gonna see all of the negativity in it. You're gonna see all the people who ain't married and what all the bad shit they're going through and all of that. It's kind of hard to focus on the positivity if it's something you're choosing not to do. And you build your idea of why your reason behind your idea of not wanting it based on all the negative that you see, the statistics, all of the divorces and all of that. But what I learned too, because I was a really negative person at first. So what I learned was when I was so negative, I encountered nothing but negativity. That's all I see. That's all I get. It almost kind of emphasizes the way I think. And so that's what I see. But when I had to change over and start looking at the positive in things, I start seeing positive images, positive results. You tend to see more of what you focus on. If you focus on the negative and that's all you focus, that's what you get. That's what you get. That's what you see. That's what you get. Women do it all the time. That's why sometimes I don't like the generalizations, but I understand it's a real thing. But that's what women do all the time. All men are bad. All black men are deadbeats. None of them take care of their kids. But I don't think y'all like that generalization when women portray y'all all in one light, in that same negative light. And y'all know that it's not the truth for all black men. That's why I talk about it, because I know that's not the truth. But if I listen to that and just say, you know what, they right. And as a man, as men who take care of their kids, and you know you're not that, you're not going to agree with that. So that's why I think I think it would be better if people would just focus on their experience and talk from their experiences to say, this is what I've experienced and this is why I think this way. I can understand that better, but you understand this is not the scenario for everybody. Because sometimes people don't get that. You know, you have to specify it. You know, you have to say, you would think people would automatically know, hey, I'm not talking about everybody, but I have to keep saying that because that's what people like to do, put everything in one category. And that's not the case. There are good men out here, responsible men who take care of their families, don't beat their wives, don't cheat on their wives. But somehow it's a narrative that that's just what they do and all of them do it. And I just know that's not the case. But are there situations like that out there? For sure. But I'm not going to go around and just look at, but I think it's the outcome that you get. If you have a positive outcome, you tend to look positive. If you've had a negative outcome, you tend to look negative, and you see it because you went through it. I think that's what tends to happen. Usually people who have never been married have bad ideas of marriage. People who have been abused, they think every man going to abuse them. You get what I'm saying? People who have been done dirty by somebody, they think everybody going to do them dirty. They don't trust nobody. So that's something we got to kind of get out of, because it makes it bad, and it makes it hard for you to trust and believe in good in people and see the positive side of things. Everything just become negative. Am I making sense? I'm just saying.
What do you say to people that have been married for 20, 30, 40 years and tell you don't get married?
Well, that's the experience. If
you walk
been
away
married
and
for
move
20,
on.
Right. If you
let's be honest here.
So why? Hold on.
Let's be honest. Marriage is not for everybody. So that's just the honest truth. Marriage ain't for everybody.
It's not. It's not. If you've been married for 20 years and I look, when I went to get my driver's license, my name changed to my husband's name, get my I'm talking about, get my marriage license. The lady was right there. I'm happy. I'm ready to get my license. My husband's name on it. That lady told me, "Oh, you just got married." I'm like, "Yeah." She was like, "Well, something." She said, "Oh, I didn't change my name, or I'm changing. I'm getting a divorce or something." She said she had something negative to say about it because she was getting a divorce and I was just getting married and I was happy about it. And I'm looking like, well, damn. So my thing is this: everybody's experience is not the same. And if you're looking for the negatives, that's what you're gonna get. If somebody been married for 20 years and they like, don't do it, I've heard that before. That means you had a messed up marriage. That ain't got shit to do with me.
And that's exactly what I was getting at, because that's automatically the thought process that if somebody's been married for 20, 30 years, they say don't get married. Oh, you must have a horrible marriage. And they're like, no, I don't. My marriage is great. But I'm telling you that it's not beneficial to you. I'm in it. I'm doing it right now. I'm doing it. I'm telling you that it's not beneficial to you to do it. But because we just order, but again, that's so unfair. That's not true, DeeDee. Just because somebody says don't do something doesn't mean that they're unhappy.
Hey, come on now. If you have typically, y'all let me know, if you have a good experience with something, you don't go around telling people not to do it.
That's true.
I was in the military. I had a great experience. I was in the military. I had a great experience in the military. And I tell people all the time.
That ain't quite the same thing, sir. Just saying. No, I don't know if that's the same thing. I've been in the military too. Had a good experience. I'm not gonna recommend everybody join the service.
And I don't recommend everybody join the service. And I had a great experience.
So key word you said.
The military is not for everybody. So hey,
everybody. But I'm saying typically, if you're in a healthy relationship, and y'all are doing what, you don't go around telling people not to do it. The only time you hear people saying that is when they're not happy with their situation. If they're married to a woman that's trying to use them and abuse them, and you get to having a conversation with them, they'll tell you, man, don't do it. It ain't worth it, because I'm in a marriage right now, and this heifer is giving me the blues. You don't usually hear people saying that when they have a good situation going on. I'm just saying.
I have multiple friends that are married. I got family members that are married, and I have heard on more than one occasion, don't do it. It's not, and the reason is, and they will
Are they
always say,
happily married?
yes, they're fine.
They're still married, right?
Well,
Decades.
it don't sound like it. I mean, I kind of see what DeeDee is saying, because if they're happily,
hang on, because we have a problem in our conversations that if somebody says something that you don't agree with, it's like automatically, well, it must have been hard for you. It must have been rough for you. No, how about I can look at things for what they are and go, this probably is not best for me. The probability is this probably isn't best for me. It doesn't mean that you had a negative experience. You can look at it for what it is. You have statistics and analytics. Nobody ever wants to pay attention to it until it's beneficial to you. Then when it's beneficial to you, the first thing people want to bring out is what the stats say and the analytics say. But when it's not beneficial to your argument, nobody wants, well, forget them stats. You got to trust your gut. You got to believe. You got to have faith. You Bible thumping me now. How about I just look at it and say, for what it's worth, based in 2025, the marriage rates have declined every single year for the last 60 years. People are getting more divorces today. People are cheating more than they ever have today. Maybe marriage just isn't the same institution it once was. Does that mean that I can't defy the odds? Defy the odds? No, people win the lottery all the time. Of course you could defy the odds, but is the probability in my favor? The answer is no. More than likely, no, it's not in my favor.
All right, I get you. Now, to be fair, yes, people will take stats and throw them out the window because they say, "Oh, you're supposed to get married. This is what the man upstairs wants you to do. Otherwise, something's wrong with you." So I get it. People want to throw stats out the way when it comes to doing right for other reasons. But I agree with what DeeDee is saying. If your family members are happy in their marriages, why are they telling you don't do it, don't do that? Instead, they should be encouraging it. Now, I understand marriage is not for everybody, but the way y'all talk is like y'all not happy in your situations. The way they talk is like they're not happy where they are. So I kind of see what she's saying.
Sometimes
I would just tell people straight up, marriage is not for everybody. Make sure you want to get married. If I was a married man, I would say, sir, ma'am, young bucks, if y'all want to get married, by all means do it. But understand it's not for everybody. I've been married for this amount of years, and look what the mess I had to go through, but we made it work. So understand it may be for you, it may not. Weigh it out first. I'm not gonna say don't fucking do it because hell, I'm in a bad marriage and I'm not. So I kind of see what DeeDee is saying. Just saying, my mic is muted. Right
now.
To
kind of go on what you just said, man. Keep in mind of don't listen to what people normally say. Watch what they're doing. They may say don't get married, but yet they're still in those marriages for whatever reason it may be, whether it be to keep those benefits together, whether because they don't want to go to separate houses, they'll take away the certificate, but they still want to be together. Whatever reason it may be, they're still going to be married. That's why I wanted to give the generations before credit for it. They still find a way to be together regardless of everything that happened to them. So if they can find it, we can find it. There's going to be obstacles then, there's obstacles now. So you just find a way to make it work, or if you don't want to do it, then okay. But I think we're continuously going back to that. Yeah. And sorry, unfortunately, you've been moving the goalpost so much, your arm should be strong. What we're trying to tell you is that we see the analytics, we see the statistics. I see the comments they're talking about. Kevin Samuels did that. I understand. But what he was doing is trying to get people to look at it from a different perspective. You can still get married. You just have to change your mindset. You have to put on a different pair of lens. If you keep on wearing the same pair of lens, you're going forward, you're eventually going to run into a wall.
The older generation told their daughters and their granddaughters, don't do it. But they stayed married until that did them part. It's like in hindsight, you telling them don't do what you did, but you benefited from it. You say uncle's grandpa, whatever, went to work at the railroad, whatever he did, and he paid all the bills while she was able to be at home and manage the household and take care of the kids and the grandkids. And you have the generation after them saying, my grandma, they don't make them like my grandma. they don't make them like they used to make them. My grandma had us over, and she watched. She was the village, and she was this and all of that. But those women told the other ones, don't do it. Don't do it. Take care of yourself. And look at the mess that we're in now. Now we have all independent chicks, don't need no man. They could do it by themselves. And they're miserable. They're not happy. They're not happy doing it by themselves. That's why they want what they call it, some kind of night. You want to have a life where a man could just make it easy for you. You're not happy.
A soft life.
A soft life. You want a soft girl life.
Soft girl error.
All this shit. But y'all was set up. Y'all was told. Now that's a whole generation or two of people who were told, don't depend on a man. Do it by yourself. And this very thing they complain about. Now they're saying men are different. No, y'all were taught that way. But your grandma and all that had it good. But everybody want to talk about, oh yeah, he had some of them men did have a whole family down the street or whatever, but he still made sure his home was good. And then the grandma was doing it with the milkman. We all hear these stories. So she was getting it in, he was getting it in, but they made sure the home was maintained, whatever they was doing outside of that. And guess what? She wasn't that upset about it because
you didn't find, but you didn't find out about all these stories until somebody passed away.
So at the funeral, there go the whole nother family. I don't know how to get it, but child, it is what it is.
Listen, Beyonce is going around telling women, all the single ladies, and what she's doing, she going home to Jay-Z. You only when she around Jay-Z, she only act like the same Beyonce to be on stage. I've hardly ever heard her speak around Jay-Z. She's out here chilling.
Coach Bird?
So listen, man.
It's funny because I don't mean to bring his name up, but the guy that's currently on trial, his previous girlfriend was part of a group that was focused. Their songs were focused on exploitation of men, regardless of the environment. Act up, all that. But yet she is wanting golden showers on her face. Like, come on, it's like, don't listen to what people say. Watch what they do. They can say everything all they want, but if you look at their actions, you look at what they do, then it's going to tell a whole different story.
I think the phrase "is cheaper to keep her" was invented for a reason, and I think you got a lot of men in marriages who understand that there is no way out for them without them taking some sort of serious financial hit. And so I've been in situations where I've seen men lose their home, get kicked out of the home that they bought before they got married. I've seen it happen. So there are a lot of men out here who will tell you not to get married because it's a financial risk for you in the end if it doesn't work out. And that is good advice. If you're going to give somebody advice, you have to give them the entire scope of advice, not just the good stuff, not just the meat and potatoes. You got to tell them everything.
I agree with that.
So if I were to tell you that there's a more than a 50% chance that this won't work and you won't make it past 8 years, people will say, well, you're being negative. I'm not being negative. I'm giving you the full scope of what the analytics and the stats say. Now, y'all may be able to defy it. I've got family members that have been together for 20 plus years. They defied it. I come from a family that had great aunts and great uncles was married for 50, 60 years. I'm not saying that marriage can't work. I'm saying if you look at it for what it is today, and you say, on one hand, I want to get married, but on the other hand, everything's telling me not to get married, I think you sound crazy. I think you need to pick a side. Either you want to get married or you don't want to get married. But you can't say I want to get married, but it looked really, really bad. So no, I'm not going to do it. But unless I find the right girl, you sound crazy.
I think the issue is that while what you're saying is sound logic, you're throwing caution to the wind, but it's also being labeled as if don't do it. What it should be is, if you want to do it, just be mindful of the things that's going to come with it if you decide to do it, rather than tell somebody or argue with somebody for an hour about why they're choosing to do it. That would make your argument hold more weight.
We're here to talk.
Now, I'm saying your argument will hold more weight if you had placed it in that aspect.
Just know that it's not a cakewalk. It is work on both parties, and that's why communication is the most important thing is communication.
Right.
And how she moves. If I tell my wife I'm gonna do stuff and I never do it, eventually, like anybody, she'd be like, that nigga lying. It's just, you got to communicate. I didn't never think that I would be in this position. Me and my wife going on 12 years. When I first got married, all my family told me it ain't gonna last over 2. She's going even harder now just to make sure that we are where we are and where we need to be. And listen, you have to have the communication time. You have to be able to, I don't know, people just don't communicate. They get into these little routines where they think, no, you have to check in every once in a while. Hey, how you feel? What you doing? What you thinking about? And sit down. Let's go out, And again, man, I never went off of what other man's experiences were when it comes to choosing a woman. I never did that. I don't care if they were having great relationships or not. I used some advice, but I grew up with sisters, so it was a little easier for me to figure out how women behave, because we see the behavior in our family just move opposite. And is it easy? No. But again, if you and I have a 22-year-old son now, and he's telling me, based off his experiences, he's not having the same issues that older men are having in the dating pool. He's finding young women, but again, he's saying, Daddy, all of them ain't worthy of giving all of my time to. There's some that I do, but he's even at a space in his head where he ain't ready to get married. So he just has to protect himself until he is. But again, marriage is about two people trying to figure it out. And you can't allow other people to come into your marriage and give you dumb advice about their own experiences, is all I'm saying.
Marriage is about two people figuring it out, but only one side takes the majority of the risk.
What?
When it comes to the financial aspect of it, Trey?
At the end of it, yeah.
Financially?
Yeah.
But if you get a woman and she don't want to work,
majority of the dads are the ones who lose their kids.
Well, what about
become weekend dads?
What about not getting married? Just having a stable relationship with one woman that y'all build upon before, what about that?
I think that's the best way.
I mean,
if it doesn't work, she can go her way, you can go yours.
Right.
You ain't got no courts. You ain't got
no kids. Don't make no children.
But again, you better check with those state laws, because if y'all living together 4 and 5 and 6 years, you got common law marriages, and she's still gonna be
exactly.
That too.
We have something out here called common law marriage. Yep.
Yeah.
I live in a no common law marriage state, so I'm good.
There you go.
Well, you better stay there forever.
So good for you.
Because if you just think about it, you get her in a relationship.
Don't move to Illinois.
She has a child. If she has a child and she moves out of the state and go to you take a chance on whatever you do. We take a chance on the jobs that we choose. We choose dangerous jobs. Again, man, it ain't for everybody, but I don't know, man. You can't leave no question unasked today. You have to go. To me, you got to go meet these dumbass cousins, these slow ass family members. Go over and check them out. Then it'll let you know. You don't want to commit to that, because if a woman that has if her family has a great influence on her, then you most likely it's going to end up a bad situation. But I don't know, man.
Listen, for the record, y'all do what you think is best for you. Whatever you think is best for you, I respect it. I ain't mad at it. I don't, it's because it's your life. At the end of the day, you got to live it. You got to get up every day. You got to look at yourself in the mirror. You got to say, you know what? I'm good. I don't need no woman. I don't need no man. That's what the women say. They don't need no man. They doing it by themselves. But unfortunately, with a lot of them, because I don't see a lot of men complaining like women do. Women, to me, complain the most. So it's like they're the ones always complaining. I don't need no man, but I want one. You're on the dating sites and you got a problem with everybody. So that's where I say make a choice. Decide on what you want to do and do it. Don't worry about nobody else. That's all I'm saying. Listen, and the problem I see with women, once again, is they complain about men. All men are horrible. All of y'all are dusties. All y'all broke. Y'all short. Y'all this, y'all that. But they still looking for one. And then the thing is, when they can't find it, they're miserable and bitter and mad. And then what they do is they look at women who are married and looking at us smiling and happy with our situation, and you want to try to come for our situation. That's the problem I have. Don't come for mine. I'm good. I'm not complaining on here telling you I didn't make a channel and say my husband is a deadbeat. I'm so sick and tired of his shit. I didn't come out here saying that. I didn't say I want to do. I say I'm happy and content with my life. So don't try to make it seem like, because this is what a lot of women do. They go on social media and they're like, well, these married women, they probably single mothers for real. I mean, what they say, you really a single mother in a marriage.
A single married woman. Married woman.
And when I say that is not everybody, there might be some women who are struggling. Granted, but that don't try to put that on every person that's married. We know a bunch of married people who are miserable because they say it, but they stay married for some reason. They don't all get a divorce. So maybe they staying because of the finances. Maybe they staying because it's easier. I don't know, but they complain. The men, and this ain't black men. These men don't want to go home. They work extra hours to stay away from their wives because they say she batshit crazy. They don't want to be home with their wives. They want to be at the job constantly taking extra hours so they don't have to go home and look at her. So, but they don't get divorces. Some of them do, but most of them don't. So I don't know how they do that. I agree that some people may be in horrible marriages, but they stay for whatever, maybe for the kids. I don't know, but that is not everybody. I was on that panel the other day, and they would say the same thing. All married people are miserable, and I think that's a stand. I think because maybe it seems like I don't know. I'm just saying, listen, leave me out of it. Exclude me. All the rest of them could be miserable, but I'm not miserable. And so, we've been together 20 years. If I get miserable in the next 10, I will let y'all know. I'm just saying, I will not hide it from you. I will tell you I'm tired
You
of
sure about that?
and I'm done. I will tell you. I don't have look, I've been a little bit transparent. I will tell you if it don't work out after all these years, I will tell you. I will honestly say, you know what? I'm done. Okay, because women always be the one that leave. So I'll be the one to leave, I guess, according to the statistics. So I would have to be the one to say, you know what? It's over. After 30 years, we made it 10 more years, 30 years. How old I would be? Shit, almost 60 years, 59, 60, almost, and I'm leaving my man for what? Then do what? Am I gonna be happy doing that? Would my marriage be so miserable after all this time with no real reasons to leave at damn near 60, 59, 60? I'm leaving to do what? You think I'm gonna be happy then? Where I'm gonna go? Who gonna want me at 60? How am I going to be much more happier being an old elderly 60 lady by myself saying, "Ooh, I'm not settling"? That would be the stupidest thing to do ever.
DeeDee,
Man.
need I remind you that famous pop star Madonna is 60 plus years old and she got herself a young 28-year-old. So if she can pull it off, if she can pull it off, anybody can. I don't know.
She's dating him. She getting folded up. That's what that is.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what she doing. And she ain't trying to. Yeah, they having fun. She having fun with that young man. But I don't want to do that, and I'm just like, nah, that ain't that. But everybody is different. Everybody ain't the same. I'm just saying,
she could pull somebody at that age. I'm just saying. I didn't say that we're in a relationship. Said he could pull somebody. I'm just saying.
I wouldn't want to be 60 years old pulling somebody that's 28. That's just not my thing. I don't want to wait till I'm 60 pulling a young man. Now I'm gonna feel like a hoe at 60, a 60-year-old hoe out here just throwing it on some young. Like what? I don't know.
That shit nasty. I wouldn't. Hey, listen.
No.
But DeeDee, you gotta look. You got the Tracy Ellis Rosses are talking about. She's dating younger men. You got Joy Taylor talking about the lowest she'll go is 25. One of the largest groups of divorces now it's called gray divorce. It's the people who've been married for a while. They're the ones that's starting to get the most divorces now.
That's crazy. I don't know.
I couldn't imagine being with a woman for 25 years, 30 years, and then she wake up and she's like, I'm good. Hey, we had a good run. It's like what?
To do what? Now you gotta start all over. They're not having a good time doing that shit. Because if y'all look at Cree Summer, look how bad she looked. And she talking about nobody wants to date me.
Look good.
She look bad, right? She 55. She's older.
Yeah.
That lady from a different world? She
different world. Freddie Brooks. She was Freddie Brooks in Different World. She was fine as hell 30 years ago.
And she's a really good voiceover actress. A lot of people don't know that. She's an incredible voiceover actress.
She really is legendary.
They know her from the shows, some shows. I didn't even know she did it. They was like, oh, that's the lady. She does voiceovers. I'm like, I know her from a different world. So we know her from different, things. She looks horrible.
Yep.
Only
Jasmine Guy look older. Jasmine Guy looks bad. Yeah,
she look bad. She look bad.
But you know the part I hate about marriage. Let me tell you what I hate about y'all marriage.
Stop it.
I'm gonna tell you the truth. I'm gonna tell you the truth.
Go ahead.
The only time I hate y'all married people is when my boys is like, come on, we going out, and they, bring your wife. They're like, all right, bring one of your girls. Like I can't go on the single because they all got their wives. So now I look like the odd man out. So I gotta take somebody with me. You know what I mean? I gotta go pick somebody, bring somebody with me. That's the only part I hate. Y'all always
gotta
want
go
to do
settle.
everything with your wife. Like, dang, you can't do nothing without your wife, man. You can't go nowhere without your wife.
You gotta go settle, huh? You gotta go settle, huh? You gotta go get one of them settlers out there, huh?
I don't settle. That's not a thing for me. Listen,
Trey,
like I said before,
Speaking-
I understand. I'm not looking for perfection. I don't think perfection exists. I'm certainly not perfect, right? So I'm not looking for perfection. But I do have deal breakers. I have hard things that like, nah, this is not going to work. I won't allow this. And the thing is that it has nothing to do typically. It doesn't have anything to do with how she looks, but it has a lot to do with finances in these days. I just watched a video of a girl saying she got a $2,000 car payment on a 2021 BMW.
That's on her.
That's insane to me.
That's her being stupid.
Yeah.
She's not the only one.
She's not the only one, though.
She got bad credit.
Well, yeah,
People, I'm out. People, it's getting late over here. So God bless people, and thank you, DeeDee, for having me on as well.
Thank you so much for being here.
Stay safe, people.
Take care.
Work on your internet before you go to bed.
I think it's irresponsible to be paying that much on a car note. I think that's irresponsible.
Two bands on a car note is crazy.
That's crazy. But I mean, listen,
those are condos in one of the worst economic times of all. They buying houses. I'm like, are you crazy with these interest rates? Are you nuts?
Let me ask you this question real quick, and then I want Queen of Vibes to chime in. Do the women that you encounter do they have morals and values? Do they seem like people that could be in a stable relationship, or are you coming across women who are just irresponsible and don't have any type of morals or values?
It depends on where I find them, but yeah, majority of the women they come from two-parent households. They got degrees. They have morals. They're good. I mean, they're not bad women. They don't have any kids. They're not bad women. You know what I mean? But there's a lot when you really dig. You got to remember what I did for a living. I know how to investigate. So when you start digging, you really start digging into the background. You start asking certain questions to prompt certain answers. It's off-putting. It is off-putting for a woman to tell you I got $100,000+ in debt in school loans. That's off-putting. There's
they
nothing
expect you to pay it once you get married.
Exactly. You want to bring that into the marriage. That's crazy talk. That's crazy talk.
Yeah, because
I'm the asshole. I'm the asshole who has a standard. You know what I mean? I'm the jerk who has a standard says, nah, I can't do that.
To what he said though, I will give credence to the fact that, to answer your question, I've come across many women that if they were the person that I wanted to get a drink with or smoke a cigar with, just on that aspect, they're cool. Like they're cool people to vibe with. But as far as a person to be in a relationship, I wouldn't touch them with a 10-foot pole because some of their standards are ridiculous. And it seems as the older they get, the worse those standards are. They become more stagnant. And I kid you not, I saw this a few weeks ago and I laughed to the heavens. This lady I know who I went to school with is single, has about 5 or 6-year-old daughter, and she just got her RN, and she's thinking about going back to school to get a LPN. Now, while I understand nursing pays good, the fact that you want to accrue more school debt and this time and age is insane because you want to get married to someone, that person is going to have to take that debt with them. All your debt, everything becomes one. And most men aren't willing to be that person to take that debt. So they'll go to somebody that doesn't have all of that. They don't take things into consideration, like Trey was saying, that we do when it comes to marriage, because we have to consider those finances. Those finances are huge. They'll determine whether we want to even take you on a date or not.
Well, too, and I just think honestly, it's probably I'm gonna say this, but this is probably not the best time for marriage and relationships, seen as the state of which y'all are in. Because I will say, even though I'm optimistic, I think the best time to have done this was back probably when like me and Trey Ferg did it. years ago, where you found a woman where y'all both started out with barely nothing, and y'all built it up together. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's not what they're trying to do now. Seems like if you didn't do it then, and you didn't find a woman or a man then, and y'all work through all the issues and get to the point, because see, we work through issues. We've gotten to a better. We're on the other side. You know, we're getting old, so we're on the other side of it. So now everything is great because we ain't trying to argue. You know, we done went through the differences and figuring things out when we were in our 20s. So we've done that, and I think the problem now is everybody is getting older and the generation is different. They don't want to work with nothing. You know, y'all, you got to have it all. They didn't, you know, they done built up the student loans like y'all talking about. Now is they looking for somebody to just take care of them. So it is a difference in that aspect, because like back then it's like, nah, you know, it was a little different. So you know, for the women, like I say, they call them the leftovers. You was left over, and it just might be what it is. It is just difficult to establish a real meaningful relationship because the priorities are off, and it's different. It's not what it used to be as in regards to especially how I see marriage, and because it happened a while ago, you know what I'm saying? So maybe I mean,
well, the other part of that is too, DeeDee, is that the guys that are their age now, they starting to come into money now. They've had time to build their careers. So now they starting to come into a little bit of change. So they're looking at it like, now you want me to settle down now?
That's true, Trey. That's true.
As I'm starting to make a little bit of money now.
Now
I'm starting to get to a point where I can get a younger woman now. Like, now you want me to settle down? I can travel, I can do this, I can do that. Now you want me to settle down? Like, nah, what? Like you said, why you didn't want me when I was broke? Well, you wanted something else. So now, but the one guy said on that video, when you had your time, women had their time of bamboozling. Now men have worked themselves up. They got their bread up. Now it's their turn to bamboozle now. It is just the way it is. But yeah, I don't want no 40-year-old woman. I don't want no 40-year-old. No disrespect. I just don't want one. You know what I mean? Yeah. Now that I got my paper up, now that I've done what I need to do, the last thing I want is a 40-year-old woman. I can afford
a 40-year-old woman right now.
Nah. Well, you older than me. That's why.
Go ahead and say what you wanted to say. You wanted to say I'm old. I heard you stutter.
No. No, I'm just saying, you know, we at different times in our life. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. I ain't mad at you.
Mr. Marcus, thank you for the super chat. Says every man told me not to marry. None told me why. There's no sex in marriage. There's adultery, but not sex within marriage. Did I read that already? I don't know, Mr. Mark. I probably read that. Successful M. Thank you, Mr. Marcus, for the super chat. Successful MD. Thank you once again for the super chat. Says if you have had a great marriage, that is great. If not, it's that person's experience. No one's one-off trumps everyone life's experience. Okay, no one's one-offs trumps everyone's life experience. You take a chance with anyone, just be respectful. Thank you for the super chat, Successful MD, once again. VR Mission 38 says somebody clone this woman immediately. Don't clone me. Clone DeeDee for the rest of us. Baby. There's only one of me. Don't clone me. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you.
Hey, aren't you a twin?
I am.
You say there's only one of you.
We're not the same, though. We're not the same. We don't think the same.
I think biology would disagree with you, DeeDee.
We think the same to some degree. We're not identical. We're fraternal, so we don't look exactly alike, but we look like we're sisters. I'm gonna show y'all a picture of her. Yeah, she's on something different. She ain't, she's single.
She on the dark side with me.
She on the dark side with you. She living her best life. And I know my sister, so I know how she thinks, and we were raised in the same household, so I get where she's coming from. But we just have a few differences, and that's her choice. She should live her life. So shout out to her. Shout out to sis. Queen of Vibes, you want to chime in?
Well, first of all, there's your future partner, Trey.
DeeDee, how would you like to have me in the family? How about that?
I think it'll be fun, boy.
That would be fun.
We'll have fun. We'll get he's sporting his bald head. We'll get to play around with that. You know, I think it'll be hilarious.
While you bullshitting, go get your mom and camera up. What you look like?
we'll have fun. I think it'll be funny. Yeah,
The whole YouTube bloodline.
Look at Queen of Vibes out here setting people up.
Right.
Right.
My sister, you know, she's got a type. She's a little picky. So she, you know, you want to have some money. Trey, you got some money? Because you want to have some money.
I don't spend no money on no women. I'm cheap.
That one, it ain't gonna work.
He said he cheap.
It ain't gonna work.
Wow.
She used to a certain lifestyle. You know what I'm saying?
You're not gonna feed her?
I see this.
I'm gonna feed her. It just ain't gonna be what she think it's gonna be.
Oh,
it's gonna be cheap. It's gonna be cheap food.
What the
I don't understand why you spend all that money on food. You just gonna shit it out anyway. It don't make no sense. Just like buying, like I was at Mastro's. They got these expensive crafted cocktails, $30 or whatever. And I'm like, you just gonna piss it out in 2 hours? It don't make no sense. Like, why?
It's the experience, though. It's the experience.
Trey, you are a very unique person. Your way of thinking is very.
He ain't that unique. Don't feel it. That fills his head up. He's not unique.
I don't mean unique in the compliment type of unique.
Oh, not in the okay.
Wait a minute.
She ain't really giving you a compliment. You unique in another kind of
right.
way.
That's
She has you the person.
passive.
Yeah, she did. She got me. I thought she was being nice. Queen of Vibes. Okay.
Right. Kind of in the middle where I'm nice, but at the same time, just being blunt.
Yeah. Reese, what's your thoughts?
I'm late. I'm late.
Well, anything you want to, we about to wrap this up. Honestly, I done been on here too long.
You know what? I got a unique dating situation that is like really, really unique.
Okay.
Much different than most of the people alive, right?
Let's hear it.
Dang.
I've never taken a woman out on a date, but I've been on hundreds. I've been vegan for the past 20 years, right?
Okay.
And the only person I gelled with was my ex because she was vegan. All the other times chicks took me out, I would find myself just sitting there watching them eat. It would be kind of awkward and weird. I'd get like something little, so I'd be doing something, occupied in some water or something. But I cannot eat what everybody else eats, and I always run into this awkward situation. I've even brought my own food before.
That's not that weird, honestly.
But nobody's ever complained about it. Like they dealt with it.
That's really not that weird.
I'll be feeling awkward sometimes, man.
Really? So you've brought your own food to a restaurant?
Yeah, I used to ride around with a giant bowl of salad in the car with me.
My husband has done that. That's really not awkward.
I did that for like 10 years.
He's done that before. He hasn't done that with us, but he's done that before, like before me. He talked about he didn't eat the restaurant food. He would bring like something or just don't eat anything. I did think it was weird at first. I ain't gonna lie. But
that's what I'm thinking when I'm sitting there. Like, does this chick think I'm weird, a weirdo and shit?
Oh my God. Yeah. I mean, that's not that bad, I don't think. I mean, most people might be like, think it's weird at first, but I don't know.
I mean, did they date you after? If so, it's not weird.
I mean, they'll stay around and mess with me, but they don't want to take me to dinner twice. Because it's pointless.
Right.
Pointless. And the downside of being vegan is you got to eat all day long, literally.
Oh, okay.
I don't think the issue is that you bringing your food or eating vegan. It's probably because you ain't paying, and they got tired of paying.
No, listen. When a chick takes me out to eat, she basically don't have to pay nothing because I'm not gonna eat. What restaurants don't have food.
Oh, he ain't. Oh, you're not ordering.
Yeah, I only eat raw food. So
okay, they don't have vegan restaurants.
They do, but they're not that many. Vegan restaurants are like solar eclipses.
Okay.
5-leaf clovers.
I mean, on the bright side, at least you don't have to spend that much.
Right. And what about just maybe going to the crib and making a vegan meal?
That's another thing, man. My wife it would be so easy to take care of me, man. Feeding me would be like you get up and go to the refrigerator and throw me 2 apples and a couple bananas and sit back down. That's how easy it is to take care of me.
Nope, they still complain.
Nah.
VR Mission 38, thank you for the super chat, says, is it just possible that men and women just don't know how to qualify each other for marriage anymore?
Wow.
Yeah, it is possible, VR Mission. That is very possible. Or people just selfish. They don't want to have to deal with anything, too.
I got a question for you.
Hold on 1 second. Calvin Cook, thank you for the super chat, says, ladies, you have the whole house to yourself, basically. Why such a frown over the little old man cave? That's my piece. Respect that. I stay longer. Yeah, I wouldn't. See, that kind of stuff is not a problem for me. You know, you need your space sometimes. You know what I mean? Y'all don't have to be in each other's face like this. We married here. I'm right here. That you could go do your thing. I think that's the problem. I think a lot of women are controlling. Stop being controlling. We spend our whole lives together. We can have some me time. Go through, it ain't like you got to be in my face all day. I don't need that. I don't need that. I don't think anybody.
That me time is so crucial. Like going back to what Trey was saying, the experiences that I've had in a relationship, the one thing I had to learn is that me time is so important, and you need that separation just for you to grow and just for you to be able to miss them. If you don't, you're going to overwhelm them with your presence, and that's not a good thing. It's very, very unhealthy.
Make the heart grow fonder. I mean, you ain't gonna leave the state, and you ain't gotta leave the house. But I mean, if you want to go somewhere, okay, you're a human being. You don't have to sit. I don't want you to sit up under me all day. Because, I got things I want to do too. I do my little thing or whatever. If I'm, I want to sew one of my wig hairs together, or I want to go, do whatever I do. Make some brownies, or I'm at peace doing that, and you go do what you at peace doing, and and then y'all come together. So to me, that's important. You got to have a little bit of space. I'm not talking about, because some people space is they leaving the house, they leaving the state. I've seen that. Leave. Where the hell?
Some people's spaces they'll cheat. Right. I see successful MDs comment. The clingy people are normally insecure cheaters. Clingy people lead to the other party cheating on them. And when I was younger, that happened to me. So I understand.
You ain't leaving. You leave, you better stay. Stay gone.
I got a question for y'all. Have y'all seen the couple that's together all the time, literally?
No.
Have you seen a couple or know people?
Me and my ex spent every waking moment together. We walked to the store together.
Y'all didn't have to go to work? Nobody had to go to work?
Right. I didn't go to work.
No. I was sitting on something at the time. We was just chilling all the time.
Oh, well, that's a different, I can understand. It's a different lifestyle, man. But it ain't even good for your psyche.
That could lead to arguments.
Yeah, it ain't even good to your psyche. That's why you sort of acquiesce to her and she acquiesced to you. You have to separate.
We made it work, man. Having her around all the time was convenient, man.
But it didn't work. Ultimately, bro, it didn't work.
Well, jail separated us.
But I'm just saying, ultimately, it did not work. Ultimately.
What you mean, jail? You went to jail?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, they came and got it, niggas.
They came and got you. They just got you.
I have two brothers. The one who just got married, and I make sure that they have time with us homies. It's like 4 or 5 of us, because they need that time away from their wives just to breathe. Because one has 2 kids and one has 4, so their hands are usually tied. So I'm kind of the peacemaker when it comes to their internal conflicts. I
think spending time away from each other is dangerous.
Like I make sure they have that time.
I got a delay, y'all. I said I think spending time away from your chick is dangerous, man.
I don't think it's dangerous. How much time are you talking though? Like, I don't think it's me and my husband, we're close. Like we but I mean, you gotta, you know what I'm saying? Like, it can't, what type of time are you talking about? Days, weeks, and months? Like, what are you saying? Because I don't agree with.
Not days, man. Not days.
Like,
no.
You mean like, so hours away is dangerous? How much is dangerous?
Days is dangerous.
Oh yeah, I don't know. Where you going? Where you going? Like, and how often? Because if he going on a trip or something like that for days, and my husband have to travel from time to time for work, and he's gone for like 7 days because that's the time of the job. So he's at work, but he's calling me every day. So he's telling me what's happening and all this kind of stuff. But he's at work, so that's not. But I'm saying, like, it depends on what you're doing, and Are you just chilling
Right.
for 7 days or 3 days or whatever? Chilling just with the
Are you
girl?
with your boy? Are you with your boys for 7 days? That's
Yeah,
some weird shit to
I
me.
think that demands context.
Homies are
Nah.
like diseases, dog. Don't roll alone.
Vacations. I need 2-3 day vacations. That's it. After that, it's too long from whatever I'm doing. You don't want to be too far away too long.
Yeah, we
from
don't take
your
no separate
person.
vacations either. Ain't no separate vacation. We gonna vacation
Hell
together.
no.
Hell no. Leave him if he does that.
Yeah, we ain't doing no separate vacations. Nah, that ain't a thing. Hell
No
no.
married couple should do that.
No.
Boy, y'all sure do make marriage sound good. Well, y'all making it sound good.
Hold on. So I just want to
Oh.
make sure I get this straight because I'm a single person asking married folk this. So give me some grace. Guys can't go on a vacation with their fellas. They're not trying to step out, but they're just having a vacation with their guys to go.
So let me ask you this though before I answer that. Let me ask you this. Say we all buddies, right? All of us up on this panel, right? You meet a woman, but prior to you meeting her, every year we go to Vegas. Every year we going to the Super Bowl. Every year we doing all these things. Now you meet her, right? Are you letting her know this is what we do?
You should, right? Should
Yeah,
when you meet this woman and you saying y'all want to get married, are you telling her, listen, in the dating process, the day she give you the cheeks before you want them, are you saying, listen, shorty, listen, I like you, but still, me and my boys, we've been college buddies. We play football. We like to get together and go to the Super Bowl and go to the NBA championship. You cool with that?
I would
be
upfront with that. I would be upfront because that's something that I did before, and that's something I'm still going to do with a bit of a modification. Yes, but still.
But once you get married, I don't see how now I'm gonna start hanging out with you niggas after I got married. I ain't great. If I see y'all, I'm gonna come over and we're gonna watch the Super Bowl on TV, and I'm gonna take my ass home to my woman. I ain't gonna be with no niggas in my marriage as a grown man.
The thing is, it's an annual event. Let's say you go to the Super Bowl every year with your boys. If the woman you're with understands that, then that works out because you had a life before him. And I'm saying, okay, so yes. Now I'm saying once you get married, but we still boys, but we ain't never did this. Now every year we start doing this. Now it's like, hey, me and my boys, and you don't think a
Just
woman
because
has a
you
right
married,
to
you got married, so you can't start new traditions with your
I'm
friends.
not, but what I'm saying is, why would listen? Even as grown men, we got lives to live. Why would I want to be going somewhere with you niggas all the time?
But here's the thing, because I'm part of an organization that has a conclave every biennial. I let my wife know that I go there, and she understands that every July that there's going to be that time that I'm with my fraternity brothers.
Something it always happened before. Yes, that'll work.
You mean to tell me if I'm your boy and we never hung out, we never went to a football game, you got married and I got tickets to the Super Bowl, you're not coming?
No, I'm not saying that. No, Trey, we going. Yes, we going to the Super Bowl. We're gonna have a hell of a time experience. What I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, at that point, just because we do certain things, we not planning no event every 6 months, a year after that. I'm not doing that. That's just listen. I'm just saying.
I guess that's just his preference.
But yeah, just in it. We going to the Super. If you got tickets to the Super Bowl, my other man got tickets to the NBA championship, the draft, or what? Yeah, we can pop in like that. But to say that I got to go plan a year trip with somebody, I don't get that.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. After you marry, you're like, no, we're not planning.
I ain't starting up new traditions with no niggas. I can do that with my lady and be at all that shit and look at all the women with my lady and shit.
I wouldn't have a problem if this was something you did prior to me and y'all and I know your friends and stuff like that, and you go, I don't have a problem with that. That wouldn't be an issue.
Yeah, but if something comes up with the wife, then that takes priority. Like I'll tell the homies, I'll see y'all when I see y'all, but I gotta handle that.
Otherwise, y'all make this sound like bondage.
That's why I don't trust them niggas.
It's a commitment.
I think when men and women who actually love each other and want to be around each other, it's a different type.
It's a commitment.
If you're really in love with your woman, you want to spend time with her, and she takes precedence over your friends. So when your friends might call and say, "Hey, bro, you notice when people get married, their friends kind of take a little backseat because they want to be with their spouse." That's a normal thing that happens. Not saying you can't spend time with them, but you're more inclined, especially in the beginning. You.
Miss D, your mic messing up.
Breaking up.
Robotic.
Miss D.
C3PO.
Yeah. Ain't no way. Marriage. Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
It ain't that bad, man. You gotta find a baddie that you want to be around every day.
But this is
ain't
crazy.
even, it ain't even.
It's not even about that. It's like, Slim, if I can't, if me going away for a week bothers you, and that really bothers you, what the fuck are we even doing this for?
That's when you have to find somebody who's about their business, because
y'all talking about commitment. Commitment is a lifelong process, and you talking about you worried about a week? That's what's bothering you?
That's when you have to find somebody that's about their business, because if you know that they have stuff they got to do within that week, it keeps them busy. You're gonna miss each other, but once you get back, it's all love. But you have business to handle; they got business to handle. And that's why it's good to have somebody that's busy or that has something about themselves that they're doing. That way, it's not you're depending on that person, or you're just waiting for that person to come home, like a dog's waiting for their person to come home.
What I'm saying, yeah, now we can, Ms. D. You still have a little delay, a little lag. You're frozen now.
I have a question for y'all.
Yes, ma'am.
So, okay, let's say you and your partner wants to take a break, and they say they want to take. Do y'all believe in that break thing where they talk about taking months apart and all of that? Because I don't.
That's
my answer's quick. If we break, we broken.
Yeah,
then I'm gonna go break somebody else off.
Because I feel like that's too much time for them to
Do I have other women on? Queen of Vibes. Do I have other women on the side? Like no. when I take this break, am I gonna be alone, or do I got a piece, on the side that I'm
exactly? I feel like more than likely that means you want to see other people, because it's like, why are you taking that much of a break from me?
Yeah, breaks mean they want to step out.
Mm-hmm.
You want some other meat. You want some other meat.
Yes, I just want to make sure it wasn't just me that was felt
a woman doesn't need a break to step out.
Are you going through that experience?
She doesn't. You can do it anytime. Shit.
She can do it whenever she wants.
And when things don't work out, you're gonna go back to that man.
She'll do it knowing that you're waiting on her.
You're not going through that experience, are you, sister?
No, just so far, with me and my current partner, he wanted to take a break because he's feeling ill right now, and I thought maybe that's what he was gonna ask me, but then he said he just wanted a couple of days, so I was just making sure I wasn't overreacting.
Well, okay.
Be cautious.
I ain't gonna say how to move, but you better have your third eye on. Is all I gotta say.
Right.
You better be watching him. Shit.
The face that Trey has right now, I have right now. I'm like, break does not sound good at all. I don't care how many days it is. They're trying to give that clearance to step out. And they're stepping out, be like Martin, and get your stepping too.
You're gonna see how you handle it, and you agree to it all nonchalantly. Next time, 6 months down the road, you might be breaking with little Ron. So hey, just watch.
Well, that I need a break line is older than you think.
How's he ill?
Yeah.
What kind of illness?
You're right.
Hey, Queen of Oz, I'll tell you the truth. The last time I told a chick I needed a break, I went to Miami with another chick. So you can believe
that sounds like something you would do. Yeah, I believe.
That sounds like most women would do. She paying for the trip. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just being honest with you.
I'm just saying. Listen. But you said something very important. I'm not gonna, look past it. If he say he has some medical issues, right? Hey, listen. Now go get all your blood work within the end of get your blood work. Because a man having some medical issues, the last thing he does not want is a woman not to be close to him. A man with some medical issues want any woman he can find to be close to him and nurture him. So I don't know. Yeah,
I don't agree with that. When I'm under the weather, I want to be alone. Leave
I
me
don't know
alone.
about all that, but okay.
Yeah, I don't agree with
So
that.
you niggas tell me y'all want to be sick by yourself? Y'all sound crazy.
Hold on,
Yes,
Coach. If you
yes.
said he has medical
I
issues,
mean,
I would
Coach,
recommend
a lot of
her. I would recommend her to get a physical as well, because if he has medical issues, there's
See what I'm
probably
saying?
something going on prior to that. So you might want to check stuff for yourself.
Yeah, get yourself.
Because they trying to be nice and say he might got something. That's what they.
I'm not trying to assume anything.
I ain't
Let's
saying
make
he
an
got
ass out of
anything.
myself.
They
But-
beating around the bush. Go get you
I
a
agree
camel,
with
bro.
Trey. They trying to
Go
tell
get
you,
you a
girl,
camel.
go see if you got something.
Get a physical.
That's what they saying, Queen.
That's what they saying. They just
Yeah, I
being nice
know.
about it.
Right.
Now y'all see how men hold other men accountable? We don't
Right.
just let dudes just do whatever. We call it out. That's why the women got to be able to take accountability so they can grow from this shit.
Hey, I told you straight up. If I said I was taking a break, it's because I was going to go do some dirt
That's what I say,
somewhere
child.
else, and the best thing to do was to let you go for a few days.
If I was dating you and you talk about a break, it's over because I don't trust you now.
Right.
I don't
The
trust
fact that
But
has to
I
get to
was
a break
honest.
is mad in itself.
I'm done. Go ahead. You want a break? I'm gonna give you the biggest, longest break you can ever ask for.
I'll give them a Kit Kat bar.
Exactly. I'm out. I don't trust you after that. What you need a break for? Because you don't want me.
What break means.
I'm
Not
not good
together
enough.
anymore.
I'm not good enough. You trying to go
That
get some
sounds-
coochie. So
No,
go.
that's not what it means.
You just said when you told a woman you was going to break, you was with another woman, baby, and I believe you.
But
And that's what I think you're doing. If you tell me you need a break, I don't care. I'm out.
That
I
didn't
don't care.
I was horny, doing me.
You got a woman with you, so she was good enough.
Listen, any
She wasn't
man
good
out
enough.
here, any man
Exactly.
out here lying. If a
Well, I
man,
guess she ain't doing it.
Man, how much coochie y'all want? If you got a woman giving you
As
something,
much-
you want more?
as much as I can get.
Well, you could go good by yourself. I'm not gonna be your woman while you go look for more coochie. What you need me for? You could go get all the coochie you want. I ain't gonna sit here.
I need stability. I need to be able to come back to
I ain't
one.
gonna be your stability. You don't need no stability if you want all that goddamn coochie. That's what you
Or
need.
how about
That's what you give up.
how about just a polygamous relationship just to solve the problem? Polygamy, yeah.
You can go see what you want. Now I ain't gonna be here being your safe place. No, baby, you don't get no safe
A
place.
sister wife.
Right, like that chick from earlier.
DeeDee, a man
Hold on,
Miss
just a
DeeDee
second.
said she ain't finna be that
He needs
chick
a
from
safe
earlier.
place to land. After I've been out of these streets, DeeDee, I need a safe place to
Baby,
land.
go
I need
get
to be
another
able
one. Get another one.
Nigga said,
I
Well,
want
Trey, you looking at the wrong one.
right.
you come home, you ain't gonna be able to
Exactly.
get in. You're gonna have to find another safe place. Shit.
Right.
Hell no.
Yeah, she gonna change the locks and shit.
Baby, you gonna be
Hey,
Hey,
you
I gotta be honest with you. I don't think I ever heard DeeDee that serious before. DeeDee is not. This not funny. This she dead serious.
Oh yes, I have.
No, I don't play them kind of games. Shit.
See,
Nope.
Yeah, she don't play when it comes to that kind of stuff. I've heard her many
Miss
times.
DeeDee standing on business.
Hell no. I
you
mean,
are too, Miss Queen.
I ain't gotta be a part of it.
DeeDee, I think it's important for a man who has a healthy sex drive to be able to come back to a stable relationship inside
You
of a
stupid.
home.
He's stupid.
He's
You're full of shit.
He is.
He playing games. Yeah.
Listen, and listen. Some dudes want to live in that life that Trey's living. They want to be in it,
They got somebody else who will be your safe place, honey.
and he gonna red pill the shit out of that. Live his
You know,
life.
I need a home to come home to when I'm out here.
Go ahead. Go find you a chicken head who gonna let you be your safe place, honey.
Hey, you know the funny part is they out here though.
Well, let
They
them.
are-
See, Trey, you be on the chicken heads. Is that what you like?
He needs a hoe to go to and a home to go home to.
It's not about that being a
Right,
chicken head.
hustler. Hell, no.
There are a lot
You
of
said a hole
women.
to go to and a hole. What you say? A hole to
He
go
wants
to.
he wants a hoe to go to and a home to go to at the same time.
No, you forfeit that safe place home when you want to do that type of stuff.
So why was it cool for Granddaddy? Granddaddy did it.
So ain't no granddaddy, nobody.
And what's your point? And what's your point?
Them granddads that did
But we said we want to
generation
follow
of men.
tradition. You wanted me to get
Nobody
married
want that part
and
of the
follow
tradition.
tradition.
You know, you pick and choose the part of the tradition you want. That's what people.
Oh, okay. All right.
Hell with that. Granddad better go sit his ass down, and you too. Ain't no way. Ain't no
Hey,
way.
look, when I die, it ain't no telling how many women gonna show up. That funeral.
You
Talk
serious?
about it.
He's serious.
The way you talking gonna be
Ain't
like two.
Ain't
They
no
gonna all be crying
telling.
at the funeral saying, "Oh, I miss his
Like,
boy."
what you out here? What you out here just sleazing them down? What you?
They gonna start fighting at the funeral, child. Oh, we.
I said I'm on the dark side. Y'all think I'm joking? I'm
Oh
on
my
the dark
God!
side.
You know what? So you stay out of these damn conversations, man. For you, what you doing? You on
No,
the
you
dark
know,
side.
you know why I get in these conversations, because I don't ever see y'all up in marriage. Like I don't ever see nobody ever does a 10-hour stream on the goodness of marriage.
Y'all don't want to hear that shit, Trey,
Y'all never
man.
do it.
Y'all don't want to hear it. Trey, you don't want to hear it, man. They don't want to hear it. I'm trying to tell you.
It don't matter what we
Say
want to
how
hear.
it ain't really the truth. And ain't really happy. That's
Right.
all
They lying.
10-hour stream with combative people telling us how bad marriage is and why they don't want to do it. Nobody want to do that.
Nobody want to hear that shit. It'd be 5 people in the chat.
And all they gonna do is go back and forth.
And I don't say nothing. That
No,
doesn't
it
speak
doesn't.
volumes.
No, it speaks to the fact. Yeah.
Majority of them aren't married, so they don't see the importance of it. The ones we the only few left that understand it, that are married and been married for years.
And that don't speak volumes.
Well,
that
look,
don't say nothing.
their wives left them. Shit, what can we do? We don't know nothing about that. A lot of the wives left them and they bitter now. That's it. So they gonna feel like that. A lot. Some of these men have been married and their wives left them and took all the money they had. So now they bitter and mad. So they don't have a positive view on marriage. That didn't
And
happen.
some do. It's a mixture of things, right? Because even some women realize they dropped the bag too.
Yeah.
Even some women that cheated, they realize I fucked up.
They do.
And the dude was a good dude. And they live in that shit, and they don't want no other women to see them happy, see the other women to see themselves happy. Girl, I wouldn't do that shit. Married, da.
Yeah.
And the whole time she like, I fucked him up. Because a lot of men that get divorced, they get married again. If he's about that business, it just be, and I'll compare this, and this is no dig at either side, right? We take a baby mama, right? She got 2 baby daddies, but she's trying to be a good woman, boom, boom, boom. And she finally get out of that bad relationship. But then on the flip side, like we heard, we got some brothers that may have been out in the streets and served 4 or 5 years in the pen and they get out. Are they still eligible to find a good woman? Just like is this woman still eligible to find a good man based off the history? Because we see that when people were doing, most of us that do stuff in the street on the low level, we either hustling a little drugs or doing some other dumb shit. So when we go serve that time, we want to come back to the society and say, listen, I'm a better person. I'm going to be better. Do he deserve a good woman? Does she deserve a good man? Meaning good, someone who's just trying to work. We all got to work, trying to be respectful of people, buy a house, buy a couple of cars, send our little dumbass, slow ass kids to college if possible. If not, get them a trade. And I'm being facetious when I say slow kids because I spent all my life working with young people. So do those both sides, I ain't gonna say deserve, but should they be given opportunity to have a life together?
Convict and a baby mama.
Well, she's a baby. Listen, she's a baby mama. He's a convicted felon. Should they be given a reprieve to build together?
I think you deserve what you can get. You can be a convicted felon, and if you can pull a baddie, you can pull a baddie. It is what it is. That's just the nature of the game. And if you got multiple kids and you can pull a dude that's willing to be with you and he gonna help you with them kids, that's just the nature of the game. You can get what you can get. Whether or not they deserve each other, that's between those two people. But I mean, we see anomalies all the time where you look at dudes and go, "How the hell did you pull her?" We see it all the time. So I mean, you get what you get.
Successful MD, thank you for the super chat.
Right. It doesn't mean nothing.
I'll invent human race.
Right.
don't know why he said that. Successful MD also says, I'm afraid he's capping. Vegan menus are there. I guess he was talking to you, Reese. Thank you for the super chat, Successful MD. Wait, now what?
No,
You said, Trey
I'm
said,
just trying to see. Oh, I'm sorry.
what you get, what you can get. I mean, so
Yeah.
and Reese, you say the convicted valid stuff don't mean nothing.
Oh,
And why?
I did 10 years in prison. They never slowed me down. Chicks throw it at me every day. Chicks from the news and celebrities is on my wig. So YouTubers and everything. And they all know I did a dime.
Yes.
Did it a long time ago, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've been home 25 years.
I got a best friend, got 3 felonies, even an escape charge, and he got married 2 years ago, raising 2 kids, making about $80,000 a year. And his wife ain't never
Bids is out here flying around in Lear jets, dog.
So
off real estate money. And married.
We also have to acknowledge that
somebody frozen. Or is it me?
He remuted himself. He on mute.
Go ahead, Trey. You're muted. You were
talking
saying something and now you're
He
muted.
just
no, I was saying we also got to acknowledge that hybristophilia is a real thing.
What is that?
I don't know if y'all know what that is. It's
that?
It's a theory that women are attracted to men who have dealt with the prison system and been in and out of jail. And
There's
more
a term for that? Oh.
Yeah, there's a term for it. It's called
Oh, wow.
hybristophilia. I'll type it in the chat. You can look it up. It basically says that there's a subsect of women that are attracted to men that have been in and out of the penal system.
Yep.
That's a
Women
real
are
thing.
attracted to tall men that are cut up and handsome. There's dudes that been to jail that can't score nothing. Women like me, period.
Oh, wow.
They like niggas like me. The world just scared to say it because it's arrogant.
Okay, well, Reese, when you say niggas like me, who are you? What is it about you that they like?
Because I'm 6'3", I'm cut up, I got broad shoulders, I got a handsome face, I got a cool walk. You know what I'm saying?
Swag. You got swag, probably. That's what
I don't have no swag at all. I don't have no fly clothes, nothing. I've been wearing ball shorts for 20 years.
And you get all the women that they attracted to you. I believe you.
I ain't said nothing to a chick in 20 years, man.
But they tried to approach you.
Here's the thing. It's not exclusive that they'll just come up and ask for my number, right? But they'll send some type of signal. I know how women move. They'll send some type of signal that will open the door for you. If I catch you checking me out 8, 9 times, I got you.
Okay.
I go on the train with you, 20 niggas on there, but you wink and you smile at me and say hello to me and all these other niggas everywhere.
Yeah.
That's me all day.
Right.
She don't even realize what she just did by ignoring everybody else. Yeah, you acknowledge me, but I realize that you ignored all of them. So now I can move in. You bagged me for real though. Don't get it twisted because you opened the door, and that's how that goes. You can giggle.
I feel you, bro.
I can show you live. Next time you go live, I might be in a bar.
I believe you. I believe you.
I feel you, brother. Salute, man.
And he got the
Shit.
confidence too.
Yeah.
Listen, success breeds arrogance. It does.
Yeah.
It does. Because I see a lot of dudes up and down nigga YouTube talking like they him. And I know they would be in trouble if I lived on their block with them and their wives. I know it for a fact.
You sure would.
Talking big pimp shit. Dad body ass niggas. And man.
Reese, no disrespect when I say this, but do you think you would be what they call a pookie?
What is a pookie? Well,
they call like a handsome, tall man who probably been in jail at some point. You know, you did your time out. I'm not saying that you're not a bad person. I'm not saying that, but a man who's attractive, somewhat. I don't know. You know, it's kind of like what you're saying. The women are attractive.
This is why I'm not a pookie, right? Because there's a misconception in the world. Half the niggas in prison are there because they are not scared of tough guys. The other half are there because they're tough guys.
Okay.
Y'all can figure the rest of that out. I'm not no pookie. Never was.
Gotcha.
I just don't care about them.
Got you. Yeah.
I was light skinned in the 80s, and that was problematic.
This nigga said he was light skinned. Yeah, it's still a problem for me.
A lot of courtrooms, man. It was dark, some dark days.
I was about to say you look dark skinned now.
Oh, I baked myself in the sun my whole life to try to.
Oh, okay.
Man, you trolling.
Hey.
So brother, let me ask you this, because I'm loving the the dialogue. Would I, if I be wrong if I say you like close to 40, 42, 43, something like that?
In his 50s.
I'm a double nickel.
Oh, you a double nickel? You 55?
I'm a double nickel. I could have told you niggas I was 35.
What?
You wouldn't, but shit you could have did about it.
Wait, you what?
I gotta see you close up though.
Hold up. My ID around here somewhere.
You kind of this. I didn't think 55 when I first saw, but we can't see your face all the way. I had to see the face.
Right, I can't really see his face all the way.
Yeah, because a lot of times people, because you could tell you're fit, and that
you
might look like white 300 or something.
You ain't gotta do that. I'm just playing.
Everywhere I go in the world, everybody tells me that I look. They're gobsmacked when I tell them how old I am.
Yeah.
Unbelievable, and they're not. No one chick has ever cared. They would
they
make
don't
a face
care.
like, "Oh shit, really?"
Yeah.
And then, bam, they forgot all about it.
They don't care.
I'm not 55 in theory.
Look, if a woman finds you attractive, she don't care about no money. She don't care about none of that other stuff that they be talking about on these social media streets. They do not care. And you're giving us an example of that. But we already know, as women, we know this. The women, the men that the women are attracted to, they don't care about his money. They'll screw him the same day.
That's the number one rule. That's the only rule. If she finds you attractive, nothing else matters.
Nothing else matters.
Right.
They'll kill their own mother to get with you, yo.
Yes.
Well, dang.
Yeah. I'm glad I'm glad I used to beat him about 10, 12 years ago. I'm glad I got out of the game because
they'll screw
I don't believe that.
over.
Listen. You ain't gotta believe it. You ain't gotta believe it. You know what I'm saying? I listen. Okay, but anyway,
you work out.
I'm glad. Yes.
You work out.
Yeah, man. I'm 57, man. I'm glad I've been out in the streets. Well, I used to. I ain't in that lane no more. I'm glad that somebody still can prove and it can happen based off who they are. He's telling y'all he ain't spending money. He's talking to them. Matter of fact, he just pulling up with his big shoulders and looking at them. So if you single, be in
I'm
shape.
not a pig, yo. I spent money on chick with my ex. I fed her every day. I took care of her grandchild. I gave her my car when her car went bad. I gave her my car and bought a bike. You know what I'm saying? It's just when we went out, she always took me. I ain't never asked nobody out. Plus, chicks always know where the shit is popping, and it's always their idea. Hey, I know somewhere we can go, and bam, it happens like that. Me, I'll sit on this couch till the day I die.
Do you like okay, as a type of woman personality, you like an outgoing personality or a little bit more laid back?
Yo, I've been pretty easy to get along with, yo. Chicks of all types, and I get along with them. I don't really have as long as you find, you know what I'm saying? And they kind of vibe with me a little bit, yo, because I don't pressure chicks.
Right. Yeah, I'm
you
with
ain't gonna
you.
never hear me talking about none of this dumb relationship shit off of the internet ever.
Yeah, you
bring that shit up, you are fucking screwed.
Yeah,
you Reese, and then like I'm saying, I'm just giving my opinion. You are the type of dude that when I was growing up, that's you the type that all of the chicks would run, who they would run after. And it's like what you're saying, these guys had lots of women. They had the women fighting each other over him. And he wasn't really doing that much for any of them. Like they was trying to be with him. But that's the thing. I think certain men with those qualities that you're talking about, these women, this six-figure stuff, all this, you got to get your money up. Them women do not care. They will take you out, like what you're saying. They take you out, they're gonna figure out some shit to do, they gonna appease you. But you wasn't interested in marrying or being with any of them for real, right?
I was in 3 relationships in my life, and I never cheated or nothing. I was with my chicks every day.
Okay.
Chicks I was with, I wanted to be around them every day. My children and my ex.
Why did the relationship end though?
Prison.
Oh, okay. That's the only thing. Will you get everything wait for you to come out?
Nah, I did a dime.
Wait, what is it? Oh, 10 years?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
My ex, we thought I was going to do some time, but you know, a certain guy won an election here, and that Diddy bopped out of prison. Hey.
Okay. Gotcha.
By the time I found her, it was too late.
Yeah.
So, brother, so how long have you been out?
25 years.
Okay, so you've been out of 25 years. So in this 25-year span, right? You've been at the height of your player game. You've been at the height. What has have you had any opportunities to marry?
Yo, almost like a year ago, I had a white chick from she wanted me to go to Albania though. I couldn't go to Albania.
Okay.
I did some research in Albania. That was not happening, dog.
So no sisters or nothing in between that time? No.
Nah, but these chicks is passing me around out here, man. These chicks don't really want to be married, man. They want to get fucked when they want to get fucked. I don't call nobody.
You mean to tell me you can't just find one?
I probably could if I tried. I'm not saying, I'm not going up to no chicks and saying nothing or none of that.
You ain't looking.
If it happens, it happens. You know what I'm saying? But I'll get married in a heartbeat. I don't care.
Interesting take.
I would get married in a fucking heartbeat.
You think you'll be a good husband?
Of course I would. I'm easy to get along with, easy to take care of, generous. I'm not.
So you have a good spirit.
Bitches, yeah. I'm not on that.
Yeah. No, I'm just asking.
Old school, dog. Yo, my girlfriend back in the day, we walked around with the same shirt on. Her shirt had my name on it. My shirt had her name on it. We sat in each other's laps and took $1 arcade pictures. Y'all don't remember that, man.
Yeah, he's a Gen Xer. He's a Gen Xer, y'all. He's a Gen Xer. Back in the
day, you had a girlfriend, you was the shit. You know what I'm saying? Everybody had a girlfriend. It was the shit. People loved each other back then. I loved my girlfriend, dog. I wanted to marry her. Shit.
I'm with you. That was it.
This new shit, this new hatred shit. Oh man.
Can't relate to that shit, huh?
And the funny thing about it is kids is coming out of this shit.
Yes, slow as hell. Overweight, high depression, obesity, all this shit.
I find my class picture, man, to show you 200 people with one fat dude in the whole fucking picture.
One fat dude. He wasn't really fat. He was a hard fat.
200 people. My daughter's class picture got 3 skinny people in it.
Dang.
3 skinny people, like 8 straight people.
Oh, Lord.
Different time, man.
What is
Big fat picture
this generation?
Oh my God. I feel so bad for y'all, man.
Yeah, tell them again, man. They don't be listening. Tell them again.
Oh, my love feels better than this shit, dog.
That's what we be trying to tell them. Trey don't want to listen.
I'm taking this past me around.
I've been in love before.
They don't get it. I
act like I've never dated. I act like I've never dated ever in my life. It's a long-term relationship. We had a child. Like I've been in love before.
Like, you can get in love again, can't you?
No, I'm good. I like the dark side. I'm having a time of my life. This is fun.
Trey's heartless.
Now
it's not about being heartless. It's about what's beneficial to me.
Why you call
it heartless?
Why you call it the dark side, Trey?
Well, because these married folk, there's the light side. They're the light side, the right side. You know what I mean? So they got married, they got kids. So they the light side. But without the life I live, you know what I mean? I'm more the dark side. So I just call it the dark side. It's for them to make them feel better.
No, we ain't got to feel better.
The human race
Trey, let me ask you
marriage.
What you say?
What you say, Queen?
Oh no, I was just saying. Let me ask you this. So, like, let's say when you was like way younger, 20s and all that, have you always felt that way about marriage, or was it like after you got older?
Well, when I was in the military, man, everybody got married. Coach Ford could tell you when you in the military, man, people get married left and right. And I was like, ain't no way this can be right. Y'all, it's just too easy. Anything that easy, it's just too easy. They was finding girls, especially when I was stationed in Turkey, man. They would go out to go find these Turkish girls, and it was bad. I understand why they did it. It was beautiful women, but I've never ever felt like this societal pressure of like, oh, you got to go find a wife. I had girlfriends. I've been in relationships, but I've never felt like, oh, you got to take the next step. You got to marry. I've never felt like that.
Okay.
I did.
Yeah, everybody's
so each of them go to
And I told him to go to hell and kiss my ass. It's late for me. Shit. We gotta find
I told you about the girl I was dating, and we lived together. And I came home. I told you about I came home. She had the wedding books all over the table, and wedding dress books and all over the table. And I'm like, oh, somebody getting married? And she's like, nah. And I'm like, you got all these wedding books. Like, who get married? Are you helping out? One of your friends? I just assumed one of her friends got engaged or something like that.
Yeah.
She's like, no. She's like, we've been together for like 3 years. We've been living together. You don't think it's time? Nah, it ain't time. It ain't time. I went upstairs and started packing my shit right there and there. I was like, this is over. This is done. This is done because I knew. Because here's the thing, Reese. I knew there was nowhere to go from there. I just told this girl I'm not gonna marry you. Where do we go from here?
Yeah, you kind of.
She thinking marriage. Hold on, just think about it. She thinking marriage. She thinking that's the next step. I just told her that's not the next step for me.
Right.
There's no going forward after that. It's over.
Why'd you hang around so long?
Because I didn't know she felt like this. Like we had talked about marriage once, but it was never like, oh, it's a burning desire. I gotta get married. Right. I think what happened is she saw there was some pressure. Like her mother and her father had renewed their wedding vows, and I think that lit the fire. She sung For You, because she could sing really well. She sung For You by Kenny Lattimore at the I was there. I was there at the wedding vows. And I think that kind of lit a fire under her, like, I kind of want to take this next step. But I was like, nah, I'm cool. Like, nah, I'm good.
What's the best wedding song, y'all, ever?
What's the name of that song?
I could tell you the best like wedding song that I heard at the best wedding I went to.
I'm a bartender. I'm gonna tell you what it is in a minute. I'm gonna want to hear what y'all say.
It was that they was dancing to that Ed Sheeran song.
Yo, listen to me. For white people, that's the answer. And he got sued because he stole Marvin Gaye's beat, I think.
Yes, he did. He surely did.
He didn't even mask it at all. It's the exact same. It's not the same sample, but it's the same instruments doing the same thing. You know what I mean? But if you ain't heard "Share My Life" from Kim,
oh, that's nice.
Dog, that is
man, I was gonna say some 90s
wedding song.
Have y'all ever seen him live? Have y'all seen him live?
Nah.
He came to the
You can hire him for a wedding though for a couple thousand.
he came to DC. He had a concert where he used the orchestra. Man, it was nice, man. Dude is nice, man.
He's the last
nice,
of the Mohicans. You know that, right?
Yeah.
That's the last real soul artist that we ever had.
Yeah.
And
I can see that.
That's a lost art. Yo, he carried the torch for 20 years. There was nobody else. Jaheim fell off. I don't know what the fuck happened to what's that other guy named Joe?
But DeeDee, let me tell you what's gonna happen. I'm gonna go to Colombia. I'm gonna go get married, but I ain't gonna let her come back though. I'm just gonna have a wife overseas, but I ain't gonna tell y'all though.
Oh, but what? You ain't gonna invite us to the wedding?
Nah, yeah, y'all will find out when somebody do a story. Something will go bad.
Don't tell me now. Don't tell me nothing else. Then if you ain't gonna tell me that, I don't want to hear nothing else.
What?
Right? Don't say nothing to me unless you inviting me to the wedding.
What you tell, I can't fool with you.
Yo, what city you live in?
Be shady, huh?
I'm in Maryland.
Baltimore, Maryland?
No. Right outside of Baltimore, in Columbia.
What? Dang, all them women down there, man. What?
Yo, you don't want.
He in the good part of Maryland, near Silver Springs. That's crazy.
Yeah, you don't want these women, man. These women jacked up out here, mentally jacked up.
That's what all these niggas say all over the country.
That's because it's true.
Well, you live with it. You got to understand, ain't nothing the fuck you can do about it. Just accept it. I got 2 daughters that's batshit crazy.
Nah, that's it. That's why I disagree. I don't have to accept it. I ain't gotta be a part of it.
But see, look,
you know what I mean, I ain't gotta deal with it.
You don't have to. You don't have to. That I give you that trait. You don't have to, but I get what Reese is saying. But because listen, I used to call myself a little batshit crazy sometimes. Like women are crazy in general, in my opinion. And it just depends on the level of craziness. You know what I'm saying? And I think Yeah, you could. I mean, it depends on how if you care about the person. If you care about them, you understand. You got to deal with a little bit of that, just like they got to deal with you. Y'all aren't perfect either. Men are batshit crazy too. Sometimes y'all got mental issues, and I don't understand why this idea of it's a one side. No, men got issues too. Y'all are traumatized and been through shit too. So women got to deal with you on some level too.
Oh yeah.
We gotta bite our tongue. We gotta like compromise for the shit they've been through and understand them. But if we love you, we like, okay, we gonna get through it. You a little cuckoo, I'm a little crazy. Let's get out. Y'all not exempt from that. That's all I'm saying. And it's not even about a financial money thing. It's just about being human. We all got some shit that we gotta figure out and fix. And if you got a woman who's saying, you know what, Trey, you a little mentally disturbed, but I love you in your bald head. Come on, let's make this work. I'm crazy too, but I love you, and let's figure this out together. That's all it's about. That's all it's about. That's it. That's it. That's it. It's that simple.
I know that.
Ain't nobody perfect. So if you don't want to, you don't have to. You don't have to compromise with nobody. You don't have to do none of that. But the women are saying we ain't got to compromise either. We ain't got to deal with you either. And that's where we are. Everybody just gonna be hoes out here just to they old, to they die, to they dead. That's it.
The way Miss DeeDee do that slit shade at Trey.
I'm just saying.
She do it all the time. She do it all the time.
I'm just saying that's all it is. You ain't gotta, nobody should be forced to accept something they don't want to accept. But the reality of it is, we're human beings, baby. We are all flawed. Ain't nobody perfect. We all got stuff we got to work on. And as long as you got to have some deal breakers though. You can't just accept anything. I don't want a crackhead. I don't want you know what I mean. I don't want somebody that's an abusive, or you know what I'm saying. Or you may not want a woman who's I don't know, smoke weed. I don't know. Whatever your deal breakers are.
No, you're right. You're right. No smokers.
Yeah. So I mean, I understand that. I don't have a weed smoker, so I couldn't do that. Weed gives me a headache. I'm not into that. And a drinker, alcoholics, none of us drink like that. So what I'm saying, you gotta have some standards. I ain't saying you don't have standards, but the natural way of life and how people are, we got issues. We got little quirks in our head. And so that's going to be stuff that you're going to have to compromise with certain things like that. That's all I'm
saying. I got a fun riddle I'm going to share with y'all, right? I've done this a dozen times, all up and down nigga YouTube. Watch this. This is a lot of fun. Ready? And this is a real story. So the riddle comes from a real situation. Okay. I met a chick in a bar, 28 years old, had a grandchild that was walking. Y'all take over.
I mean, what we supposed to say? I can't think that fast. What you mean? A grandchild?
Cool, yeah. All right, watch how this conversation, watch what it turns into. Let's go.
A 28-year-old with a grandchild walking. Okay.
28 years old with a grandchild that was walking. I met him.
So
hold on. A 28-year-old grandmother with a grandchild that's walking?
Yeah.
Was she preyed on when she was younger?
Yeah, she might have just been misled. Her boyfriend might have been the same age.
Okay, let me
True.
Let me y'all, why y'all worried about her? What about her daughter?
Yeah.
Oh, what happened to the daughter?
So let's do some algebra.
Yeah.
How old were they when they got pregnant? How old were they when they conceived? So look, we got 28 years, right? Let's give them the benefit of the doubt and cut it right down
13 and 2.
Watch this. Let's give both of them the benefit of the doubt and cut it right down the middle. They conceived at 14.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Watch how fucking crazy this gets. We gotta subtract 1 year automatically because the little nigga's walking. That takes it down to 13 and a half and 13 and a half, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got to take 9 months away from each one of them.
Mm-hmm.
That's if it's down the middle. This is a true story I'm telling y'all, man. This shit is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
You might not even sleep tonight.
Oh, I'm going to sleep.
Think about it.
Yeah.
Can anybody figure it out? Because I haven't yet. I gave him the benefit of the doubt, put it right down the middle.
They both had kids at 12.
Yeah,
Yo,
baby 7 babies.
Or 12. Think about
Baby
it.
7 babies.
Yeah,
If
yeah,
you
but,
give them,
this,
the
but this
kid
isn't
is walking,
surprising.
right? That's
Yeah,
minus
this is-
1 year. That puts both of them at 13 and a half. 9 months of pregnancy from each one of them puts them at 12 and 9 months when they conceived. That's if it's split down the middle. If it's not, this shit gets crazy. And I didn't even ask. I was thinking about that shit for like a week.
Yeah, there was a video of a girl who said that the first time she dropped that neck was in 7th grade. People had to do the math. That means she was 12.
Shit, they've been doing that since I was
not
in
uncommon.
7th grade.
Well, a lot of girls they start having their sex 11, 12 years old,
Right,
13 years old.
I haven't met another
So
human
it's not
being.
surprising to me at all.
I have not met another human being yet who's met someone outside of that girl, 28, with a walking grandchild. That is rare. Think that's rare.
It's not shocking though. It's not shocking.
Nah, not
It
really.
was my mind.
No, they
I
out
saw
here.
her ID. I met the kid and the
But-
grand.
Okay, so I had
think
I'll say this just based off your story. I worked with a 6th grade boy, 6th grade, probably about 5'8", 5'9". He had a 1-year-old baby. The mama was in the 6th grade too.
Damn, grown ass man, motherfucker, high school, middle school.
I mean, but again, it's a lot of it just, I don't know what to say about it, man. I work, so, you know.
I bet you if you look him up in 10 years, he's a success, man, and like got his, you know what I mean?
He was a smart kid, man. Listen, man, this is what we all been under. This is something that could probably touch any one of us in any part of the country over the last 40 years of this feminist movement. This is what it is. But now we have an opportunity to break away. Even as an individual, you should be trying to see those things and move opposite. You can't have this as an excuse on why women and men ain't working together. If you can get a woman to work with you, that's all you need, or a man to work with you. But if you don't want that, that's okay. You still have to live for yourself and still live the best self you can be. But
Glad I ain't the oldest nigga on the panel for once, man.
What you say?
I'm glad I'm not the oldest nigga on the panel for once.
Yeah, man, it's hard to be old and good looking like me, so I understand what you're talking about.
I ain't mad at you.
Is that a fact?
Thanks.
It's the facts. Shit.
I know that's
It
right.
really does look good for his age, though.
Yeah, I feel good too.
Letting us know.
Not
He's
as good
not
as me.
shy.
No
I've
face.
always noticed that.
Oh,
I gotta get some of these delusional mirrors that Coach Ferg got. I want to feel the way he feels.
you know,
Man, listen, man.
We're the
Okay.
party pooper.
You can't just gloss over that. Nigga is a party pooper too. Nigga bust all your balloons before they even say happy birthday.
Right, I can see that. I can see that.
Fuck your party.
Nah,
Say how you feel. Just say how you feel. Yeah. We see, we know. Successful. Where did the term bridezilla come from? From a crazy bride to be. Thank you, Successful. 18 letter. What's going on? How you been? Long time no hear RC.
Salute 18th letter.
Where you at? 18 letter? When I call y'all got to be ready. Come on now.
Yeah, I'm right here, Miss DeeDee.
How you
How you
been?
been? I've
You
been
still in?
okay.
Good to hear from you. Good to see you here. What's going on?
Nothing much. I've still been watching. I've been watching the content and everything. It's just that I haven't got a chance to really respond as much as I would like to because I be working and everything a lot. It's great. It's great to see you, Miss DeeDee.
Yeah, great to see you here too. Any thoughts you want to chime in? We've been talking about everything, so you want to chime in on?
Yeah, just like with the title of the video and everything like that. This is getting worse out here. It's getting a whole lot. It's getting a whole lot worse, especially with it's like the more evidence that presents itself, like based off of the discussions that we've had before, the more evidence that presents itself with the women, the more they like double and triple down, and it's just crazy to see like the outcome, because it'll be a lot of projection that's put on the men. They'll be like, oh well, men is this, men is that, but it's a lot of the women that's doing the complaining about them not being able to find nobody, about people not approaching them. They do all of these TikTok confessions and tell on themselves, and then you seeing their mental state and how they think, right now. So it's getting crazy, because like I don't know what people, because in our community we have a tendency to just keep talking at the men, and these young boys are not going for it, because at this particular point with black men, what else can you do? You didn't disparage us, you didn't put us down, you didn't turned on us, you didn't use the government against us, you didn't like, and then you still think you're going to be able to talk at these young men to try to shame them into dealing with this nonsense, or dealing with somebody that really don't care for them, or somebody that really don't know how to treat them in their own community. And it's not happening. And I tell people all the time with us, because we're of an older generation now, we can say whatever we want to say. Go ask these young boys 15 to 16, 17. They're not going for it. They're not.
Right. Anything y'all want to say? Any final? Because I got to get out of here, y'all. It's later than I thought. Any final words? Anything y'all want to say? And then I got to get off here. Okay, y'all, we got to go. Y'all ain't got nothing to say?
I do. I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna get off. Miss DeeDee, listen, always great show, Queen. Always appreciate you pulling up. My man Reese, man, it's good to hear a voice like yours, man. He's a singer, brother. I hear you doing that shit. Y'all better follow suit. All you little crack-eyed babies, listen. It's Friday, goddammit. Everybody go take a bath this weekend, man. Don't think about no menses, no woman's. Everybody work out, do some push-ups, get ready for the summer, man. Take care of yourself, man. Listen, man.
Get that summer bud.
Listen, man. Real quick. Listen, it ain't gonna always go the way we want it. Just continue to put in the work, and in time, look, in 4 years, the Olympics is coming, so the world is gonna be here. All you brothers looking for a little foreign chick, they coming. All you sisters looking for a foreign man, they'll be here in 4 years. Just make sure you're ready for them. So salute to y'all, man. Happy Friday, man. Have a good weekend.
I'm gonna get out of here too. And you ain't got to wait on the Olympics. Biden and them bought 20 million of them over here. DeeDee, I saw you on the panel yesterday. Shout out to you. I was trying to send you a shout out, but the chat was flying.
Going so fast. Yeah, well, thank you. I appreciate you. Yeah, it was going. Couldn't even see the chat, so I didn't know.
I'll come back next time I catch you live.
Yeah, definitely come back. Take care. Be safe, Reese.
All right.
I just want to say shout out to you, Miss DeeDee. Thank you for allowing me up on the panel.
Oh yeah.
It's good to see it's good to see you going live and everything like that. And I'll definitely be back up, because the way when you be breaking down the content in your videos, Miss DeeDee, you be breaking it down with straight up logic and common sense. And that's something that a lot of these people don't understand and don't like. So shout out to you, Miss DeeDee.
Thank you. I appreciate the support. Thank you. I appreciate you being here. Be safe. Come up, please. Anytime you catch me, definitely pop up here.
All right. Shout out to Trey Ferg, Game Changer, Trey, and everything. Is good to see everybody. Hustler and Muscular. Y'all take it easy.
Take care. Till next time. Hustler, any final words? Trey, any final words?
I'm out.
Take care, Trey.
I see y'all.
Be safe, Trey.
You too.
Just want to say, DeeDee, glad to have you back in the YouTube streets. I missed you so much.
Oh my God. Yeah. This YouTube be crazy, but yeah, I'm glad to have y'all back up here. I miss y'all being up here. It's fun.
Right.
It's fun. Y'all are crazy.
It really is.
Yeah, but it's fun though.
And I'm glad you went back to StreamYard. The other service you had, it would not work on my phone. So I'm glad you went back to StreamYard.
Oh, okay, yeah. And it's funny because I wasn't gonna switch, but when I did the panel, they used StreamYard, so I only was switching it for but most people use StreamYard, so I realized that. So that's why I switched. But I'm just gonna keep it because it's much better. Most people have it, so that's good. But yeah, good to see you, Hustler. Everything been going good with you?
Yep. I got my own shows going. I've been doing my own shows for the last year and a half or so. And I owe you for the inspiration. Thank you for inspiring me to become a content creator, my girl.
No problem. I try to tell anybody, if you got something to say, might as well. Why not? It won't hurt. So yeah.
Maybe I
Lucid.
get there.
Go ahead, Queen.
I said maybe I get there one day too.
Yeah, why not? I encourage you. Like, if you want to, if you got something to say it. It's a good way to just, express sometimes your feelings or what you're thinking or whatever. You'll be surprised how people gravitate to that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I always think if you want to, have something to say, create a panel or create a channel and just talk sometimes. It's therapeutic sometimes. It
It
really
really
is.
is.
Yeah. The Lucid experience. Any final words?
Yes, I'm glad to be on a panel. It's good to just chill on a Friday evening and have conversations like this. So I'm gonna start having some of these on mine as well. Kind of building up my channel, and I realize having lives like these help, and especially helping the algorithm. So I'm gonna start doing that. But looking forward to having more of these.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. I see you in the comments too. Thank you so much for coming up and supporting and giving your perspective. I appreciate it.
No problem. No problem. Thank you for being good over the years. I've been there since the Kevin Samuels days. So,
oh wow,
yeah,
me
it's been years, and you're still
Oh,
going. So it's good to see that you're still here.
yeah, that's interesting. I'm always surprised by people who have been watching, because a lot of times, y'all, I wasn't doing panels at first or anything, and so it's interesting when I hear people say they've been watching for so long. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I get it, but I don't even be thinking about it like from way, from then and stuff. But that's cool though. I appreciate it.
It shows also how fast time's been going.
Right. Exactly. That's what, for real. Time is moving fast, but we're gonna all be old and out of here at some point. I'm just saying.
Just got to make the best of it. That's all.
All right.
All right. Until next time.
Take care, Lucid Experience. Game Changer. Are you still there? Game Changer?
He ain't said nothing in a couple hours. I think he dipped out. Game Changer, you still there, buddy?
We probably walked away. All right, y'all. I gotta get out of here. I ain't just about this rain and storm. I gotta get out of here. Y'all be safe. Y'all take care. Definitely soon.
I was just finna ask, is it storming where you are, DeeDee, where y'all at? Because it's about to start storming over here.
Yeah, I can hear the thunder now. So yeah, and I gotta get off of here, y'all. But I appreciate y'all, Queen of Vibes. I appreciate each and every one of you guys for y'all support and stuff. So yeah, we're gonna try to keep this going as much as I can, y'all. I be tired as hell. I ain't gonna lie. But yeah. What'd you say?
I said yes, ma'am. I enjoy it.
And I'm gonna post the video from the live stream that I was on the other evening. I don't know if everybody caught it, but I'm gonna post it on my channel, like the highlights of it, so y'all can watch that. I hate watching myself for some reason. Like every time I don't know. I don't like my voice.
I was about to say, is it like hating the sound of your own voice?
I hate the sound of my own voice. And the thing about it is, when I watch, like, I haven't even posted the what's his name? Corey Holcomb live. I was on Corey Holcomb's live. I haven't even posted that on the channel. But I got the video. I have the video. I just don't like watching and listening to myself. I'll post it and don't watch it. I just can't. I don't know what it is. I don't like how I sound.
Well, I kind of feel the same way. I don't like listening to myself talk. So I got to fast forward the replay to where other people come up and we can talk amongst ourselves.
That's crazy, right? I don't like to myself or watch myself, to be honest. But yeah, I'm gonna post the Corey Holcomb show that I was on, and I'm gonna post the other one too as well, and shout them out and stuff, because it was fun over there. I probably will go back on their panel. They invited me, of course, to come on anytime. I think I had fun over there, so I probably will go back a couple of more times or whatever. And I'll post them every time I do. So I'm gonna post that so y'all can see that. And yeah, and I got some other videos coming out as well. Hopefully tomorrow.
And I got a show, and I'm thinking about doing me a show tomorrow morning or tomorrow evening, but I'll keep y'all posted. If y'all got an Instagram, hit me up on that.
Okay, what's your Instagram?
Is my name Hustler Muscular.
I think I am following you on. Am I following you? I think I am.
Who, me or her?
You.
I've never seen you before a day in my life, but I'll check. I'm just saying.
Okay, I think I'm following you, but if not, I will be. All right, y'all. Y'all have a good night. I gotta get out of here. Y'all take care. Be safe, y'all. I will see y'all really, really soon. All right.
All right.
What's going on? What's going on, Louis? How are you? Take care, y'all. All right, y'all. I'm gonna get out of here. What's going on, Louis? How you doing? What the hell? What's going on? I hope all is well with you. Shout out to everybody in the building, everybody who supports the channel, y'all. Thank y'all so much for being here. Make sure you hit the like button on your way out. And make sure you guys are watching the videos that are already posted on the channel. I want to give a big thanks to everybody who supports the channel via Super Chat or Cash App, and also those who like the stream, share it. You can share the videos and all of that good stuff. That definitely helps the channel out. Make sure you go and watch the videos that are already posted on the channel. Let's go over and hit a, give it a like or thumbs up or whatever. That definitely helps out. And if you are in this live stream and you like the content and you haven't subscribed, it is free to subscribe. Go ahead and subscribe to the channel. That definitely helps the channel out if you like the content. So thank y'all once again. I appreciate you guys for the love and support. I will see y'all I don't know if I'm gonna be back on here tomorrow or not. So make sure you have that notification bell turned on. So you'll be notified if I do go live tomorrow. I may pop up a little bit, but I'm not sure. If I do, it won't be a panel. It's just I'll probably pop up with some content. But I'm not sure yet. But definitely keep the notification bell turned on. All right. So thank y'all once again. I love you guys. Y'all be safe. Y'all have a great evening. And I will see you really, really soon. Mwah. See y'all later. Bye.